Do you know what we're here for?
Equal parts. Oh my gosh.
Illegal.
Come on! What?
Not gonna do it. Wouldn't be prudent at this juncture.
It's a bold strategy, Cotton. Let's see if it pays off for him.
I'm staying in the race.
In the Ice Age, how much taxes did people pay?
Follow the rich way, man.
Consequences.
What you talking about?
I'm staying in the race.
Climate and everything are the same word.
You should be ashamed of yourself for having that thought.
Donald Trump spent a lot of quality time with my wife.
Don't be creepy.
I mean, this woman is dangerous, ladies and gentlemen.
There's no point in you betraying your future self to gratify your present self. It's a stupid game.
There's no point in you betraying your future self to gratify your present self. It's a stupid game.
When I go into the dry cleaner, that dry cleaning place becomes holy.
A what now?
Jesus, I say that.
I cannot believe how people come for you already. I don't know if you know this.
Phrasing.
Come on!
That's hot.
So hot right now.
Are you not entertained?
it's a great day for being sad.
This is from 12 Rules for Life.
I don't want reality.
It's science.
Break now.
And now you'll see just how I want it.
I see that you know your judo well.
China? China. Have to have my China.
It's science.
This is ridiculous.
Awful. Weak. Welcome to the resistance. Winter is coming.
Cyclone Cheeto.
Don't worry about it, little Marco.
Gentlemen.
Give me a joke.
So I just want to address something. I was wrong.
I feel like I'm taking crazy pills!
He looks good, and he looks good, and he looks good, and he looks hard.
Follow the ridgeway.
Well, first of all, some of the things that I say will be incorrect.
Well, here we are again, floating somewhere between Earth and space. Try to make sense of it all. There's so much going on. I guess we better get right to it, space fams, but don't forget, safety first on these here space journeys of ours. Put on that seatbelt if you want to assure that you don't go floating off into space. Great to see all of you space fams here today on this Moon Day, which we are going to do some weird stuff. I'll get into what we're going to be doing after I do some shout-outs. Who got the medals? Charlie Jameer first, Sue Fairy Dust B second, and Atticus Among Us third. Mozart, a close fourth. Icebreaker Gaming's here too. B-Cat, Arvin Trevino, Narwhal by Nature, George Waters, Bob Carmody, Christopher DeBlante, Blue Tomato, Moanoip, Bela B. Bomb, Del Sol Verde, Lorraine Carmody. Got all the Carmodys in the chat. Notchket. And that might be it. I think I got everybody. I think I got everybody in there. Oh boy. It's been a crazy weekend, and it's only been a day. It feels like this week has already gone on too long. But since we did not do a Sunday Fun Day stream, like I said I would, like a very bad boy,
I made a huge tiny mistake.
I'm gonna be throwing some Sunday Fun Day vids in here. Not all of the ones I had planned for yesterday, because we got a hell of a lot to talk about, as I mentioned. As well as some Father's Day related stuff, you know, because Father's Day was yesterday. So I might be doing some Father's things. Not too much, but a little bit. In fact, that's what we're going to start this here stream off with. We're going to celebrate the fathers. That's right.
Penny, penny. Come my way.
Come my way.
Oh, you see it?
Oh, God. Yes, that's right. We're going to watch some Fail Army Father's Day videos. Oh, God. Sometimes fathers are making mistakes. You know? It's true. You know,
yes, you did.
Fathers are not infallible, unfortunately.
Mom is going to be so mad.
Oh, God. Kicked from behind. Oh, it's all over. It's all over. Defeated by a fish. Defeated by a fish. Oh, God. Oh, no, that's not what you want. That's not what you want. You got this, buddy. There's no way this goes wrong. So many.
That's what you get.
Oh, God.
Come on!
You got this, buddy. There's no way that this doesn't work. You've thought it through. Oh, no, you didn't think it through, actually. Oh, that's heartbreaking. That's crushing. That kid looked broken inside. Dad, he just got that. That's right. Fathers aren't infallible, but sometimes you need a father. You know, so from time to time, you need a guy there to save the day. Oh my God. That was too boisterous, sir. Dude, how does he... My question is, what a catch. What a catch. That was incredible. I got a question. How did this guy, his face, look at him. How did he even notice that this baby was going down? That was impressive. That was just in terms of just knowing. Just the knowing of it. Look at the reflexes on that father.
No, Larry.
Are you getting daddy dressed, Anna? You fall down at me.
That was a clutch catch. That was a clutch catch. Let's be real. Let's be really, really real. Wow, how he got down there in time to save that child. No one will ever know. Well, there you go, people. Sometimes you need fathers, sometimes fathers need us. It's true. Okay. Narwhal by Nature with a sweet, sweet gift. Oh my God. 10 Galactic News Network gift memberships sent out to the community. Who got them? Latino Mafune. What you can do. Geoff. Jeff, a.k.a. Techco. Stephanie McCollum. Robert Armstrong. Tamara Chance. Afroponics. Mike B. The Soulcraft. And Fresh Out the Asylum. It's beautiful. It's gorgeous. Space Fams. Getting some membies. Some free membies from Narwhal by Nature. The generosity is overwhelming. Now, one man who didn't necessarily have a father growing up also had a birthday weekend, on just like me and Donald Trump. Did you know that today is the birthday of one Tupac Shakur? I figured we'd go back in time. Watch this clip from MTV News from a long, long time ago. Just felt right.
This world is such a
Wait, slow it down, Tupac.
I mean it. I don't mean it in an ideal sense. I mean
hold
it
on.
every day, every little thing you do. It's such.
Hold it. Okay. And somehow, Tupac, back in 1992, had some shit figured out. Here's MTV News, the repost from 9 years ago, but it's really 1992. Their YouTube channel, Tupac Talks Donald Trump and Greed in America.
Follow the rich white man.
This world is such a I say this world, I mean it. I don't mean in an ideal sense. I mean in every day, every little thing you do. It's such a gimme. Everybody back off. You know, everybody's like, you taught that from school, everywhere. Big business. You want to be successful? You want to be like Trump? Gimme. Push. Step. Crush. That's how it all is. And it's like, nobody ever stopped. Just, you know, I feel like, instead of us just being like, slavery's bad, slavery's down, bad whitey. I mean, all right, let's stop that. And everybody's smart enough to know that, I mean, we've been slighted. And we want ours. And I don't mean by like ours, 40 acres and a mule, because we're past that. But we need help. I mean, for us to be on our own 2 feet, us meaning youth or us meaning black people, whatever you want to take it for us to be on our own 2 feet, we do need help. Because we have been here. We have been a good friend. If you want to make it a relationship type thing, we have been there. And now we deserve our payback. It's like you got a friend that you don't never look out for. You know, you dressed up in jewels. Now America's got jewels and they paid and everything. And they lending money to everybody except us. And it's like, you know, everybody need a little help on their way to being, you know, self-reliant. You know what I'm saying? That's the whole thing about the album, about the Special Olympics. Everybody need a little something and they to be independent. No independent person just grew up and was born independent. You worked and you learned teamwork and you learned cooperation and unity and struggle, and then you became independent. And we have to teach that and instill that. And why is it that they want to do that? I mean, if this is truly a melting pot in the country where we care about it and Lady Liberty got a hand like this, she really loves us, then we really need to be like that. And it needs to be the black kids. If there's a white person who got money, then he need to help them. He need to help black kids, Mexican kids, Korean kids, whatever. But it need to be real. And it need to be before we all die, and then you say, oh, I made a mistake. We should have gave them some money. We really should have helped these folks. It's going to be too late. You know what I'm saying? And then that's when you got to pay your own karma. And that's when God make you punish, when God punishes you. Because I feel like, you know, It's too much money here. I mean, nobody should be hitting lotto for 36 million and we got people starving in the streets. That is not idealistic. That's just real. That is just stupid. There's no way Michael Jackson should have, or whoever Jackson, should have $1 million, $1 billion and then there's people starving. There's no way. There's no way that these people should own planes and their people don't have houses, apartments, shacks, drawers, pants.
We say to people that say, well, they earned it. Now you go out and you're earning it.
If they earned it, then I think that that's good, and I think that they deserve it. But even if you earned it, you still owe. Because look at me, I don't have that mega money, but I feel guilty walking by somebody. I got to give them some mail. And if I know I got $3,000 in my pocket, I feel like it's wrong to give that person a quarter or $1. It's wrong. Only you know what you got in your pocket. And that's wrong. No matter what they do, if they take it and drink it, they take it and drink it. But, I mean, you got. You understand? And we all know how hard it is, and it's not about if you good or you bad. So since it's not about if you good or you bad, we know that because he don't got don't mean he was bad. Or don't mean he's a criminal, or don't mean he's crazy, or a drug addict, or none of that. It just means he don't got. And ain't it bad that you got 30? I mean, can you imagine somebody having $32 million? $32 million. And this person has nothing, and you can sleep? You can still go to the movies about, I mean, and then these are the type of people that get humanitarian awards. Millionaires. How can they be humanitarians by the fact that they millionaires and there's so many poor people shows how unhumane they are.
Give me a joke.
100%. Tupac over here spitting the truth 33 years ago, I guess. Jesus. How old am I again? My God. But, Tupac mentioned Donald Trump and how people should not want to be like him. Well, it was his birthday weekend as well. He himself had a little parade, but before we talk about that parade, I figured we'd talk about a couple of better parades than Donald Trump's disastrous authoritarian military parade. Let's go to CBS Miami from yesterday, where thousands gathered for the 25th annual Pride Parade.
Well, tens of thousands filled the streets of Wilton Manors for the city's 25th annual Stonewall Pride Parade, and you are looking at video from the Glow Night Parade, which is the focal point for the celebrations. Floats, music, food, and rainbow colors, each illuminating Wilton Drive, and this year commemorates the lives and voices that continue to shape the LGBTQ+ movement.
All right, let's go from Hawaii all the way over to, go from Florida all the way over to Hawaii, where a different parade was going on in Honolulu.
Well, the streets of Honolulu bloomed with history and aloha today as the 108th King Kamehameha Celebration Floral Parade made its colorful march part of the city. Marching bands, flower-strewn floats, and the famed Pa'u riders draped in lei wove a fragrant path from Iolani Palace to Waikiki. Residents and visitors alike lined the streets to watch a living tribute to King Kamehameha I, the monarch who united the Hawaiian Islands.
Well, I want to bring my daughter down to see all the horses and the dancers and learn a little bit about Hawaiian culture.
Today is the day to get out and love everybody and be happy. Little rain, little sun, something for everyone.
The annual parade ended with a ho'olalea at Kapiolani Park that wrapped up about an hour ago. Royal celebrations were also held on Kauai and Molokai today. Maui hosts their parade and ho'olalea next weekend.
There you go. Two much better parades than the ones which Donald Trump held for himself. Speaking of that parade, let's watch a little snippet of it if you missed it.
Thank you.
Here we go. This was the
and happy birthday.
Oh my God, my brain just broke. The fireworks celebration at the very end. Weakest fireworks show I've ever seen. Like Harry Enton said.
Awful. Weak.
It is awful and weak. Wow, they can't even get other colors in there. White and red, that's all they got. No cool shapes. Nothing. It's just lackluster and boring. Terrible. So boring. Uh-oh. So boring. The president fell asleep. Oh, no.
Awful, awful, awful.
Sleepy Don couldn't even stay awake for his own birthday parade. Very tired, very sleepy. I'm so sleepy. Very, very sleepy. I just need a quick nap. Let me just close my eyes for a second. I'm an old man, 80 years old. Oldest president ever. So I just need a little quick nap.
Awful, awful, awful. Weak, weak, weak.
Yeah. Maybe he was just sad. Maybe he was just sad that his parade didn't get a whole lot of people showing up to it. Maybe he thought everyone in the country was going to show up to this parade, but not even everyone in D.C. showed up. Let's go here to the Hasanabi YouTube channel.
Everyone has dropped their coverage, basically, of everything else that's going on. It's time for Trump's D.C. military parade to kick off. It's supposed to start in 5 minutes, I think. About an hour until the parade started time in D.C., and there are plenty of prime viewing spots wide open, particularly towards the beginning of the route along Constitution Avenue. Oh, my God. No one is there. Not even the protest. Oh, no. When you throw a birthday party and the only people that attend are paid to be there. This is kind of awesome. I'm not gonna lie, this low-key is the best possible thing that could have happened. Like, maybe some, like, incredibly limited number of people, and then, like, some obviously anti-Trump protesters. But, like, overall, just limited involvement is hilarious. Stop the fake news. This is DC Today. Ignore the season. Real. This is what DC looks like right now. They're
pretend.
I'm hearing, my sources on the ground are saying that they're incredibly stoked.
Is that
Oh
Obama's,
my God.
inauguration?
Bro, this sucks so much. Oh, this sucks so much for Trump. Oh, that's awesome. This is exactly the kind of petty shit that he hates, too. All around the country, there are millions of people on the streets from different walks of life, from different demographic backgrounds, marching against Donald Trump. Meanwhile, Donald Trump himself can't even get enough of his supporters to come watch his birthday party army parade. I'm sorry. I know this is like kind of lived up, but this is exactly the type of shit that Donald Trump cares about. And this is fucking hilarious. Update on the cross from 16 minutes ago. Nowhere near the 200,000 expected. Oh my God. Dude, this is why I love protests. This is why I love like the fucking liberal protests as well. This right here, remember, this right here is a direct shot at the notion that like Republicans are super popular. They're all around. And that their movement is popular and everybody loves them. People think that this is the case because of what they see online, what they see on Twitter, and it ends up changing the way that they see the world. I promise you. I always say this. If you go on Twitter, you think Elon Musk is the most popular guy on the planet, right? Like, holy shit, so many glazers. I mean, there's even still plenty of haters of Elon on Twitter as well. But like, if your only assessment of the world is conducted by who you consume online, if you see the giant numbers that people like Asmongold have in terms of audiences, and you look at Twitter, and you see all of the half-botted, half-popular support for neo-Nazi sentiment, you will genuinely develop a false sense of what the world looks like.
Oh my
God. Even people that voted for Donald Trump voted for him because they got duped into voting for him. There are still a ton of people who thought legitimate.
Wait, hold on. Why didn't that count towards the goal? What the hell, dude? How does that even happen? I put the... you must have finished it before I finished mine. I'm counting it. I'm counting that towards the goal, Omega. I am counting that towards the goddamn goal, even though YouTube just completely it screwed us. I'm definitely counting that. Two to the goal. Omega Star. Starting it off, breaking the ice on the goal, even though YouTube didn't count it because they're being incredibly rude.
How rude.
It's his party, and he'll cry if he wants to. It's true.
That Donald Trump was only going to deport these like supposedly criminal migrants that are a massive problem, it seems. And it has snapped back to reality very quickly once ICE started doing these idiotic and dangerous and scary operations in people's backyards and in people's neighborhoods.
Illegal.
Oh my God, the protest is, or not protest, the parade has started.
Please welcome the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, General Dan Kane.
It's so funny and it's so ass. No one cares.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the President of the United States.
Okay, all right, that's enough from Hassan. We watched it together live, so there's no reason to watch it for more. But Hassan did a little digging on the crowd size there, and I appreciated that part of it. I found it hilarious. Thank you, Hassan. Let's go to another great galactic content creator. Francesca Fiorentini of the Bituation Room. Apparently she went to Trump's military parade. Let's see how that went.
I don't know what everyone's talking about. I went to Trump's birthday parade, and it was the best show anyone has ever seen on a June 14th. Outside of that time, the Wiggles played Hollywood Bowl. It was like North Korea without the organization. It was like Coachella, but only one entrance point and no food. It was like Woodstock 99 if the had gone on to be president. Everyone
Illegal.
was mocking the squeaky tanks, but for me, their lack of usage was a reminder that Trump is a president of peace, except for what he's allowing Israel to do. And the sound system, like the tanks, was also from the 1940s. It was super vintage. Trump gave a rousing and inspiring speech. I think he did, at least, because I left early. It was like the Macy's Day Parade, but without the people, which, if you think about it, was a lot safer, because there was only one exit.
Thank you, Francesca. That's the second time I've seen that one. It's still hilarious. Gotta love little Franny Fio. I see some Frantifas in chat. Honestly, her MAGA supporter impression's pretty good. Pretty good, if you ask me. Okay. Okay, where are we now? Let's go here. Let's talk about the future of the MAGA movement before we move on to some other things. We might go back to the parade in a second. I don't know. We'll see.
At Dave Clips, a Twitter account that everyone should be following if you're still on Twitter, who does a lot of great work that we've enjoyed over the years, has a new bit of a compilation up here about Dave Rubin, who's been through a lot, apparently. And so let's see what kind of ordeal Dave. Fresh out of Russell Brand saying he wanted to go to Israel with Dave. I'm not sure if that's going to come up here, but anyway.
A couple days behind this one, but obviously I wanted to hit it because I think it's been really the biggest sort of domestic story since Trump took over, which is all of the Doge stuff and Elon is stepping away. He's going to start focusing on robots and getting life to go interstellar, interplanetary, and all that stuff. So he is finally...
Interstellar is between stars. Not even Elon Musk has been stupid enough to pretend that he's going to be...
He's going to leave the solar system.
On Dave Rubin's mic makes it seem like he's already on a spaceship somewhere. What's with that weird, that weird audio?
Getting life to go interstellar.
And
on robots and getting life to go interstellar.
What is that? What is this here? What is this? Is that a child? Matt Binder nursing his child live on stream. No wonder he doesn't have time to shave that beard.
Getting life to go on robots and getting life to go interstellar, interplanetary, and all that stuff. So he is finally stepping away from his temporary position. He set up a structure, I think, that we are going to be very appreciative for a long time coming. There is some infighting, and I would frame all of this with some infighting in a party when it is happening publicly is good. That is transparent. When you have a bill that's trying to be passed and you have people who are in the same party and some...
It's good when the richest man who paid for all of the campaigns of your party calls the top guy a pedophile, a conspiracist. It's actually good when that happens. It's a sign of a party being strong. And I'll just note that only 2/3 of Republicans support the big, beautiful bill, which, I mean, look, I don't want to...
That's low for a Trump, the Trump stack.
That's what I'm saying. Republican voters are stupid cows that can be herded very easily, a la Jan 6 by all the Antifa and feds that said, hey, go do a riot, apparently, and this is the facetious way that they try to frame that. Republicans are stupid cows that you can get to support anything, and that only 2/3 of them support the big, beautiful bill is a huge, failure of that effort.
I think a lot of them are also, though, like easily scared. And so a lot of them have heard and now experienced people in their lives being impacted by things that Trump has done. And so they're just a little bit more amenable to the idea that, like, okay, but this might actually hit me, which unfortunately people in America have to be able to have happen to them or someone close to them for them to like, imagine that to be a viable future for themselves.
100%.
It's true.
I think that's
true.
definitely.
It's too true, especially among Republicans. They seem to only be able to view the world through a specific lens, one of personal experience. Somehow, in almost the entire electorate seems incapable of empathy. Oh, whoopsies. Why are we here? There we go. But yeah, that is sort of a awful and weak number, considering how much Donald Trump's been talking about this big, beautiful bill. It's only a 2/3 approval rating among his own voters. That's not great. It really is bad when you think about it, because there's a lot of other things that Republicans are more unified on. All right. I just wanted to go to this real quick. A lawmaker in Congress had some very loud and, well, I would say justified things to say.
Tell them! You know who I am! You know who I am! I'm a New Yorker just like you! This country's falling apart!
That's it. I just love that. John, what's his name? Pinion? No. What? I forgot his last name just now. Hold on. What's this guy's name again? I gotta go back. I want to make sure I get his name right. Shut up, Marco. What's his name? Is it Pinion? John Mannion. John Mannion. You know, I'll just hear that one more time. I just want to hear that one more time. This is madness, Lawler. This is madness, man. We've had enough. Fucking get over there and get some fucking balls. So he's talking to Mike Lawler, another representative. Lawler is, I think, Long Island. And yeah, Lawler is a Republican. Apparently he can't find his balls, and Representative Mannion was trying to help him find them. I'm sure he'll get on that at some point.
Immediately, if not sooner.
All right, let's now go. This is sort of a Sunday Fun Day vid that's now on a Fun Day Moon Day vid. Over last weekend, actually, Donald Trump hanging out at UFC with Little Marco.
Don't worry about it, Little Marco.
Gentlemen.
Just doing dude stuff. Gotta go hang out, watch some blood sport.
Ladies and gentlemen, Joshua Bear.
Watch a couple of dudes punch each other in the face. Little Marco. Hanging out. Where's Trump? He was abandoned by his daddy. Now, over the weekend, some people were expecting to enjoy an outdoor event. Not Trump's parade. No. A whole bunch of people were planning to have a good time at Bonnaroo, which I believe was being held in Texas. Unfortunately, that did not happen.
It's a mass exodus from Manchester Saturday, as people pack up their gear and leave Bonnaroo early.
I cried all morning. I couldn't even take the tape down. It was really sad. It was really sad.
Festival organizers announced Friday night that the threat of severe weather ultimately led to the decision to cancel.
We're like up in the ankles with mud and water. We had tents flooding and it was really a bad situation.
We know the 4-day music festival draws in travelers from all parts of the world. We met Hannah and Kate, who stopped to get gas before heading to their new destination, Nashville.
Yeah, we put a lot into there's months of planning and months of getting it. And it took like a week to get all of our stuff in the car, figure out what we needed.
Stephanie Mate, whose security team traveled from Idaho for the festival just to lose out on an opportunity.
It can bankrupt a company real quick because insurances and rain policies and refunding everybody, it's a big loss for everybody.
And Robbie Robinson, who made a 24-hour drive from Colorado.
I lost out on 2021 Bonnaroo when that one got canceled too. And then we all know about that great 2020 lineup. But what can you do? Sometimes life gives you some hard punches, but you take it and you just make the best of it.
Even though he's disappointed packing up, he's taking his optimism with him.
Sometimes we don't get our expectations met, but hey, life still rolls on.
That's right. What a positive message from this young man. Is a hopeful Bonnaroo attendee. Sometimes life happens and you just gotta roll. I gotta keep on trucking, Keep on trucking. Now, I figured we would do this. This could be fun too. Maybe UFC's not your thing. Maybe Bonnaroo's not your thing. Maybe you just wanna, unleash some primal energy, maybe also hone a skill. Well, you could do that in Brooklyn. Really anywhere. Sweet.
I'm gonna hit a bullseye for you.
Do it. Do it.
Gearing up and releasing. Not only these arrows, but the feeling of silliness or embarrassment that can sometimes come with trying something different. Wild Captives is a range space in New York City, bringing the chance to try archery to people in a bustling urban area, all with a unique business plan that feels right on target. Yeah! A place where you can try your hand at a new sport, and it's designed to be a welcoming space for everyone. I'm Rachel Holt, and today we're in Brooklyn, aiming to learn a fun and unique skill. We're here learning about your business today, Wild Captives. Now, tell me the story about how this all started.
Wild Captives originally was a Boy Scouts for adults in cities, and it still is that. We just have a heavy archery component at the moment. And I picked up archery as just like a fun thing to start. And I started to film that journey on TikTok. And to my surprise, the videos of me learning archery really started to go viral.
This chick is a
I gotta be
badass.
honest, when you think of archery, you think of hunting. You think of a male-dominated sport. What is it like as a woman to be representing the sport in a different way?
So when I opened the range, it was originally going to be a demo space for the boa, just a pop-up here at Industry City. But New Yorkers showed up and it was full, and it still is full, of people of color, queer people, families. There's a really diverse, Brooklyn audience who have just never felt welcome or safe in shooting ranges before.
Seeing this grow into what it is today, what makes you the most proud?
Wild Captives has been a really interesting unifier between a divided America. There's also a really big element of inclusivity and just keep providing New York with things that make them feel connected to their bodies and connected to their community and the places they live.
It's a space for everyone, and you don't have to be intimidated if you're like myself and you haven't done this before.
It's amazing to see people come in never having had tried archery before and leave feeling like a superhero.
All right, I've been waiting for this. Now, what do I need to know as a total newbie to the sport?
One, you're gonna get the bullseye. If not on the first try, you'll definitely get it at some point.
At least you're confident.
I'm confident.
Okay.
So obviously don't point the arrow at another human or a living being. And then wait until everybody, so me and you, wait until we're both done shooting with our bows down before we go and collect.
This is all making.
All right, that's enough badass archery chicks for this stream. But hey, archery, definitely a skill. Definitely a skill. And like Omega Star is pointing out, just in time for the Hunger Games. You might want to get good at archery before you, Space Fams, have to become your own Katniss Everdeen. Just an idea. Just saying. Just saying. It's accessible. I used to do archery back in the day. It's empowering as well. And I did not put it in front of the LA protests for any particular reason. Let's talk about the LA protests. Started off with this little LeDram James.
Oh, hey guys, what's up? I was just working. I was just doing work for my job.
Camera when a rubber bullet appeared to strike her leg near the end of her report.
Illegal.
now confirming to ABC News 700 Marines are now on their way to Los Angeles.
In a speech at Fort Bragg today, he called protesters a foreign enemy and animals. Foreign enemy and animals.
People that burn the American flag should go to jail for 1 year. It's weird. That's what they should be doing.
Aaron, one of the largest protests that this city has seen in quite some time.
People protesting all over the place. These government mutants are gooners of government. They're sending in the Delta Force,
Government
the Expendables, Black Hawk Down. They're sending them there to do awesome stuff like, what, shoot reporters with rubber bullets?
But anyway,
on this channel, when something happens, we say, oh, let's find the person on YouTube who's saying the stupidest stuff. Let's find the biggest dingus on YouTube who's commenting on this. Unfortunately, I couldn't find anybody, man.
No?
Unfortunately, I
What?
couldn't find anybody, dude.
Come on.
LA riot! Oh, Jesus, Russell!
Oh,
God damn it!
oh,
You
God.
gotta warn me before you start doing that.
oh.
Oh, Russell, my kids
Don't.
were sleeping. You just woke them up, you piece of shit. You!
LA riots,
Hey!
civil action, or engineered distraction.
Right, put a shirt on, man.
Hello there, you awake.
Okay, please stop yelling, man.
Please stop yelling, man.
Sorry, guys, excuse me, but I need some takes, commentary here from my guru and spiritual advisor and advisor.
Praise God.
Russell. Oh, he played Arthur in the Arthur remake. He was in other movies too. Okay, man, go ahead, man.
Urgent review. Let's have a look at what Michael Schellenberger wrote about this on his Substack. In the name of compassion, progressive dismantled the foundations of public order. I'm interested how compassion is deployed when increasing authority and now generating...
Yeah, you need to get interested in putting on a real shirt, man. What is this? Who can watch this? Who can watch this seriously? Hello, I'm dressed like I'm at a breathing retreat all the time. And I'm doing right-wing content.
Gavin Newsom called the deployment of 2,000 National Guard troops to restore order purposefully inflammatory. What's truly inflammatory is not sending in the Guard. In wealthy neighborhoods, the law is still enforced. In poor and working class neighborhoods, it is not. If you torture a car in Beverly Hills, you'll get arrested. If you do it in East LA while shouting political slogans, you're engaging in protests. This two-tiered enforcement is not progressive.
Okay. Oh, man, it does appear that Russell Brand's views have dropped off a goddamn cliff. A little bit.
I'm on your heels, mate, view-wise.
Having a bit of a low click-through rate, are we? Okay. That's enough with that. So it does look like Russell Brand's views are a little bit down because people got headaches. People started getting headaches and irritability. He's doing an amazing segment here where he's reading this article from this goofball, this doofus. He's reading a goofball Substack from a little ding-dong, Michael Schellenberger. He's one of the Twitter file guys. And he's trying to do a clever little trick here. He's like, they need to send in the SEAL Team 6 and the Green Berets. They need to send in the red and blue teams and all this crap.
You gotta send them in. Get them in there.
Immediately, if not sooner.
All right, see what some of the other right-wing takes on the internets were. I'm sure they were all good. I'm sure they were all just as well thought through as Russell's.
The spiritual problem as well, okay. All right, do a separate video about it. You weirdo. You cult-like weirdo you.
Let me know if we can pop Grant in here. Hey, Grant, how are you?
Hey,
Grant. Hi, Grant.
Okay, turn your audio on,
I can't hear his audio, guys. Can you hear it? You're on mute.
Oh, I had to hit the mute button, so...
There we go. How are you?
Thing going, man.
Now, can you bring up Grant's tweet on X here?
Bring up that tweet.
Another orchestrated and organized event to encourage the contributing, law-abiding taxpayers and business owners to exit California. This is a land grab. Do not be deceived. This is not, nor has it ever been, incompetence. It is intentional. The goal is to get rid of law-abiding citizens by importing illegals and not enforcing the rule of law. It's to drive real estate values down and grab all the property back. Hard to believe.
That's great, man.
This is unhinged.
This is part of the PBD network of content and
Is
products.
Wait, is that true? I mean, I actually listened to this before. I've got to check on this. Is her take really part of the Valuetainment network? This is a fascinating take. We're importing illegals. We're buying illegals on the open market. We're importing them into the United States on, I guess, ferries, like a shipping containers or something. I don't know. It's weird. I'm not sure. I don't think that's happening.
That's great, man. Oh, shit. Oh, shit. This is part of the PBD network of content and products and merchandise. What the hell is that thing called? Her Take. Her Take. This is the most, like, on-brand PBD thing.
Videos aren't real.
This is the most on-brand
Paul Davidson
type thing. Hey, there's some political thing going on. Let's get the Grant Cardone in here. Who the hell is Grant Cardone? Isn't Grant Cardone like a internet marketing scammer? And now for comment on this thing is a guy who does pop-up ads and squeeze pages and upsell checkout crap. Does he have a course on this that I could buy for $500? Oh, god damn it. Is there one weird trick I can use to understand what's going on in LA? If I eat a weird looking fruit that makes me want to click on it because it's weird looking, you know, in an ad, I'll go to a story about this?
Hit me up, Grant. What do I do?
Since it is intentional. The goal is to get rid of law-abiding citizens by importing illegals and not enforcing the rule of law.
Okay. That's enough RM Brown. I'm just gonna sit here and watch RM Brown and giggle. It's not actually Sunday Fun Day. I had intended on watching this one yesterday with all of you. I'm very sorry, but we gotta keep it moving. Oh, we gotta keep it moving. But we can't leave LeDrom James, aka RM Brown, without checking in with one Timmy Pool.
And this actually declares that Colorado had an invasion, and we can use the Illegal Aliens Act.
Oh my God, of course, we have to check in with the bringer of all news.
Look at my penis.
No, that's not news, man. Oh, he's got on-the-ground reporter Lauren Boubois to weigh in on this. Oh, I can't wait.
Causing so much harm to these agents and these officers that this is an insurrection. Another country, a foreign country coming into our country and creating this kind of chaos. And you know, they might call it a peaceful protest, a demonstration. No, this is anarchy. This is an invasion. And I even have legislation that I'm working with the leadership to introduce my TDA Act.
It's kind of a...
Oh my God, the fucking fear-mongering from Lauren Boubois over here is out of control. It's an invasion. It is anarchy. I have no evidence for that, but I am going to talk loudly and firmly about it as if I know that it is factual. And I'm going to say a bunch of words. You should be scared, America.
Fuck yeah!
Interview, you know, Tim Pool should have asked her something that she actually knows about. What's a fun drink to drink? What's the best shot? What's the funnest shot to take when you're out? You know, when you're out going like this.
But yes, no, these illegal aliens, and no, they're not just undocumented immigrants. They are illegal aliens. That is.
Yeah. I mean, there's just two words that people use to mean the same thing. Okay, it's. You know, it rises to sort of a parking ticket sort of violation. I mean, I guess everybody who drives too fast and gets a speeding ticket is also an illegal. I don't know how it all works. I don't know how that all works. It's weird. Okay. We cannot just keep hanging out with RM Brown, even though I really want to. He's a funny guy. Very funny guy. We gotta keep it going. Let's see some of the live footage from this weekend of all the people rallying in the streets rather than going to participate at Donald Trump's authoritarian military parade. Started off here at The Guardian. I found this title to be hilarious because I don't know what they were trying to do with this. I feel like they were trying to minimize the protests, honestly. Guardian News. The title of this video, tens of thousands rally against Trump across the United States. Now, I don't have the full number in front of me, but earlier today, I saw a number like 5 million or some odd number of people were protesting. Guardian News says, nah, it's not millions. It's not even hundreds of thousands. Tens of thousands. Wow. Oh.
Awful, awful, awful. Weak.
Many of us did not want a king. Many people sat at home, and so we must go now.
Trump 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 must go now.
Immediately, if not sooner.
Gruber, which was a descendant of Franz Gruber, who proposed Silent Night. The United States Army man, Hercules Zone.
That's right. Instead of going to Donald Trump's parade that he himself fell asleep at, they went out to protest his fascist form of government. So here, Associated Press. More footage of police attacking protesters for no good reason. I love how this guy's just sort of blithely shooting projectiles at people. He's just sort of chilling. I love the stance he's taking is amazing. Just sort of chilling his ass off while he shoots shit. He's like, yeah, just another day at the office. Just gonna fire a few projectiles at protesters. Coming through. Just gotta come through and repress everybody, please.
Help! I'm being
Get the fuck out of the
repressed!
way. These guys are acting like the military on the streets. Fact is LA's police were incredibly heavy-handed with this event.
Today, millions of people hit the streets to protest President Trump and his policies. They call it the No Kings March. In Los Angeles, demonstrators clashed with police. You can see tear gas thrown into the crowd. Chicago, Philadelphia, Atlanta, and Stamford, Connecticut are just a few of the cities that saw massive protests. Today's demonstrations had global reach as well. Thousands marched in Mexico City and in Paris, France, to protest Donald Trump. Here at home, as many as 50,000 people hit the streets of Midtown Manhattan, starting in Bryant Park and ending in Madison Square Park. Tonight, we know police took 12 people into custody at protests in our area. Eyewitness News reporter Janice Yu has details.
Stand up, fight back! A sea of people gathered near Bryant Park on a rainy Saturday.
This is what America looks like!
And marched down Fifth Avenue to Madison Square Park.
It's very sad that we still have to do this, but it's also very empowering, especially seeing all kinds, like generations coming together and all kinds of people, all walks of life.
This No Kings March was one of nearly 2,000 that were planned to take place all across the country to send a unified message on the day of a large military parade in Washington, D.C., and what also happens to be President Donald Trump's birthday.
We will not be bullied into silence. We will not stand by and let him wreak havoc with our courts, with our schools, our universities, which are the foundation of a democracy.
Not gonna do it.
We will not stand by and let the racist in chief turn back the clock on equal rights for black people, for women, for the LGBTQ community. No, we will not stand by and let him demonize immigrants.
Organizations like the New York Immigration Coalition took part to protest the recent actions by ICE, taking people into custody.
Showing up to immigration court and being snatched and disappeared. We're seeing people who have status, immigration status, legal status, having their statuses revoked. College students being snatched and disappeared off the streets of New York City.
For some in attendance, this was their first rally in the city. Others have marched these streets dozens of times before, but they all believe change is possible if they're united.
It's on us, guys. We're literally together. Literally together, we're the Avengers now.
Yes.
No one's gonna come and save us, man. Americans unite.
My father.
Hell yeah. The Hulk has inducted all of us into the Avengers team. I might have to start watching all those goddamn MCU movies to get prepared to be a part of the Avengers. Thank you, Mr. Ruffalo. Let's see some more of the chaos that was caused mostly by police, from what I can tell. Jesus Christ, dude. Just knocking people over. Battle of LA. Police versus the people. Fascism versus freedom. I feel bad for those horses. They didn't ask to be here. They didn't sign up for this. They were forced. They were forced to participate in this authoritarian crackdown on people. And I blame Mayor Karen Bass. I'm not gonna lie. I mean, I blame Donald Trump for a lot of this shit, but she didn't have to send the police out onto these streets like this. She didn't have to send thousands of police officers onto LA City streets to run down protesters. She could have said, no, don't do that. Don't protect federal troops. Just stay. Just go hang out at the fucking go hang out at the goddamn station. Her and Gavin Newsom. But really, it's Karen Bass's choice. It's LAPD. It's LA. And I am sick of seeing Democrats engage in the same shit that we are trying to criticize Republicans for doing. It is not helpful. But it wasn't just LA where police were cracking down. Salt Lake City, Utah. People went running for their lives.
Oh, are you serious?
No, it's not clear if those were police. Now, one thing about this video is it's not clear whether or not those shots were from police or if they were from someone else, an agitator. It's not clear. I don't think there was any casualties. I don't know. I have not been able to find much information on it.
Avoid that area.
Excuse me, there's a gunshot.
What are we doing? You guys know what happened? Again? Yeah, again. Come on, everybody, in.
Right there.
All right. Law enforcement also went chasing after people in Portland. Wow. They just threw that dude over a fucking brick wall.
Help! Help! I'm being repressed!
We need to take all this goddamn military gear away from the goddamn police. I am sick of it. Now in Denver, police were also repressing people who were also engaging in No King's Day protests.
Help! Help! I'm being repressed!
We've got some new video this morning showing protests that escalated late Saturday in Denver after the peaceful No Kings rallies ended. Now, this was near the Capitol. Protesters are pushing back against the Trump administration's policies, including mass deportations. Your Denver reporter, Jasmine Arenas, she was there and she talked with some demonstrators.
People out here are finding an excuse to be violent and they're burning flags and stuff, and I feel like that's not right. We're out here for a different cause, and I mean, if you're burning an American flag, that's where we're from, you know, but at the same time, like, it is wrong what's going on right now.
I gotta say, this guy's dumb as shit. It's not wrong to burn an American flag. It's actually constitutionally protected free speech, pal. Oh, we need kids to get better educations out there. It's not wrong. I mean, you can make a judgment call if you want, but legally speaking, everyone has the right to burn whatever flags that they want on this goddamn nation.
Here protesting for our people, like my grandpa, he's an immigrant. So I'm here fighting for my grandpa, and they're just making us look bad.
Protesters also
making
clashed
you
with
look
police near Coors Field. Police say the demonstrators threw rocks and other objects at officers. We're told authorities used pepper balls and smoke to disperse the group.
Look at
And
this.
around dusk, law enforcement tried to block people from getting on the
It is
highway.
police who are causing all of the chaos. 99.9% of the chaos is being caused by the police. I mean, look at this. Looks like a goddamn... It looks like a war zone. This looks like a fucking war zone, the way that they're
The demonstrators threw
behaving. Look at
rocks
this
and
shit.
other objects at officers. We're told authorities used pepper balls and smoke to disperse the group. And around dusk, law enforcement tried to block people from getting on the highway. This was near I-25 and Spear. Police say rocks and other objects were thrown at this scene as well, and
They're always saying that, and yet we don't see any video of it. It's weird. We've heard that a bunch of times, and I haven't seen a single video of people throwing rocks. I've seen some water bottles thrown. I've seen some canisters, some smoke grenades thrown back at police or kicked back at police. I mean, I'm waiting for all this footage of police being physically attacked before they attack people, you know? I'm talking about in terms of chronological order. I haven't seen anybody just sort of randomly chucking things at police. That's for sure. I do love the way the media has been portraying all this, though. Is the police are just trying to do their jobs, getting paid, taking away people's constitutional rights to free speech while we're entering a fascist dictatorship. Yeah, no big deal. We're just trying to make just trying to pay the bills.
Two visions of America. On a day the country's deepening divide was there for all the world to see. While Donald Trump paraded tanks and troops through Washington, D.C., hundreds of thousands took to the streets across the U.S. protesting the president's hard-right agenda.
Millions.
The slogan, "No Kings," the mood, defiant.
We will win! When we unite, we will win!
The largest crowds here in Los Angeles, where Trump's immigration crackdown and heavy-handed police tactics have sparked a huge backlash.
For the last 8 days, the people in Los Angeles have been out on the streets protesting. More than 800 people have been arrested. But today, thousands came out to the streets to show their discontent of what they call the militarization of Los Angeles and the presence of immigration and customs enforcement in their communities. They say they will continue to protest until they leave.
Unprecedented raids targeting undocumented workers, along with the decision to send in troops against the wishes of the state governor, have turned LA into the front line of anti-Trump sentiment.
Is LA in the house?
For people here, including this Democratic congressman, it's a battle for the soul of the nation.
We are going to make sure that people know that we're not giving up and we're not going away.
More tear gas, more arrests, but elsewhere demonstrations were largely peaceful. Meanwhile, this was the scene in D.C., a military parade rolling through the streets of the capital for the first time in more than 3 decades.
I still love this.
Organized.
It's
rolling through the streets of the capital.
I still think this is hilarious, but this guy's basically briskly walking a consumer level drone in this parade. Look at our great technology. Look at this drone that you could definitely buy on Amazon. By the way, I know it says 1 super chat up here, but we've got at least 3 right now. And I'm feeling like I'm missing something. Yes, that's right. Narwhal also, before the goal started, donated a bunch of sweet Galactic memberships. Even though it was before, I'll count a couple of those in there too. Let's say we're at 5. I'm going to be crazy with it. I'm going to say we're at 5 of 10. I know it says 1. But we deserve all the content. Especially because people didn't get Sunday Fun Day, and it's my fault. All right, let's go to another galactically great YouTube channel.
I mean, I want to talk a little bit about how
you may have heard of it. That's right, Left Reckoning had some stuff to talk about as it relates to ICE and policing and how we spend all our money on that rather than healthcare. Let's see what these guys are getting up to.
mean, I want to talk a little bit about how this budget and the funding for ICE has created this monster that Trump is now unleashing on the country. And Stephen, this is for folks who don't know, this is from Polygraph. This is the boosting ICE funding. Sorry, Matt, your thing's over the top. Boosting ICE funding is bipartisan, and it goes through year by year the significant amounts of money that the United States government has been funneling towards ICE.
Right. And I mean, not only is this history totally glossed over, which I think is why this chart and several others of mine gained so much traction, is because they add context to a debate that seemingly is partisan, but it's a bipartisan problem. Often, like a lot of the problems that people see, they identify with one party or another, but it's often like a bipartisan problem, which people have trouble accepting. I don't know if the people who only blame Republicans for ICE funding after seeing this chart are convinced. I don't know if I changed their mind at all, but I know people appreciate it. I'm glad you guys did. One thing I'll add is that if you pay attention to the Democratic Party discourse, I mean, I've read pretty much I don't know why I've picked Hakeem Jeffries, maybe because of his leadership status in the House, but I've read almost like everything he's had to say about related to ICE funding so far. So I've been ingesting a lot of Hakeem Jeffries discourse. Otherwise, I've been living a pretty healthy lifestyle.
I gotta say, I feel bad for this guy. I am not familiar with him, but I don't know if I could do that. I don't know if I could literally read through every single thing Hakeem Jeffries has had to say. And I'm a guy who has to listen to so much stuff. I've listened to more Hakeem Jeffries than I would like to. But boy, oh boy, listening to absolutely and or reading everything that Hakeem Jeffries has to say has got to be tough. It's a tough read.
I'm exercising a lot and that sort of thing, getting outside, touching grass. But if you do that same thing that I do, pay attention like to what Democratic leadership is saying, basically, and if you look at other Democrats, I think you'd find the same thing, is that they will criticize ICE on policy. They will not criticize ICE on funding. Mm-hmm. And the power of the purse is
not going to do it. Wouldn't be
thing.
Prudent at this juncture.
Yes, they do investigations, which Jeffries has talked about ad nauseum. Like, we will investigate, the ICE personnel who have accosted members of Congress or harassed them in various ways or not let them in facilities. At no point has he ever really made a serious threat to cut off their funding. And that's basically the one tool you have in Congress that makes you a serious actor. That basically defines the balance of power between.
Yeah, no, it's sort of the passing the buck, right? It's sort of obfuscating from their responsibility, right? Trying to trick the people into thinking they don't have the ability to just, put an end to it by cutting ICE's budget. But Democrats continue to facilitate basically all the stuff that we don't want to be facilitated. And this next election cycle, we have to hold them to account. We have to demand that they change their actions, their behavior, their responsiveness to the voters. Otherwise, what's the point of putting them in office if they're just going to do the same thing the Republicans do and or worse? Why? Why should we allow it? We shouldn't. And we have to hold them to account and put people in office who will hold themselves accountable, who will hold themselves accountable to the people.
The branches, like the Congress, the president proposes and the Congress disposes. That means they have the power of the purse. So this is how I view it, basically, and I think it's part of because I just have a weird view of politics where I see everything through the budget, basically, because that's where my specialty is. But I don't see Democrats being serious about anything unless they're backing it up with like actual threats that affect the redistribution of wealth, the budget.
I'm sorry, just like they're loading the pistol up
Right, and they're shooting it too. Don't get me wrong. And then they're handing it to the madman, right? Like this whole situation here, where like you have like these increases in the ICE budget under Democratic control. You also you know that on the other end, like there could be another kind of Trump figure. I'm like, unless they are so politically naive that they think that they sort of vanquished that threat, right? Or that there wouldn't be somebody who might use these powers in a way they might disagree with.
I mean, God forbid, David, because what are they going to run on if that threat was ever judged as vanquished?
I mean, I think that that's also part of the reality too, is that like they're not too worked up about this. They like to be able to run against it. They like to be able to use it to mobilize and motivate people to donate and support the Democratic Party. But like the actual on the ground, they're not too worried about the consequences, or at least they accept them as a necessary.
Absolutely. And that's why I'm sitting here, criticizing Mayor Karen Bass for her decision to mobilize the police against the protesters, to enact a fucking curfew, to, basically, gaslight us into thinking that it's okay for the cops to stop people from protesting when they had every fucking right to be there. Which is why Karen Bass has got to go. She's just got to go. Same thing for Gavin Newsom and Nancy Pelosi and Hakeem Jeffries and Dave, so many freaking people. I mean, I can't, it's such a long list. Chuck Schumer, Kristen Gillibrand. I can think of so many different politicians right now that have not done the things that we need them to do and seem to refuse to really criticize the things that are causing us so many problems, and or do, more importantly, actually do something about it. The words are empty if the actions are, are just non-existent, or just a continuation of the status quo. All right, let's go to Democracy Now! They did a comprehensive coverage over this weekend of the parade and the protests.
This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org. I'm Amy Goodman. At least 5 million people joined No King's Day protests Saturday, in the largest day of action against President Trump since his return to office. Protests were held in more than 2,100 cities and towns across the country. In Los Angeles, 200,000 people marched just days after Trump deployed the National Guard and Marines to the city. Protesters in L.A. included former Marine Melvin Hill.
I'm out here because I was willing to die for the things we have in our Constitution. And right now, I think our constitutional rights are being violated, stepped on, trampled on, and disregarded by our president, commander-in-chief, which would be Donald Trump. I mean, everything looks unlawful to me at this point in America.
In Philadelphia, over 100,000 people took to the streets. Democratic Congressmember Jamie Raskin of Maryland addressed the crowd.
Yes, Donald, the Declaration and the Constitution were written by people who wanted to stop criminal bosses like you from taking state power.
Major No King's Day protests were also held here in New York and San Diego, Chicago, Seattle, and other communities large and small. In Lyons, Colorado, a town of just 2,100 in the foothills of the Rocky Mountain National Park, hundreds joined the protests. This is Larry Quinn, an Army veteran and longtime Lyons resident.
I'm Larry Quinn, and I'm in Lyons, Colorado, population 2,100. And I'm here because my dad drove trains across France to defeat the Nazis. And then I served honorably, also in the Army, and I'm disgusted about the fascist regime we have.
The size of the No King's Day protests dwarf the turnout for a military parade Saturday in Washington, D.C., held on President Trump's 79th birthday and the 250th anniversary of the U.S. Army. The parade reportedly cost as much as $100 million. Democracy Now! Spoke to some of the protesters in the nation's capital.
My name is Brett Hines. I live here in Washington, D.C., and I'm here because I think that this is a waste of resources when we have hungry children and when we have people going to sleep without a roof over their heads.
And what does your sign say?
The sign says they got money for wars, but they can't feed the poor. It's a good line from Tupac.
Well, that's the second Tupac reference from this stream.
Me?
My sign says no kings. I think that's the side. Yeah. The other side says the emperor has no clothes from the children's fairy tale or fable. I'm here because the president said that any protest would be met with hard force.
Illegal.
I wasn't planning on coming, but that's un-American, anti-constitutional, and so I had to come. I was called to come. I also think this is an enormous waste of taxpayer dollars. As someone who got doged and lost my livelihood and my life's work, to have him turn around and spend $50 million on this, I think that's outrageous.
What type of work were you doing?
Bringing clean water to poor people.
Jesus Christ.
And what's happened to that program as far as you know?
It's gone.
My name's Aubrey Lowe. I was a captain in the Army for 8 years. So I'm a veteran. I deployed to Afghanistan once. I'm from El Paso, Texas originally. I was a little nervous coming out today because I heard that peaceful protests might be met with a big force, in somebody's words. And so I let my folks know where I was going. I let friends know, and I'm glad that I've been able to be here without being heavily harassed. So that gave me some hope.
Army Captain Aubrey Lowe among those protesting Trump's parade in Washington. Speaking to Democracy Now!'s Dennis Moynihan. For much of Saturday, news networks showed split screens of Trump's poorly attended military parade alongside footage of the massive No Kings protests. Here in New York, organizers say as many as 200,000 people gathered at Bryant Park before moving down Fifth Avenue to Madison Square Park. Democracy Now! Was there.
This is what democracy looks like! This is what democracy looks like!
Hi, my name is Jay Sean Sadler, he, him, and I am a father, I'm a guidance counselor, I'm a community member and world citizen, and I'm here now because I want to make sure that we preserve our democracy. I want to make sure that all people in this country are safe, regardless of if they're an immigrant, regardless of if they're straight or if they're gay or whatever they are. Like, everyone deserves to be free and safe.
Can you say what your sweatshirt says?
Yes, it says woke, not the insult that you think it is.
And who are you? And how old are you?
My name is Rue. I'm 15 years old, and I use any pronouns. I'm here because I've seen firsthand how much destruction Trump's impact has caused on especially queer and trans youth. I've been in and out of a lot of places like that, and I've seen like how hard people have taken it. It's really hard to be a child in a society where you feel like people don't want you to exist. So I'm out here for the people who can't be out here. I'm very lucky to have a supportive father, but I know not everyone does. So I'm out here to give a voice to the people who don't have one and to show that we're still here, we're still out here, we're still going to be fighting.
The fact that there are thousands and thousands of people out here today, what difference does that make to you?
It honestly makes me so happy. After the election, I was really worried because I felt like the adults had kind of failed me. Since I couldn't vote, I was really like, you guys had all of the power. You guys could have stopped this, but people didn't, and I was so worried. I didn't even leave my house for a couple of weeks. But now it's just great that there's so many people here and that I'm not alone, you know?
Can you describe your flag to our radio audience in addition to our TV audience and hold it up?
So this is the inclusive pride flag. It has the regular rainbow stripes as well as black and brown for people of color in the queer community. Also has the trans colors and the intersex flag to support those people as well.
It's Pride Month. What do you have to say to President Trump on his 79th birthday today?
We're not scared of you, and I hope you have an awful birthday.
I am... Love that. Love that. We're not scared of you, and I hope your day sucks.
William D. Carter III. I am the senior pastor at the Franklin St. John's United Methodist Church, which is in Newark, New Jersey. And I came because I do not believe people's rights should be taken away, no matter their immigration status, no matter their orientation. People should have rights. And there should not be a king. We elected a president, not a king. So that's why I'm here today for this cause.
What does the sign say that you're holding?
It says prejudice, cowardice, accomplice.
And describe the flag to me.
Yes, this is an American flag. Even as a Christian, I believe in the right of all people, no matter their religious perspective, or even if they don't have a religious perspective, they ought to have rights. And that is the United States of America. United. We are united as one.
Your thoughts on your mayor, the mayor of Newark, Ras Baraka, being arrested as he attempted to, what he said was do his duty to enforce oversight of an ICE jail with 3 Congress members.
Yeah, I love Mayor Ras Baraka. I think that he is doing a exceptional job, and I think him being arrested demonstrates his passion for the cause and just making sure that all people have rights.
My name is George. I'm 15 years old, and I'm out here because I'm scared of the future.
Tell me about the flags you're carrying.
I mean, I'm carrying the American flag and the trans flag because I think those two represent me, and because I think it's important to carry the flags that that I feel proud of.
It's raining. You think it's worth it to be out here?
100%. I would be out here in a storm. I would be out here if it was pouring. I'm just happy it's raining on Trump's parade.
My name's Lucy. I'm 16, and I'm out here because I want a future. I am carrying a sign that says "No Kings" because I believe that in America, we are a democracy. We do not have kings. This is not right, and it needs to stop.
My name's Lily Bongiorno. I'm carrying an American flag. I'm here because I am in complete disgust by the injustice of Trump, especially towards immigrants and towards people's rights. And I think that we should protest that every single day that he is still in.
I gotta say, Democracy Now! Is such a phenomenal resource, and it just, I don't know how old Amy Goodman is, but I know she's getting up there, and it's just amazing to see her just over and over again just taking to the streets, like during the Columbia protests. She was out there when the police were storming Hins Hall. She's out here on No King's Day interviewing people. I mean, God, I hate even thinking about it, but we need more Democracy Nows out there with the same capabilities as Democracy Now! Or at least, we just need more on the ground journalism from reasonable people with a leftist perspective.
Office.
How old are you?
I'm 15.
How old are you? What's your name? And tell me about your sign.
I'm also 15. My name's Astrid Lemons, and my sign says, "Defend the Constitution, not the crown," because I believe what we should be doing is fighting for democracy and fighting for the future of us, the students, the young people who are going to live in our future, and we want this future to be a place where everybody can say what they want, and nobody's attacked for that.
My name is Georgia Reveley, and I'm 15 years old. I'm here to protest the Trump administration's treatment of not only immigrants but also women and students and basically almost everyone in the country. And I think it's really important that we have so many people here and all over the country and all over the world to show the Trump administration that we're not going to let this slide, and that we as people can protest, and that we can do it in a way where we can get our point heard. And I think it's important that young people are out here too. We're with We the Students New York, which gathers a bunch of students from all over New York City and does protests. We've done one before, a walkout in Washington Square Park.
And can you describe your double necklace to me?
I'm Jewish, so I just it's a Jewish star, so I think it's important to, people of all religions and all ethnicities should all be out here protesting the treatment of immigrants here, protesting the treatment of Palestinians in Gaza. I just think it's really important that we all be out here getting our word across.
My name is Caroline.
All right, that's probably good on that video. Honestly, it's such good coverage. To have somebody like Amy Goodman down there in the crowd, doing that work. Really can't say enough about Democracy Now! I have been watching Democracy Now! For I don't even know how long. Probably since before I was an adult. Although I definitely started watching it more as an adult. Okay, let's go here. Before we go back to footage of the protests, of which I've got some more disturbing things to look through, I just wanted to catch you up on some of the developments around ICE as it relates to our government. Donald Trump is apparently directing ICE to expand deportations, specifically in Democrat
and the developing story this morning,
cities. So it sounds like we've got a lot of work to do, people, ahead of us. If he does go through this, I mean, it seems like there's no reason why he's not going to, excuse me, not going to do this. But yeah, basically sicking ICE on Democrat cities. So get ready, Democrats.
And the developing story this morning, President Trump ordering ICE to ramp up arrests in cities that are run by Democrats.
Yeah, and this comes after several days of protests. We have Prompt Joey Horta in San Francisco, live with the latest on this. Joey.
Guys, the president is now calling for the largest mass deportations ever, and he is targeting specifically large Democratic-run cities that would include San Francisco. And this all comes, of course, after several days of protests all over the country, down in L.A. and here in the Bay Area as well. After some of those protests have turned violent, the president says nothing will stop ICE from doing their job. The White House Deputy Chief of Staff Stephen Miller saying ICE will attempt to make at least 3,000 arrests a day, which is a lot more than the current average of 650 a day, according to the AP. But the president is also doing a reverse course on immigration raids at restaurants, farms, and hotels, saying the ag...
This is disgusting. Watching them drag an unconscious person. I assume they just got done beating. The fact that the Democrats have not done basically fuck all about police reform. I mean, a little bit was done, don't get me wrong. Not nearly enough. Because the fact that this can just, you know, in a few months go, you know, to this level shows you just where, you know, we didn't do enough. Should have taken all the military gear away from these fucking police. Should have taken away their ability to acquire military gear. They're supposed to be on the streets in America. Don't need military gear in America because we're not at war with anybody. Now, there is a bill in the California Senate. In some, I can't remember which one. There's, but in the California legislature, a bill has been introduced. A bill that had better fucking pass California. Let's go here. NBCLA, Bay Area, sorry, from 8 hours ago.
In just a few hours, state lawmakers will introduce new legislation requiring law enforcement, including federal agents, to show stronger identification and unmask. It all comes as protests against ICE actions continue nationwide. Today in the Bay's Ginger Conejero-Saab joins us live in San Francisco with more on this proposal. Good morning, Ginger.
Good morning, Laura. The framework for this new legislation is something we will be following because federal agents, including ICE agents, are primarily bound by federal immigration law and not state law. Now, state senators Scott Wiener and Jesse Aregin will introduce that proposes two things. One, it would require law enforcement to show stronger identification, and it would also prohibit them from covering their faces. They say this bill will boost transparency and public.
Yeah, this better pass. I swear to God. But it's ridiculous. It is fucking ridiculous.
This is ridiculous.
The fact that these guys are just running around, not identifying themselves. We're going to come back to why this is so important later, but we talked about it already this year, how law enforcement essentially acting in a beyond inconspicuous, in a sort of clandestine fucking manner, is problematic, not just because people deserve to know before giving up their rights, before allowing themselves to be arrested, essentially, should know what exactly is happening. That's part of the Constitution. But beyond that, people are using that to create more chaos and to, do illegal things beyond impersonating a federal officer. But there's been multiple instances of people impersonating federal officers. I do believe that this sort of shit is emboldening them to do just that. Now, let's go to MSNBC. I found this footage to be fascinating. All right, where does this start?
Our special coverage continues.
All right, shut up, Ari. You shut your mouth.
And has more on that spot near the federal building where so much has happened over the course of the week. Jacob?
Ari, tactical officers from the Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department have moved in, both in on the back of these pickup trucks, and they've got tactical vehicles and on horseback as well. As the horses start to make their way in here, actually, JB, let's go this way so we can show them. It looks as though they're establishing perhaps a line here because people are in the street in front of the federal building. And I don't know if the plan is to declare an unlawful assembly or to move people out, but I'm going to see if we can just get into a position that gives us an idea of what's going on here. If you look, come on down, JB. If you look down the road here, you can see many vehicles from the Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department and the California Highway Patrol. That's a tactical officer from the Highway Patrol. These are officers obviously dressed in their tactical gear for the LA County Sheriff's Department. The Los Angeles Police Department has formed a line on the other side of the street, and what they've done is where we were before, where the Marines are stationed in front of the federal building. They have essentially formed a line blocking the people who are on the inside from coming out, and these Sheriff's Department tactical officers are blocking anyone from coming in. You can see that they have their less than lethal rounds ready to go, and when we've seen this in past days, generally it's part of an effort either to corral the people who are in the street and arrest them, or to try to push them out or in some form or fashion. I want to reiterate, this looks very intimidating. This has remained 100% peaceful as far as I have seen. People are out here with their signs. Here, may I show your sign, ma'am? Can I? Your sign says,
"We are not criminals."
Whoa, 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 let's go.
Peaceful protest. We're not doing nothing wrong.
Whoa, whoa, whoa.
We have the freedom of speech.
Go, 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 go. You want to be careful, okay? You take care of yourself. So you can see, whoa, whoa, they're messing with the horses. Guys, let's go, let's go, let's go. Let's back up here. Obviously, people are unhappy, Ari.
I love how the police took the opportunity of this man saying, this has actually been super peaceful, to immediately start running down protesters on fucking horseback, dude. It is disgusting. It is disgusting.
People don't want to see horses trampling. Let's go, guys. Let's go, let's go, let's go. Let's go, let's go. Hey, Ari, we're okay. We're going to keep going. Stay with us if you can. JB, want to move a little faster back. They're pushing people with horses, which obviously gets people freaked.
Jacob, you're
and
on
again,
camera,
I haven't
but
seen,
do what you need to do.
Ari.
You're on camera, but take your time and space.
Whoa, 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 whoa. Let's go, let's go. Oh, shit. Let's go. Whoa. We're good, Ari.
And this is how it's been. This is how it's been over and over and over again. There's no evidence of people instigating cops, really. You know, it's the cops who are instigating people. It's the cops who are using force without any justification for doing so. And especially in Democrat-run cities, this shouldn't be happening. It shouldn't be happening. Like, if you are allowing the police in your area, and you're a Democrat who's in charge of your city, allowing this to happen, then you're part of the fucking problem. And you need to get out. Even MSNBC seemingly knew that this is the facts. Tried to report those facts, and immediately the police were upset by that. How dare this reporter show the truth? That the people are being completely peaceful.
Illegal.
You know who wasn't peaceful? There was a bunch of people, and not just the police, who were unpeaceful. Let's go to a couple of horrifying news stories. As a driver, actually in multiple areas, multiple instances of people in cars attacking protesters. And honestly, with Donald Trump saying that he's going to attack protesters at his parade, this sort of language that he's using in combination with, you know, people like Karen Bass, you know, declaring unlawful assemblies and fucking curfew this and curfew that. Like, I think it like, I'm not saying it actually justifies it, but I feel like it gives these psychotic extremists justification in their minds. Oh, well, the president said that he was going to crack down on them. Maybe I can help the president. Watch me run into some protesters real quick. There was another instance, also in LA. That was Riverside. This is downtown LA.
Evening, and thanks for joining us. I'm Kathy Vara.
And I'm Carolyn Johnson. Jonathan is off tonight. After a tumultuous week of raids and raucous protests, Southern California is in a state of suspense as to what's to come in the week ahead.
Tonight, we saw the LAPD arrest about a dozen people in downtown LA in violation of the 8 p.m. curfew order, but we're seeing minimal activity compared to what we have seen previous nights.
Sorry, I don't have time for NBCLA's garbage coverage. I just want this clip.
Was captured on camera. New video shows the scene at 5th and Hill around 7:30 tonight when a protester was run over by the driver in this red Toyota.
They hit someone, they ran over her leg.
Protesters said they were blocking the intersection when the woman was hit. After the crash, the driver took off. Minutes later, paramedics rushed the injured protester to the hospital.
She's thankfully safe, but yeah, no, this is what's kind of going on.
The violent hit.
Yep, and these people are being given justification from the president himself. Burn the flag, you should go to jail. If you protest my parade, you will be met with force. It's that kind of language that is feeding into that sort of garbage. It wasn't just civilians, of course. It was, of course, the police who were attacking the protesters. including Hassan.
It's me again. And we are on our way to downtown Los Angeles right now to City Hall, where Marine Corps and the National Guard that has been federalized are stationed outside of federal buildings all around as the final culmination of the citywide protests, the No Kings protests, have happened all around Los Angeles and all around the nation, as a matter of fact, including but not limited to even places like the great state of Minnesota, where there was some horrific political violence that took place earlier last night. And in spite of all of that, people are still out and about. And while millions of people took to the streets protesting against the Trump administration, Donald Trump, as you guys watched earlier, was busy at his birthday parade, where he used the 250th anniversary of the U.S. Army to throw a military parade and also do a little birthday party, which did not have anyone in attendance. It seems like dispersal orders have been issued in downtown Los Angeles already, even though we are technically 3 hours out from curfew. We're gonna go see what the environment looks like. We're gonna go see if the No Kings protesters are still out and about. Hey, what's good? How you doing?
I've been here since like 10.
Oh my God, hello!
Hi. I've been here since like 10:30.
Oh really?
Yeah.
How have the vibes been earlier compared to now?
It was hella lit up. There's all kinds of people. There was like maybe like, this is my guess, maybe like 60,000, 70,000 that I saw.
Okay.
Could be more. But right as it hit like 2:30, they started
pushing people,
mobilizing pretty fast, and then they started tear gassing by that bridge.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Is there any way to get in there right now?
What's up? Let's go, man.
What's up, guys?
Okay, hold on. We can't watch this whole video. It's like 40 minutes long. Oh, shit. Super chat from the Ho to Know. Chillin'. You keep chilling over there. That gets us to 6. 6 of 10 on the goal.
safe. What's going on?
I know you, good man.
It's good. Now that they've deployed less lethal into the crowd, and they're still shooting at us, I suspect that they might start moving in. I don't know if there's other cops on the other side. They're pointing their rifles out there. No tear gas so far, just rubber bullets, but they are aiming. They're going to start shooting from that side as well, directly into the crowd. Okay, sure.
Mom, look at this. Look at this, Mom. Look what they're doing to me. Look what they're doing to me. F that.
That's crazy.
LAPD.
Guys, find a field medic. Sure. They're shooting. Watch out. All right. Get my favorite statement.
I took a rubber bullet. I'm down. What?
Oh, they are opening fire.
So unnecessary.
Remember, less lethal does not mean non-lethal. Less lethal does not mean non-lethal. It's still, oh shit. Yo, we need to, don't show them, don't show that. Don't show that.
Hey, give him a minute. Get that. Hurry up. He's sneaking.
There's an injured protester. I can't show you on Twitch. Did you get shot?
No.
Oh, you're good. Okay. Wait 1 second. There's an injured protester that got shot in the head with a less lethal round. I can't show you, but there's field medics around him right now, and they're immediately rushing to aid. You can show it from this angle if you don't show the blood. Immediately. Kind of show it, I guess.
I'm showing, yeah.
Make sure
I don't even want to. I don't even.
He got shot directly on his head. I saw the gash. It's this big, right on his head. He's bleeding. They shot him directly in the head. You can literally.
Illegal.
Yeah, protesters getting shot in the frickin' head for no good reason aside from, I guess, just existing in their own city, you know, using their First Amendment right to free speech to protest the government's unfair treatment. Now, that protester, or those protesters who we just saw get shot by the LAPD, weren't the only people to get shot. Let's go to this horrifying news story. Jesus Christ. KTLA 5 from yesterday. Rubber bullet shatters man's testicle.
I was on my bike. I had just gotten off, and I was getting a water bottle from my backpack. And then they started pushing forward. Okay, I just got my backpack then. And then they start shouting, move back. But I'm still like fixing myself up, my backpack, my bike. And then they just push me. And I'm just instinct, I tell the cop, like, don't push me. I'm already moving back. And then the cop right next to him had a gun and just aimed and shot. He was like, what, like 2-3 feet away? After I got hit, I couldn't really walk. I was like too much in shock. And then they're still pushing me.
Jesus fucking Christ.
I know some other protesters were trying to help me like walk, but they're still pushing them too, and everyone's shouting like, yo, he just got hit, like let him breathe, like, and like I needed to sit down for a bit, but they just kept pushing. Right now I'm at home. The injury was sustained to my groin.
It is horrifying. Everything about this story is fucking horrifying. The fact that they were continuing to push this man who was having a medical emergency, which they caused, I would point out, is beyond all logic.
I have a bruised left testicle, and my right testicle was actually shattered.
Jesus Christ.
They said that
wow. Just wow. This is why we need to defend ourselves when we go to protests. Okay? Shields. We need shields. We need We need somebody with enough money to start mass producing riot shields for protesters, among other things. Now, hopefully this man's family jewels are wind up healing and that he will not be infertile in the future. But, you know, somebody recommended this or like posted this. I haven't heard this in quite some time, so I figured we would just do this. This was technically for Sunday Fun Day, but whatever. We didn't do Sunday Fun Day, so let's do this.
I was wondering if you're open to talking about your chat room policy, like in the live chat for the viewers.
Yes, please tell me what my chat room policy is.
No, I'm asking you about your chat room.
Yes, I'm asking you what my chat room policy is.
All right. Well, I'm trying to figure what it is. So yesterday I was on the chat, and some people were saying some things which were rude and obnoxious, and so I blocked them. And
Which chat? Which chat are you talking about? YouTube chat, Twitch chat?
Yeah.
Facebook chat.
The YouTube chat.
Discord. Okay,
Sam
YouTube,
just keeps
YouTube.
listing things.
Okay.
So I blocked the people who were being rude and obnoxious to me.
In what way were they being rude and obnoxious to you?
They're just saying silly comments. Like, I think.
Were they being rude or silly?
Jesus Christ.
Both, I would say.
All right. Well, tell me what the rude is.
Yeah.
How rude.
I think the first one. What one person was saying, I was just uttering gibberish, and another person was saying I was infertile.
Oh my God!
Just silly nonsense.
Well,
oh no.
So you know, I don't want to hear the crap. I'm there to have more substantive discussion.
Right.
So I blocked those people.
Okay.
Why did they say those things?
Why would they say that you were infertile? Let's say, for instance.
I don't know.
Why would they say
it was just ridiculous. It had nothing to do with what I said.
Okay.
It's just trolling comments.
Well, you wouldn't say something like, "I'm unable to," you
didn't say I'm shooting blanks.
Right. You didn't say anything like that.
No, it had nothing to do with my biology.
Okay. All right. I'm just trying to get to the bottom of this.
Okay. So it was just a ridiculous.
Now, this was from a few years back, but the fact that this guy felt it necessary, had the time, and took time out of his day. And look at Sam's face. Sam's thinking the same thing. What are you doing, right? Why are you doing this to yourself, right? Why you know this is going to become internet legend? Oh God.
Comments.
Right.
And so I blocked the people who were making comments like that, and I said that I blocked people for that reason because they were just being rude and obnoxious.
We're silly.
And then the moderator, one of the moderators, blocked me.
Oh my God!
And I was like, you know, what's going on here? I have to listen to this ridiculous BS if I'm going to be here participating in the live chat. I can't block someone, and he insisted that I had to unblock all the people who were being rude and obnoxious. And
oh my God, the YouTube chat martyr. It's amazing.
And I said, no, I'm not going to unblock those people.
Wait, how are you communicating with the moderator at this point?
Not going to do it. Wouldn't be prudent at this juncture.
Because he hasn't blocked me yet. So I'm still able to explain what's
So the
going on
moderator
here.
says to you, unblock the other people, and you go, no, I will not. They said I was infertile, and they said I'm talking gibberish. And then the moderator said, well, you better unblock them, or I'm going to block you.
Yeah, he said, I'm giving you an ultimatum.
Okay.
You have to
Now,
unblock
let me...
Videos aimed at anyone who wants to learn more about infertility.
I was wondering if you're open to talking about your chat room policy.
That is in the bylaw.
Yes, please. Tell me what my chat room policy is.
It's just saying silly comments.
YouTube chat.
So I blocked the people who were being rude and obnoxious to me.
Wait, what just happened? I just lost sound. How dare you? Oh, that's incredibly rude. Oh, how dare you ruin this? You piece of shit. Why did you ruin this, StreamLord? You idiot.
Infertility. It is aimed at anyone who wants to learn more about infertility.
I was wondering if you're open to talking about your chat room policy.
That is in the bylaws.
Yes, please tell me what my chat room policy is.
It's just saying silly comments.
YouTube chat.
So I blocked the people who were being rude and obnoxious to me. The moderator, or one of the moderators, blocked me.
Illegal.
Another person was saying I was infertile.
Oh my God.
Why did they say those things?
It was just ridiculous.
I'm shooting blanks.
No, it had nothing to do with my biology.
When you get blocked, does that mean that you can't conceive?
I have to BS people.
Well, you better unblock them.
What's going on here?
They said I was infertile, and they said I'm talking gibberish. The infertile thing I feel pretty strongly about. But you smell like a fart.
Oh, sorry.
I'm there to have more gibberish discussion.
I am completely unable to fart.
That's probably the problem, honestly.
One person was saying I was just uttering gibberish.
These are great stories.
Infertile, silly, infertile, infertile, fart, infertile, silly,
infertile,
infertile,
obnoxious. I have to listen to this ridiculous BS.
The S word.
In the live chat. They were just being rude and obnoxious.
So the moderator says to you, you're not allowed to say something like, you are
infertile. So I blocked the moderator, or one of the moderators blocked me.
Well, you better conceive a lot of different policies on disk. Get into the CDs. Infertile, silly, infertile, infertile, fart, infertile, silly,
infertile,
infertile,
obnoxious.
Get into
Sam brings out the book of
in the live chat.
I mean, the silly part to me.
It adds to it.
Clearly rude and obnoxious stuff.
Okay, there we go, people. And that was really meant for Sunday Fun Day. But hey, I figured I'd leave that one in there because we're going through some pretty tough stuff. So we'll laugh about infertility momentarily. Well, not really. He wasn't infertile, apparently, but took offense to people calling him infertile, something I found very strange. Now, after that musical rendition, I figured we would check in on what is going to be happening at the Kennedy Center. That's right. In July, you could go to the Kennedy Center and watch the Sesame Street the Musical.
How was the show?
Wonderful. I was dancing the whole time that I couldn't stop.
Couldn't stop? Grover is my favorite character. To be able to see him in real life was amazing.
It's like seeing your childhood manifest in front of you, like you took a trip back in time.
We're singing along because she watches it, but also because I watched it when I was her age. So it was like a great mix of the show and Broadway wrapped up in like one great hour of fun.
Now, other things have been happening at the Kennedy Center over the weekend. Donald Trump went to see Les Miserables, a musical, if you're unaware, that sort of encapsulates the French Revolution, the struggle during all of that. Now, Donald Trump got mixed reviews from the audience at the Kennedy Center just for showing up. Here's the AP. Got a couple of different clips from this event. You notice like 15% of the crowd is clapping for Trump. Doesn't seem like everybody was super stoked to see the dictator-in-chief show up to the Kennedy Center, which of course he personally took over in an unprecedented move and ousted all of the normal people who were there. Shut up, Nazi. You don't even need to talk to me. You're not my mom. I fucking loved that. I fucking loved that. And I think the MR watched that one this morning too. If I recall correctly. Although I was like half asleep when I was watching the MR today. Yeah. That woman had it right. Donald Trump, convicted felon. Excuse me, sir. I need you to shut up. I'm talking. I'm talking. Hello. Hello, sir. You're ruining it. You're ruining it. Thank you. Thank you for that.
How rude.
Thank you. I was talking. You're not my mom. I loved that sentiment. Woman comes over to her like a fucking fascist and says, hey, stop that. You're being rude. You're ruining the vibes. And she's like, fuck off, fascist. You go to hell, Nazi. You shut up. You're not my mom. Which is probably true. I don't think that I don't know either of those ladies, but I'm guessing that she wasn't her mom. So she probably should have just minded her own goddamn business. All right, one more. These I sandwiched these. These were meant for Sunday. This was supposed to be Sunday Funday action. You could go to this musical as well, which will be appearing July 7th, 3 days before the Sesame Street the musical shows up. You could go back to the future.
This is Democracy Now! I'm Amy
Whoa.
Goodman. The biggest manhunt in Minnesota history. Authorities have detained a 57-year-old man accused of assassinating former Minnesota Democratic House Speaker Melissa Hortman and her husband in their home early Saturday. The suspect, Vance Belter, is also accused of shooting and wounding State Senator John Howard.
What? Oh my God. All right, there we go. Whatever. Ruined it.
That at their home.
Oh my God.
Authorities say Belter carried out the shootings while disguised as a police officer. Security footage shows Belter wearing a mask and a police vest and a badge as he...
Jesus Christ. You're killing me.
You're a slacker, McFly!
1955! Hey, McFly! I thought I told you never to come in here.
And if they don't meet, they won't fall in love. They won't get married. And neither you nor siblings will ever be born.
Whoa, this is heavy.
There you go, people. Bunch of great acts at the Kennedy Center. Although not everybody is going to be attending, I assume. And also, there's been a number of acts that have completely canceled their appearances at the Kennedy Center in light of Donald Trump's takeover. Why these individuals decided to attend, unclear. Unclear. But, you know, it's fun. Okay. Sorry, I gotta do something. I had to close a window out just now to try and solve the double video that we had going on just now. There we go. Okay. Now, where are we? Oh, yeah. Let's go to this. Thankfully, we just had a little bit of fun. Hopefully. Because we're about to get to some not fun stuff immediately.
Immediately, if not sooner.
Like the fact that a lawmaker was killed over the weekend by a right-wing extremist. Started off here.
We're here today because an unspeakable tragedy has unfolded in Minnesota. My good friend and colleague, Speaker Melissa Hortman, and her husband Mark were shot and killed early this morning in what appears to be a politically motivated assassination. Our state lost a great leader, and I lost a dearest of friends. My prayers also go out to State Senator John Hoffman and his wife Yvette, who were each shot multiple times. The Hoffmans are out of surgery at this time and receiving care, and we are cautiously optimistic that they will survive this assassination attempt. This was an act of targeted political violence.
That police officer and his partner pulled down the street when they arrived at Melissa's house. They noticed that there was a police vehicle in the driveway with the lights, emergency lights on, and what appeared to be a police officer at the door coming out of the house. When our officers confronted them, the individual immediately fired upon the officers, who exchanged gunfire, and the suspect retreated back into the home. It was not a real police officer. This is somebody that clearly had been impersonating a police officer, again, using the trust of this badge and this uniform to manipulate their way into the home. I'm just going to remind us that this is an absolute active investigation. We have thousands of people sheltered in place in the city of Brooklyn Park right now. We are in an extensive manhunt involving hundreds and hundreds of police officers and SWAT teams searching, gridding off areas, as we believe confidently the suspect had fled out the back of the house after being confronted by the police.
I'm going to go straight into the next one. This one is...
Today we are asking for the public's help at this point in time in locating
Oh, we probably don't need this one.
Luther Bolter.
So yeah, at this point, this was, I think, Saturday, they identified the shooter and were seeking the public's help for finding him. Now they did find him yesterday. Whoops, no, go there. Yeah. Sorry, some of this stuff, I tried to get this stuff that I didn't need out here.
Manhunt continues today for a man suspected of shooting two Minnesota lawmakers early Saturday morning. Those lawmakers were targeted at their homes, and one was killed along with her husband. CBS News correspondent Bradley Blackburn joining us live from New York this morning. He has the latest on what authorities believe was a politically motivated attack. Bradley, good morning.
Also known as terrorism.
Jan, good morning. We know this suspect worked for a security company and also served on a state board with one of the victims. This morning, authorities are concerned he could try to flee the state.
I just want
as
to point
the
something
entire
out.
country deals with this apparently political violence.
Do you remember when... Now, they just said political violence twice in a row. Do you remember when that guy who firebombed Josh Shapiro's house? Anybody remember that? It happened like a couple months ago. Within minutes, they were calling it terrorism. Within minutes, they were calling it anti-Semitism and terrorism.
Illegal.
Why are some of these sound shots so quiet? I need to do something about that. Son of a bitch. Remember that, though? They immediately were calling that shit terrorism. This was 2 days into the manhunt, and they were still calling it an act of political violence. What's the distinction there? He actually wound up killing people. Josh Shapiro's fine. Why? What's the distinction? Can anybody help me?
The FBI and Minnesota authorities are searching.
This guy looks like a fucking pedophile.
Minnesota Governor Tim Walz said Sunday the police arrested a suspected gunman accused of killing a Democratic state lawmaker and her husband while posing as a police officer.
After a two-day manhunt, 2 sleepless nights, law enforcement have apprehended Vance Bolter.
Top Democrat in the Minnesota House, Melissa Hortman, and her husband were shot dead at their Minnesota home the previous day in an attack Walz characterized as a politically motivated assassination.
A moment in this country where we watch violence erupt. This cannot be the norm. It cannot be the way that we deal with our political differences. Now's the time for us to recommit to the core values of this country.
Before the killings, authorities alleged that Bolter also shot and wounded another Democratic lawmaker, State Senator John Hoffman, and his wife at their home a few miles away. Walz said Hoffman, hit by 9 bullets, was heading for recovery after emerging from his last surgery. Police said Bolter fled on foot when they confronted him at the Hortman home, leaving behind a vehicle that resembled a police SUV. According to a Hennepin County criminal complaint unsealed on Sunday, a police search of Bolter's SUV turned up 3 AK-47 assault rifles, a 9mm handgun, and a list of other public officials and their addresses. The complaint also showed that Bolter has been charged with 2 counts of second-degree murder, as well as 2 counts of second-degree attempted murder. Online postings and public records reviewed by Reuters showed that Bolter has links to evangelical ministries and claimed to be a security expert with experience in the Gaza Strip and Africa. The killings are the latest episode of high-profile political violence in the U.S. Recent incidents include an attempted assassination on Donald Trump last year and an arson attack at Pennsylvania Governor.
Why are you bringing all this up now? What is the point of that? You're just trying to get a few more seconds in of content on this fucking YouTube vid.
The suspect accused of shooting 2 Minnesota state lawmakers and their spouses is set to make his first appearance in federal court. 57-year-old Vance Belter is facing 6 federal charges, including 2 counts of murder with a firearm. He's also facing state murder charges. Belter was arrested in the woods on Sunday night after a 43-hour manhunt. The 2 lawmakers who were shot allegedly by Belter were both Democrats. They were shot in their own homes. Authorities revealed in a news conference not long ago that Belter actually went to the homes of 2 other politicians with, quote, the intent to kill them. CNN's Danny Freeman is in Minneapolis. Danny, what's the latest that you're learning?
Brianna, the acting U.S. attorney here in Minneapolis called these crimes the stuff of nightmares. Now, you said it just a moment ago that we're expecting to see the suspect here, 57-year-old Vance Belter, in federal court in just under a half hour or so. That's going to be actually in St. Paul in the Twin City. But here's the thing, Brianna. While we know that he's going to face 6 federal charges there to start, that's including murder, that's including stalking, that's including firearm offenses, as you noted, the most shocking thing that we learned when this federal criminal complaint was unsealed and that press conference occurred is that Belter allegedly went to 2 other homes, targeting 4 Minnesota state lawmakers early in the morning hours on Saturday. So the first home that he went to, according to authorities, was the home of State Senator John Hoffman. And I just want you to take a listen to how the acting U.S. attorney framed that moment where Belter approached the door of their home dressed in tactical gear, dressed in a silicone mask, and presented himself falsely as a police officer.
When they opened the door, Belter shined the flashlight in their faces and said there had been a shooting reported in the house. Belter asked if they had any weapons. When Belter lowered his flashlight, which he had shined in their face, they realized that he was not a police officer. They shouted out, "You're not a cop. You're not a police officer." Belter then announced, "This is a robbery," and forced himself into their home. When Senator Hoffman attempted to push Belter out and stop him from entering his home, Belter shot him repeatedly. Belter then shot Miss Hoffman repeatedly.
Now, my understanding about this guy is that he worked with a number of different governmental agencies at different times. Also, was starting some sort of a security company. And it's stuff like this that, you know, really, really gets me. You know, at different times we've talked a ton about gun violence in this country and how we have basically the worst, one of the, like, we're top 3 of worst gun violence statistics on the planet, right? I think Mexico's number 1, and then we're number 2, and then Brazil's number 3. I forget who, maybe we're number 1. I can't remember, but it doesn't matter. We have some serious fucking problems. And the fact that this, you know, the way that we deal with this is massively problematic. And the Second Amendment,
Get rid of the Second Amendment.
You know, it's flawed. And you know, when we talk about how we deal with guns, sometimes it frustrates me because of guys like this, right? Like, he had all the access to guns. He clearly has some sort of a mental health problem. But of course, you know, first off, mental health services in this country, you know, many people don't have the money to get them. Now, this guy probably did and should have been going to mental health service. But how do you ensure that psychos like this don't get guns, right? When you have the Second Amendment, where you basically said all people deserve guns, right? And the flip side of it that frustrates me is that, you know, anybody who may have, you know, may have health problems, right? And actually go to get help, you know, then, you know, does everybody see what I'm saying here? Like, how do you deal with these people that clearly have serious mental health problems when there is, I mean, what do we do? We make sure that before you buy a gun, you have to go to 10 psychologist meetings or whatever, like sessions. I mean, how do we go about it? Which is why I just say,
Get rid of the Second Amendment.
either get rid of the Second Amendment or, you know, I guess we'll just have to start giving babies guns. I don't know. It's just, shit is out of fucking control. And, you know, what we've been trying to do has not solved shit. Okay? And this guy didn't have an AR-15. He had a fucking pistol. And, you know, I hear people talk about, you know, AR-15s all the time. And sure, they're scary. It's just as scary to have a pistol pointed in your face. They're just as fucking deadly, generally speaking. And, you know, our system failed once again to stop a violent extremist from attacking people in their fucking homes. And it really breaks me inside. All right, let's quickly, let's go to Democracy Now's coverage of this. Oh, wait. Oh, no, sorry. I forgot to put this in here. This was his roommate who was interviewed on, what is this, WCCO, I think? Most men won't go for help if they're not forced. No, absolutely, Vicky. Absolutely. And we have a, you know, a healthcare system that doesn't even provide people adequate mental health treatment, right? So how do we enforce these laws? And you know, until somebody does something, right? Is that the only way, right? And honestly, like, in a way, I feel like people who go to get mental health treatment who may have problems are being, you know, like, they're the ones who probably would be more responsible than sort of white knuckle weirdos who are like, oh, I'm fine, I'm perfectly fine, even though I'm planning to fucking murder a bunch of people right now.
Sheets of body armor or bullets or any of that?
No. He was always kind of into the military stuff, but it was just we were always like that. Me and him, we used to play army men.
How long had you guys known each other?
Since 4th grade, it's been 45 years, 50 years. God, it's been longer than that. Yeah, it must have been longer than that. Since
My fame on camera. Yeah, no, I was going to say that.
Since I was 12, probably. 4th grade. 4th grade. How old were you? Forever we've been friends.
Yeah.
And then...
Did you link him up with this house to live with you? Were you excited about that 2 years ago?
Well, he's been living up here for a while. He was living in Bloomington. He was a manager of a food place.
Yeah.
And then he quit the job and he went down to Africa, got things going down there, said he wanted to start his own companies.
So the security company, was that fully formed, or was that just an idea
that
still?
was just some fantasy. It was you talk about it, but there was no movement on that part. And yeah, it was, he always had a fascination with military equipment, so do I, but I'm 100 miles away from killing people.
Apparently in his manifesto there was some stuff about Planned Parenthood.
He had a manifesto.
12 is not 4th grade. Misha's right. 12 is not 4th grade unless you've failed 3rd grade a few times.
Yeah.
I didn't know about that.
Was there any beliefs about abortion, or?
Yeah, he wasn't strong, but he hasn't talked about abortion for years. I mean, this goes back through the 90s. He really hated abortion, but we hardly ever talked. I haven't talked really about abortion for him for years. I mean, and nothing that it was at length. That was at length.
And I was still kind of unsure, like, how did people know you had financial troubles? Like, you just heard that from him?
Well, he was trying to find it. He would always want to work, like 7 days a week, work. He was trying to get money to start his businesses and all that. So,
yeah.
But he didn't like. I don't like abortion, but I don't go to this extreme.
What did you know about these squad cars he had? Like what the deal was with these cars he had?
Well,
you seem like a couple of healthy, well-adjusted dudes.
So he bought them and
living together, loving guns and hating abortion. Wow, they must have had riveting conversations by the TV while they eat leftover Papa John's. From what I can tell, a lot of leftover Papa John's. But yeah, pretty clear that this guy was a right-wing extremist. There have been some people suggesting that he was somehow a Democrat. And I can't remember. I don't think it's during this one. I couldn't find the other clip. I watched another clip earlier where this guy said, the roommate, right? This roommate said that if you called this guy a Democrat, he'd punch you in the face, right? He would take genuine offense to being called a Democrat. So the guy, he's a Republican. He's a MAGA boy. Hates abortion. And loves shooting people. All right, now let's go to Democracy Now! They had they had a lot to say on this topic. Interviewed a Minnesota lawmaker.
This is Democracy Now! I'm Amy Goodman. After the biggest manhunt in Minnesota history, authorities have detained a 57-year-old man accused of assassinating former Minnesota Democratic House Speaker Melissa Hortman and her husband in their home early Saturday. The suspect, Vance Belter, is also accused of shooting and wounding State Senator John Hoffman and his wife Yvette at their home. Authorities say Belter carried out the shootings while disguised as a police officer. Security footage shows Belter wearing a mask and a police vest and a badge as he approached Hoffman's front door in Champlain with a flashlight and a gun. Authorities say they were alerted to the attacks by a 911 call made after the initial attack on Hoffman and his wife by their daughter, Hope, who was at home with her parents. Hoffman was shot 9 times, his wife, Yvette, 8 times. She reportedly threw herself on in front of her daughter, Hope, to shield her. Hope was not shot. After police learned the shooting victim was a state legislator, they said they sent officers to the nearby home of Senator Hortman in Brooklyn Park, and when they arrived around 3:35 a.m., they found the suspect's SUV in the driveway. The Minnesota Star-Tribune reports, quote, an officer watched as Belter shot Mark Hortman through the front door, and after an exchange of gunfire, Belter retreated inside the house and escaped. Police say they then found Melissa and Mark Hortman shot dead inside their home. In Belter's car, police found 3 AK-47 assault rifles, a 9mm handgun, a hit list written by the gunman that contained the names of about 70 people, including prominent Democratic lawmakers and abortion providers and advocates, naming Planned Parenthood. Flyers for Saturday's No Kings rallies were also found. This prompted many organizers in Minnesota to cancel their protests. Minnesota Governor Tim Walz spoke Sunday night, denounced political violence.
A moment in this country where we watch violence erupt. This cannot be the norm. It cannot be the way that we deal with our political differences. Now's the time for us to recommit to the core values of this country.
Governor Walz has also paid tribute to Melissa Hortman, who served as House Speaker in Minnesota from 2019 till earlier this year. Her legislative victories, including codifying the right to abortion in Minnesota's Constitution and providing free school lunches to children. The alleged gunman, Vance Belter, is reportedly a conservative evangelical Christian who's posted on social media that he's strongly against abortion and LGBTQ rights. For more, we're joined in Minneapolis by Patricia Torres-Ray, who is a former Minnesota state senator who worked closely with Minnesota House Speaker Melissa Hortman and State Senator John Hoffman. Our deepest condolences to you and your community. Can you talk about who the House Speaker was and what this means in your state and for this country?
Melissa Hortman was an outstanding leader that was very loved and respected by many people. And what this means for us is that we lost a leader that was very important to us, not only to our communities as a human being and as a leader who did impactful work, but also obviously as a mother, as a friend. And we are not only shocked, but incredibly saddened. Melissa Hortman has been defined as the most consequential leader of the House in Minnesota history. And I agree with that statement. I think she has been the most consequential leader in our community. So we are profoundly sad and shocked, really, with the circumstances. It is so hard to.
Your whole community has been terrorized for 2 days because the alleged assassin wasn't caught for 43 hours. Can you tell us more about who the former House Speaker, Melissa Hortman, about her legacy? We just said that she had pushed to codify abortion in the Minnesota Constitution, fought for free school lunches for children in need. Can you tell us more?
Yes, I have a long list of her accomplishments as a leader, and I could go on, to name a few of them, but I also want to talk a little bit about her leadership style, because I believe that that is really the most important thing that we need to review, especially in these times when it is difficult to galvanize a group of leaders that is as diverse as the House DFL caucus is. Melissa Horman led a caucus of members that is the most diverse that we've ever had in the state of Minnesota. 32 people of color and indigenous people serve in that caucus, and we have very active, outstanding transgender members. So what Melissa Horman was able to do in Minnesota is really galvanize her caucus and really appoint these leaders to serve in a collaborative, collective manner. And what we saw, and what I saw as a Latina woman, was for the first time in the state of Minnesota, people of color in positions of power working with a leader to solve significant problems. And it was that coalition that really allowed her to move significant policy that we have not been able to do in a progressive state as the state of Minnesota, where we have the largest disparities in the country. So they were able to move, child tax credits. She was very proud to move family and medical paid leave in Minnesota. We have the strongest protections for transgender people in the state of Minnesota. We legalize recreational marijuana. We pass driver's licenses for all people regardless of their legal status. We did the largest increase for public education. We have free college for people who make under $80,000 in Minnesota. And I can go on. The list is just incredibly long.
Let me bring people. Minnesota former state House Speaker Melissa Hortman, in her own words, interviewed by CBS News Minnesota reporter Esme Murphy. In this clip, Hortman's discussing that new paid family leave program and paid sick leave mandate recently passed by the legislature.
While a lot of white-collar workers have this benefit, or highly compensated people already have this benefit, most workers in the state don't have the ability to take paid time off when somebody in their family has cancer and needs to be taken care of. A lot of Minnesotans, when a member of their family is sick right now, they have to choose between staying at home and taking care of their loved one and not being able to pay their mortgage, or going to work and having their loved one not get the care that they need. But January 1st next year, that all changes.
That's the former House Speaker, Melissa Hortman, earlier this year. So painful to see her voice, hear her voice. And it...
Okay. All right. That's probably all we need from this one. Gets very emotional in here. Understandably so. And this woman, Melissa Hortman, was clearly an important leader in Minnesota, and she will be missed doing important things. Oh, God. We live in such a fucked up time right now. We got a lot of work to do, people. All right, let's shake it off. Okay, let's do a little bit more Father's Day stuff. This was meant for Sunday Fun Day. I'm not going to just ignore the fathers. That's right, fathers. I see you. Let's go to CBS New York. See what New Yorkers have to say about their fathers. Marathon Man. It's a great movie. I love Marathon Man. I've quoted Marathon Man like multiple times on this stream. Or at least referenced it.
It's Father's Day, a day when I think...
Hold on, Marcia. You hold the fuck on. Yeah, it's a great movie, though. Wesley Snipes, freaking Sylvester Stallone. I mean, come on.
Come on!
It's a classic.
It's Father's Day, a day when I think of my dad, a tough-as-nails former Air Force pilot, who taught me to see my dreams with open eyes and make them happen. New Yorkers have fond memories of their fathers, and they're weighing in on your point. Describe your father in 3 words.
Analytical, curious, and honorable.
Brave, strong, and loving.
Kind, nice, and amazing, I guess.
Thoughtful, kind, and
I feel like the dudes are doing very typical dude answers. Like really, they all seem to really struggle to actually like describe my dad. You want me to come up with 3 words to describe my father? Oh God. And should I mention that he was a dick?
And I guess
thoughtful, kind, and considerate.
Very hard worker.
Happy, nice, busy. Oh, my dad. I would describe him as
Irish accent.
goofy, hardworking, and strong.
Loving, caring, and understanding.
He's inspiring, hardworking, and just so thoughtful.
Oh, my father is so loving. He's so patient. Oh, he's pretty funny too. Yeah, I love my dad so much.
Oh, that's my bad. Thank you for correcting me. That's right. Marathon Man was, what's his name? Dustin Hoffman, right? God, it's my bad. I'm getting my man movies all scrambled up in my brain.
So is there anything he told you always to do?
Always be the best I can be.
Think for myself. Like just say kid yourself and be patient.
he told me to never be lazy and work hard.
Be number one. Be the best at everything.
Just try my best.
Make my bed.
Did you listen?
Sometimes.
So was there something your father always told you to do?
Be honest.
Did you listen?
No.
What's dad always told us to do? Go traveling. Oh yeah, go traveling while we're young. Always.
And did you listen?
Yeah, I'm here now in New York.
One that always stood out is to follow my dreams, to really chase after the things that I want in life and work hard for them.
Is there something he always told you to do?
Not to gamble.
Did you listen?
Yes. Absolutely.
Why gamble?
He worked in casinos his entire life doing software, so he saw exactly what would happen if you start working on the slot machines. They do not release you.
Give your dad a shout out.
I will.
No, on camera.
Oh, hi Dad, I love you.
Hey, Dad. This
Give your
is
dad a
PBS
shout out.
News.
I will. No, now,
I'm
stupid.
Good. I'm going to school. Shout out to you.
Happy Father's Day, Dad. Love you.
I love you, and I miss you.
Hi, Dad. I love you. I hope your hip is feeling better. He just had surgery, so.
Happy Father's Day, Dad.
Happy Father's Day.
Okay. Here's a Sunday fun day story for you. On a moon day. I know it's weird. It's weird, but we're going to do it. Let's talk about one couple who got a incredible opportunity. An opportunity to catch them all.
A Windsor couple is tying the knot tomorrow next to the Statue of Liberty, and the whole situation is being called a history-making moment.
It was our love of adventure, going out, playing the game.
Les Dorgo and Sandra Moroshuk first met in 2021 due to their mutual love of the augmented reality mobile game Pokemon Go.
She wanted to complete her Pokedex, so she posted online, hey, I need this Pokemon that you can only get if you traveled. And I happened to have one from pre-pandemic. And I was like, oh, I'll meet up with you. Let's make it a date.
So Chansey is like the nurse Pokemon. So I always loved Chansey being a nurse. And then Squirtle, he's the water type. That would be Les with being a firefighter.
They describe their proposal as unorthodox.
So she actually asked me on February 29th.
So on Leap Day.
Last year, she reached out to Pokemon attempting to win an engagement package.
So I wrote a very long write-up with pictures of me and Les traveling all over the world playing Pokemon. I mean, we've been to France playing Pokemon, Mexico, all over the States. So unfortunately, we weren't selected for the engagement couple, but clearly they had bigger plans in mind.
She was right.
They reached out to us about 6 weeks ago with this opportunity, and it's just been a whirlwind since then.
On Friday, the pair will exchange vows.
And we'll have Manhattan in the background, and then the Statue of Liberty off to our left-hand side as we're performing the ceremony. We're doing our vows. It's going to be a beautiful backdrop.
There's still work to be done before the big day.
We got to work on our kiss and our dip just after the wedding. That's the preset to us today is make sure you got that dip ready.
And what is a Pokemon wedding without Pikachu?
So Pikachu is making a guest appearance. So our guests can take photos with Pikachu. And then the rest is really going to be a surprise. We're letting the Pokemon team let their imaginations run wild.
I can't help it. I loved that story. That was truly a Sunday Funday story for the ages. 2 Pokemon Go lovers found love on Pokemon Go. Pretty incredible. Pretty incredible. But not everybody has had a happy ending when it comes to Pokemon Go, I'm afraid. Can we have our emotional support characters? Ooh. I'm afraid. When's the last time you were here, Narwhal? Recently, I had to migrate the entire stream from one streaming platform to another. I went from Streamlabs to OBS Studio. I have not added... I know it looks like I've added everything back, but that's just because I put a ton of work trying to get it all looking like it did previously. It took me forever. It took me like multiple days to reset up everything on a different stream platform. So unfortunately, I have not yet done the emotional support characters. So, will this help you? Can we go to the Galactic? Will this help you? We go to the Galactic Cantina just for a moment. You can bask in the glory. How's that sound? Is this good for you? Is this doing something? I'm sorry. I wish I had a better response for you. That's all I got. What was I saying? Yes. Not everybody has had as happy of an ending as those two when it comes to Pokemon Go. In fact, there's been numerous casualties over the years, and when I saw this story, I couldn't help but throw this one in here. This is from a Dropout. Dropout TV from 8 years ago.
Hey everybody, Sam Reich here, head of video for College Humor. I don't normally appear in front of the camera, but given the recent deaths of some of our cast and crew, it felt important to try to find some official way to say goodbye. So, I now present to you an in memoriam. Please enjoy. If you can.
You know he's Robert Reich's kid?
I wanna be the very best, like no one ever was. To catch them is my real test, to train them is my cause. I will travel across the land,
trampled,
searching far and wide. Each Pokemon to understand
the middle of the lake was a Pokestop. Jesus Christ.
That's inside. Pokemon, it's you and me. I know it's my destiny.
Robolino, executive assistant,
Pokemon,
forgot to eat.
Oh, you're my best friend.
Katie Maravich,
in a world
actor, writer, was not aware of her surroundings.
Pokemon,
Frankie McClafferty, trying to hatch a 10-kilometer egg. Stephanie Zorn, taking over the Union Station gym.
You teach me and I'll teach
Castles,
you.
murdered by Mike Trapp.
Illegal. Gotta catch 'em all.
Honestly, this rendition is really hauntingly good. Tracked Abra too far north. Just went too far north. Froze to death. Oh god, evolving your Eevee. That's tough. That's rough.
Gotta catch 'em all. Gotta catch 'em all.
It's true. It's true. You got to catch them all. Okay, that's. I'm sorry. That was the majority of the Sunday Fun Day videos I have. I mean, I've got a few others waiting for us in the future. Sam does the comedy game show that you see on YouTube Shorts all the time. He does. Sam Reich, in fact, owns and operates Dropout TV. Bought it when College Humor shut down. Son of former Clinton Labor Secretary Robert Reich. I'm a big fan of Dropout, if you can't tell. Big fan. I was a fan of College Humor before it died, and then when Dropout took it over, I was like, great, we can go back to having the content that makes me happy and warm inside. But it's true, not everybody has made it out unscathed like that beautiful Pokemon couple. All right. Well, those two are going to have their wedding in New York City, hosted by Pokemon Go. But the fate of New York City is in the balance as the mayoral race is underway. Let's talk about Andrew Cuomo and the corporate interest backing his campaign.
Behind me is Billionaires Row, a collection of ultra-expensive skyscrapers just south of Central Park. This is the new epicenter of wealth and power in New York City and a central hub for supporters of Andrew Cuomo's campaign for mayor.
New York City has an affordability crisis.
Cuomo's super PAC Fix the City has received major cash from at least 10 donors who own properties either on or neighboring Billionaires Row. So why are the titans of New York real estate all in on Cuomo? What's in it for them? Okay, before we really begin, literally the day after we shot this, the landlord lobby gave Cuomo another $2.5 million. That almost doubles the amount of cash the industry has funneled to Cuomo, so just keep that in mind as you watch this.
I'm going to do that. Thank you.
Let's start at 252 East 57th Street, located just a few blocks from the enclave where Andrew Cuomo has been crashing with his daughter. This 65-story skinny skyscraper is a great metaphor for the city. It sits atop a pre-K school and has sold penthouses for north of $20 million. It was developed and managed by Rose Associates, one of the city's leading real estate families. The Roses have given Cuomo Super PAC a cool $40,000, which pales in comparison to the $250,000 check written by the CEO of Empire State Realty Trust. And now we're at 220 Central Park South, an 80-story tower that is one of the city's biggest lightning rods. It was developed by Vornado, whose CEO, Stephen Roth, donated $150,000 to the Cuomo Super PAC and has given $230K since 2005.
Recently, the most expensive home in the country actually sold.
In 2019, the building's penthouse sold for $238 million.
Jesus
the most expensive
Christ.
home ever sold in the U.S., but enjoyed obscenely low tax rates thanks to loopholes and outdated laws.
Come on!
New York lawmakers responded by almost passing a tax on super expensive pied-à-terre or second homes.
Look for the pied-à-terre tax legislation to pick up momentum in a couple of months.
But then the real estate lobby descended on Albany and voiced its displeasure to longtime recipients of its largesse.
I don't think it's going to happen the way it's laid out now. I think the governor's a smart man.
Including Governor Andrew Cuomo. The bill died in the darkness of Albany. A much more minor tax was implemented instead, and New York City has missed out on hundreds of millions of dollars in revenue per year ever since.
Yeah, that's what we'll be getting if Andrew Cuomo becomes mayor. Thankfully, he is not doing as well as his dono dollars might suggest. We watched part of this the other day, but I want to watch it again. So you're gonna have to sit here and do that with me. Sorry, chat. Sorry, but not sorry. This was the latest packed rally, I would point out, for Zohran.
You know, I've spent the last several months touring the country, talking about what it means to fight the oligarchy. But at the end of the day, all of these concepts are just ideas in the clouds if we do not bring them home. And that is why it is so important that we elect Zohran Mamdani for mayor, vote for him, and rank him number one.
Immediately, if not sooner.
And on top of it all, it's also why it is critical that we fill out our entire ballot on election day. It does not help the election of Zohran if you just fill out a number one rank and not the rest of your ballot. We have to fill out the entire ballot and do not rank Andrew Cuomo anywhere on it. Not ranking Andrew Cuomo is the right thing to do in solidarity with survivors of sexual harassment.
How did this happen?
And assault. It is the right thing to do to turn the page on the future of a Democratic Party that does not continue to repeat the mistakes that have landed us here in the first place. We will never get past Donald Trump if we continue to elect the same people and make the same decisions that got us here in the first place. And I will tell you, there are people out there that say if you go out and if you make this endorsement and if you do this, your political career will be over. And to that I say, I don't care. We will never get to a better place if everyone's just worried about themselves and making decisions that are selfish. If it's over, so be it. We have the decisions before us today. Rank everyone on your ballot. Just in the last day or two, Zohran announced that he and Brad Lander are coming together to cross-endorse in a historic and first-time incident that we've seen of this. It is so important. This is what coalition politics is all about. We don't have to be in complete agreement. We don't have to come from the same places. We don't have to police complete conformity with one another's ideas. We must come together to win. So Zohran is asking you, if you rank him number one, please rank Brad Lander number two. And on the rest of that note, what I also find so shocking and surprising about all of this, in terms of the decisions of our political establishment, is that they actually had a broad field of talented candidates from so many different ideas. People that I also support. Zellner Myrie is awesome. State Senator Myrie is incredible. Scott Stringer, you ever have a conversation with that guy? He's so funny. He's like, I love Scott. You know, we have so many incredible candidates, and yet, looking at all of them, they still decided to throw all of their weight behind Andrew Cuomo. And I want to be clear about the message that sends. When they do that, free Palestine as well.
Illegal.
But I want to be clear about what that message sends when they continue to do that. The message that they send and what the political establishment sends to so many people is that it does not matter your positions, your content, your ideas, how experienced you are. It doesn't matter how much you work with them. They will still choose their old friends and an old generation every single time. And New York City, this city will not change until we change it.
100%.
Our future will not be different until we make a different choice. And those are the stakes before us today. Early voting starts today, June 14th. And it runs until Sunday, June 22nd. Election Day is Tuesday, June 24th. Zohran has built a campaign with a broad coalition of working New Yorkers. He has fundraised for other candidates, and nearly 40,000 volunteers have knocked on more than 1 million doors across the 5 boroughs. We deserve a New York that can be affordable for all of us. And this election is more than just about which candidate you support. It's about whether our elections can be sold to the highest bidder. They have money, but we've got people. And we have just 10 days left to knock on doors and to phone bank from anywhere in the country. This election is in our hands, New York. And with that, I want to introduce to you the next mayor of New York City, Zohran Mamdani.
Let's hope so. Let's hope so. Let's hope people get out there and vote. Let's hope that the numbers hold. Let's hope that the word gets out even more before then. There is no reason not to vote for this man if you're in New York. So do it. Do it now. Immediately.
Immediately, if not sooner.
It's a wonderful man. We've been talking about him for quite a while. And his policies are great. His policy platform is just fantastic. Doing a bunch of very sensible things. You know, human-centered policies that he has, you know, rather than capitalist-centered policies. Rather than, you know, Eric Adams and former Governor Cuomo, who seem to be 100% focused on either enriching themselves, corporate donors, or their good buddies. And right now, the numbers are in Zohran's favor. But you got to remember, if you're in New York, to fill out the ballot. Like AOC said, not filling out the whole ballot invalidates your ballot. And that's not good. That's bad. It's not that hard. It's just 4 more names. I know. And it doesn't really matter how you rank the rest of them as long as you put Zohran first. Okay? Just end not Cuomo. Just there's enough candidates that you don't have to rank Cuomo whatsoever. Okay, I gotta pause. I gotta pause in the midst of my Zohran coverage, because, and I don't know how. I mean, I assume people were just enjoying the stream, but nobody mentioned to me that we have we just obliterated the first break. We are 3 hours into the stream. We haven't had a break yet. It is crazy. It is a freaking crazy. Now, yeah. So we're going to take a quick break, but don't worry, we'll be right back after these brief space messages. All right. Well, I do hope everyone's been enjoying the show so far. If you haven't already, hit the like button. Don't forget to subscribe and hit that bell icon too to make sure that you get all of the notifications from this stream, ensuring that you never miss a single episode of this Spacecast. Now, while you're doing all that, do also consider contributing to the Galactic News Network, as we are completely funded by individuals just like you. And also, there's more reasons to contribute right now. We are still trying to complete the goal. I know it says 2 of 10, but we were technically at, what did I say, 6 of 10 right now. We only have oh my god, we only have a half an hour left to complete the goal. Let me give you a little more time than that. But we're only 4 away. So that's a great place to start. YouTube, the super chats, the super stickers, and the memberships, all of which will count towards the goal being completed. So help out yourself, help out your fellow space fams. Ensure that we get all of the content immediately, if not sooner.
Immediately, if not
Of course, there are other ways to contribute. Cash App, PayPal, Two good ways to contribute as well, but of course the best way to get the most space benefits for your Earth dollars is to go onto Patreon and become a Galactic patron. You can get yourself a fancy avatar on the stream. That's right, you can watch yourself dance around at the pool or the bar, the lake or the street. All good places for a Galactic avatar. Shout outs as well. Secret content, secret Discord channel within the Discord server. I mean, come on. All right. Oh boy, it was a rough birthday weekend for me. I had my internet get turned off, had my Earth refrigerator break. It's been a rough one. Okay, that's enough from me. Enjoy this short space break. Grab yourselves a drink, maybe a snack, and I will be right back. There we go. Did it. I did it. All right. Everybody knows what that sound means. Everybody knows. It's time for us. Time for us to get back to the stream. So get back in your seats, Space Fams. Otherwise, you're going to miss it. The second half, which is starting over 3 hours into the stream. Very strange times we're living in right now, people. All right, I hope everybody took advantage of that break because we're about to get right back to the stream immediately.
Immediately, if not sooner.
If not sooner. We get back to Mamdani. A little bit more Mamdani talk. Let's go back to where we just were. To the Mamdani rally. Can't remember where this was.
Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Good evening! New York City, how we feeling? Are we ready to win on June 24th? Thank you to our MC, the Kid Mero.
I gotta say, Zohran is an incredible guy. He really is. Honestly, for a guy with as much great political ideas, he has no business being as charismatic as he is. It's pretty incredible. Guy deserves to win. He really does. Okay, now the majority report covered the race. Let's go here. The MR. Go Web Go.
AOC out was Zohran Mamdani breaking down her ballot.
Well, I believe that in terms of my ballot, I am all about a coalition of New Yorkers and how we come together as New Yorkers, not just in the things that we share in common, but actually how we come together across our differences. Zohran and I, our families come from very different places. We come from very different backgrounds, but I have so much faith in him for our city to move us forward because we share in the same values. We want a New York City for working for the working class, so I'm very proud to endorse Zohran as #1. I think Speaker Adrienne Adams is a fantastic leader, and I am so proud to see her as such a prominent, incredible, strong leader, as well as the communities that she represents as well. I'm proud to rank her second on my ballot. Brad Lander is a fabulous, fabulous candidate. He'd make an excellent mayor as well. He was a fabulous controller, and so was Scott Stringer. You know, in fact, Zohran, Scott Stringer, and myself worked closely together to secure bailouts for our taxi drivers across the city. And Selner Myrie is such a fabulous state senator, and I feel like all 5 of these candidates represent the coalition of a real New York for real working families. And so if you're not going to rank any one of them, you know, you're #1, I highly encourage every New Yorker to rank them #2.
And I think we also go back to what Mayor Koch used to say, which is if you agree with me on 9 out of 12 issues, vote for me. 12 out of 12, see a psychiatrist. And I think there's room for disagreement while building a coalition. And the Congresswoman has showed that as she's led the fight for working people across this country, fighting back against the same Trump-supporting billionaires who are powering Andrew Cuomo's campaign in this moment. And what we want to do is turn the page on that era of failed leadership and stand up for each and every New Yorker, especially in a moment.
Are we lagging right now? Yeah, we are lagging. What's the deal with that? That is sudden. Hopefully that fixes itself.
When we see immigrants under attack in this city, in Los Angeles, across the country, we need to have a mayor that will stand up for every single New Yorker, stand up for our values, and stand up for our laws.
You know, one of the things that was reported as to what was going on during the process of deciding who to endorse and when to endorse in the AOC camp was this notion that the candidates, the non-Cuomo candidates, needed to have at least some strategy going forward to make sure that they could beat Cuomo.
This is to not replicate Maya Wiley of 2021. She endorsed Maya around a similar time. So that was some of the criticism, but it's a very different, in my view, I think, set of circumstances, because it seems like the Mamdani campaign has calculated that the other candidates are taking more from Cuomo than the other way around. Well, like in terms of Maya Wiley, it was more important to coalesce behind her in 2021. It seemed, because there was a different situation.
I think there's just a savvy about ranked choice voting that people didn't quite have the last time around. And the idea being that when you have a candidate, like, you know, in the last election, there was nobody who came in with the kind of like a big footing name recognition that Cuomo does.
Yes.
And so it's a different dynamic and the ranked choice voting. And so you need a different strategy.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Right. Because he's yes, fair enough. My point is that they came to that strategy, I think, earlier on. She was needing to be sold on it. And I think she also really likes Adrienne Adams, too, who she's putting as #2.
Yeah, I mean, it's quite possible she was struggling as to who would be #1, but I also think it was the idea was like, I don't want to get out there, endorse, and have you lose by 40 points, because that weakens her political, it weakens her as a politician.
It became immensely clear that she had to, of course, rank Zohran #1, despite even if she had those past relationships, given how he's been surging. I mean, he's been everywhere. He's had an incredible 2 weeks. I saw he's nearly doubled his Instagram count, maybe since her endorsement too, but over.
Okay, sorry, we gotta do something about this lag. Okay, it's looking way better. Hopefully it stays that way. Thankfully on OBS Studio, rather than Streamlabs, I can affect the bitrate mid-stream, which does make it easier to make quick adjustments. Hopefully the adjustments I just made solve the problem that we were just having. Hopefully we have enough data to run the stream properly. Okay, let's move on from Zohran. Well, not entirely, but just for now. But while we're talking Zohran, who has a great housing policy, including freezing the rent for, it's the way that these got this set up, freezing the rent for all low-income housing, I think, as well as, I can't remember. I think there's another caveat to that, but he's got great plans for housing. But the Trump administration has some terrible plans for housing, including the HUD Secretary, Scott Turner, who was questioned by Bonnie Watson Coleman at a recent oversight hearing. Let's see what she had to say.
Thank you. Next up, we have Ms. Watson-Coleman. You have 5 minutes, Ms. Coleman.
Thank you. Welcome, Mr. Secretary. You've said a lot today. You've not answered one question, but you're consistent. You've not answered the hows of the questions that the Republicans have asked, and you certainly haven't answered how you're going to make something happen on this side either. What I am concerned about is how you could even open your mouth and say that you care about this population or these populations when you're willing to come here and advocate for a 51% reduction in the budget. And so I want to go over a little bit of this stuff with you because I don't think you're refocusing. I think you're devastating. And this is a ludicrous proposal. I'm sure you know that 74% of Americans are concerned about housing and 771,000, you mentioned it, are currently homeless. I know you know that 7.6 million, including 2.9 million children, are facing the threat of eviction. I know that you know that this budget does not usher us into any alleged golden age, but perhaps a gilded age. I am unsure how you and this administration arrived at the decision to cut HUD by 51%, specifically $45.6 billion during a period of rising homelessness and housing insecurity. And I want to remind you that 4 years ago, you were here. You and the administration are going to try to sell the American people a story that these cuts are justified, and you give it while you want to give your money back to very wealthy
unconscionable.
donors. It's my job to show the American people that these are unjustifiable cuts.
That during one of the worst housing crises in American history, where we have hundreds of thousands of homeless people on the fucking streets, that the Trump administration wants to cut funds for housing, for government-funded housing, as if that's going to somehow solve it, as if removing the government agency that's intended to improve the housing situations of millions of people, having less money, is going to somehow help them do that. Or I guess if it's going to help capitalists lower the rent, is that what's going to happen? I mean, come on. Come on!
$6 billion during a period of rising homelessness and housing insecurity. And I want to remind you that 4 years ago, you were here. You and the administration are going to try to sell the American people a story that these cuts are justified, and you give it while you want to give your money back to very wealthy donors. It's my job to show the American people that these are unjustifiable cuts, and so here, let us go with this. A 40% cut to rental and homeless assistance programs totaling $27.25 billion. A $53 billion cut to Section 8 rental assistance. An $8.8 billion cut to public housing. A $1.2 billion cut to Sections 202 and 811 programs for the elderly and disabled. A $505 million cut to HOPWA. A $22 billion cut to HUD's Housing Construction Supply and Preservation Program. A $1.25 billion cut to the home program. You care about home ownership? I don't think so.
Mhm.
A $75 billion cut to the Choice Neighborhoods Program. A $12 million cut to the SHOP Program. A $6 million cut to Rural Capacity Building Grants. A $10 million cut to the Price Program. A $296 million cut to the Lead Hazard Reduction and Healthy Home Programs Grant. A $3.3 billion cut to community development block grants, a $100 million cut to pro-housing, a $196 million cut to family self-sufficiency programs, a $58 million cut to housing counseling, a $101.4 million cut to fair housing. Now, Secretary, I'm sure you know that these cuts will successfully increase housing instability, and evictions. I'm sure you know that those facing evictions don't have a right to counsel. I am sure you also know that your budget is making massive cuts to legal aid for those facing evictions and homelessness. So I'm sure you know that cutting rental assistance, eliminating fair housing protections, and defunding legal aid will not reduce homelessness and eviction in this country. I am sure you're aware that you are worsening the housing crisis with your budget proposal. If you really believe that you would not slash your agency's budget by over 50%. And by the way, you talk about giving the authority back to the states. You want to give them authority, but you don't want to give them resources. You can't do anything with your rhetoric and your narrative. You got to show with your actions and with your resources. And last but not least, I want you to tell me what DEI contracts you have terminated. What does that mean? Did you terminate contracts to veterans? Did you terminate contracts to disability organizations? Did you terminate contracts to Black contractors? Did you terminate to Latino or Asian or whatever? What the heck are you talking about eliminating DEI contracts in HUD? Who's your population? Who should you be looking after? It is shameful, and you are to be ashamed of being here. You don't have to answer any question because you haven't answered one yet.
Oh, boom.
Miss Vice
Suck
Chairman,
it, Scott.
I would actually like to answer her.
Yeah, no one cares, Scott.
Okay,
no one. You're not prepared to answer this question. And by the way, his answer was garbage. We don't even need to listen to. I'll tell you right now, his answer was garbage. He was actually like, we don't need to protect these people, and the money doesn't help protect them at all. The market will protect them, or some other garbage. Okay. Bonnie Watson Coleman laying it down. The House Appropriations Committee spanking Scott Turner for being a fucking idiot and an asshole. Oh God, the goal ended. Oh no. All right, let me do some math here. I'm feeling generous today. It was my birthday weekend after all, and I just want to spread the love, Just want to, I think, and especially I feel bad because I didn't do a Sunday Fun Day show, and I promised everyone we would do a Sunday Fun Day show. So I'm just going to assume that we're going to get there. All right. I'm just going to assume it. That at some point during the stream, the deficit from this goal will be made up at some point. I'm going to bring you all the content. I've got faith in the space fams. Let's go to Zateo. Talk about Democrats and well, they should probably stop pretending that everything is under control.
I don't want reality.
By the way, it's looking smooth now, right? Like we stop with the lag. I've noticed it. I mean, I've been checking out of the corner of my eye.
As President Donald Trump and Republicans continue to play chicken with tariffs and threaten cuts to Medicaid, economic anxiety in the U.S. is surging, with new polling showing that 6 in 10 Americans are now putting off major life goals like having kids, getting married, or buying a house. And yet, with even all of Trump's reckless actions, Democrats are still polling 8 points behind Republicans when it comes to the issue of the economy, reminding us just how much that party, the Democratic Party, has failed to rebuild itself after the devastating losses in November. This comes as Democrats have hit record low approval ratings this past spring at just 27%, with some voters describing the party as a, quote, deer in the headlights. To make matters worse, there are questions as to whether House Leader Hakeem Jeffries and Senate Leader Chuck Schumer are the right people to be leading the Democratic Party right now. Over the weekend, Jeffries showed off his spinelessness to CNN's Dana Bash as he delivered a vague and jumbled word salad on how Democrats planned to respond after the Trump administration handcuffed and briefly detained Democratic Congressman Jerry Nadler's staffer. Take a listen.
We will make that decision in a time, place, and manner of our choosing, but the response will be continuous and it will meet the moment that is required.
What exactly does that mean? Have you not decided how to respond?
We've publicly responded in a variety of different ways. We haven't let our foot off the gas pedal in terms of additional things that may take place with respect to our congressional oversight authority and capacity. We will respond in a time, place, and manner of our choosing.
That is an ill-conceived...
If this continues...
fucking metaphor, Hakeem. We're not going to take our foot off the gas pedal of the possibilities in the future. What does that even... Can anybody break that down for me? How does that make any sense, Hakeem? Huh? Huh, buddy? Can we try and break that down a little bit? Your foot's on the gas pedal. But the gas pedal is... I guess it's an imaginary gas pedal that powers potential future things. So it's a gas pedal of nothingness. It's like we've got a foot down, it's on the floor. It's pushed all the way into the floor, and it's because it's not an actual thing that we're doing. It's a hypothetical future maybe thing that we might do depending on whether or not we find our balls and or ovaries somewhere. We get our spines surgically inserted back into our bodies. I mean, it's ridiculous.
This is ridiculous!
What does that even mean? Dumbest analogy ever.
To happen.
Ooh, very intimidating.
Yes, I am intimidated.
The party says that they will respond in various ways eventually at some point. Of course, Chuck Schumer is no better, as he started off his week trying to be even more right-wing than Trump on Iran, telling the president that he needs to be even more hawkish towards the Iranian government, even as President Trump has threatened to bomb the country if they don't agree to a new nuclear deal. As much as Schumer and others are trying to move the party to the right to fight fascism with the hopeless strategy of decency and decorum, there are still some Democrats who aren't afraid to take Trump head-on with bold and progressive policy. That includes Pennsylvania Congresswoman and squad member Summer Lee, and she joins me now. Congresswoman, thanks for coming back on the show.
Thanks for having me.
Over 3/4 of Americans disapprove of Medicaid cuts, and yet even with Trump pushing such an unpopular policy, Democrats are still polling 8 points behind Republicans when it comes to the economy.
Is it just me?
Why are they losing on an issue that they should be winning by a mile on? Isn't this
Am I the only
time to
one?
show the choice?
You know, I am... That's a really good point. And I think that what we are all trying to cut through, right, is
Is it just me, or does Summer Lee have a crush on Mehdi? She's giving him those eyes over here. Maybe I'm reading into it.
But Republicans, when it comes to the economy,
I feel like she might have the thing
losing
for
on an
Mehdi.
issue that they should be winning by a mile on. Isn't this the time to show the choice?
You know, that's a really good point. And I think that what we are all trying to cut through, right, is why are Democrats performing so poorly, right? Even when we have a clear advantage on an issue that a majority of Americans think. And I think that we are still just not getting into the roots of like what Americans' concerns are for the Democratic Party, right? Like the authenticity.
Yeah.
While we're obviously fighting very rightfully on the plane of Medicaid, Social Security, SNAP benefits, cuts to all of those things in this big deficit bill, we're also, marred by scandal about, the gerontocracy. We're still fighting and punching love. We still have, leaders, vague leaders, little L in the party, really out loud talking about whether or not we should entertain progressives, whether or not we should expand the electorate, right? So we're doing all of those at the same time. And it's like, it is turning people off because we still haven't really met them where they are. And I think that the Democratic Party is still hoping that people will come to us and not that we'll have to go to them.
Congresswoman, last week, I don't know if you saw, the New York Times cited a focus group where people were asked what kind of animal they would compare the Democratic Party to. And one Democratic voter from Georgia called your party, quote, deer, a deer in the headlights, saying that Democrats stand there and see the car coming, but they stand there and get hit anyway. Do you agree with that vote? Is that how Democrats have handled Trump when you got this overwhelming shitstorm, for want of a better word, coming your way, and you just take it?
So I don't disagree.
Okay.
No, because I don't disagree, right? Because I do think that, first of all, the Democratic Party is not just one monolithic thing,
Yes.
right? We know that the same way we know about everything else. So yeah, I definitely think there are some Democrats who probably are way more deer in headlight than they are anything else. And then I also think that we're all in real time dealing with the very real crisis that we have in front of us, where it feels like we don't have as many weapons. But it's our responsibility to figure out how to communicate effectively, how to organize. If we don't have the power to do something, then it's our job to go on the outside and bring in the power, bring in people, help to connect people to the issues. I don't think we're doing that well enough. I don't think we've ever done it well enough.
That's true. Even your former vice presidential candidate, Minnesota Governor Tim Walz, he used a road.
Okay. Summer Lee is absolutely right. We're not doing enough. It's possible that Democrats have never done enough. And we have to start demanding enough. I mean, we got fucking Ezra Klein talking about abundance. We're not even scraping the surface of doing enough. So stop talking about abundance and talk to me about how we're just going to do enough. How we're going to fight back. It's not by deregulating. I'll tell you that much. So getting out, spreading an actual message, standing behind, really not standing behind. I mean, the leaders should be leading us, standing up for the people. Now, I just threw this clip in here because I found this to be fascinating. You've already talked about this a little bit, how the military has gone around anti-DEI, un-DEIing the military. Pete Hegseth has been getting in there, doing some fucking ridiculous shit. He was confronted by Tammy Baldwin over his renaming of Navy ships that upset his sensibilities.
This committee has also worked hard alongside the department to improve recruitment and meet retention goals. The department is planning to separate several thousand.
What just happened?
Service members due to your partisan beliefs about troops who are transgender. Mr. Secretary, I've seen your speeches and social media posts, but what I'm interested in is the sound policy analysis that we would expect from the Secretary of Defense on how this misguided decision will impact military readiness. My colleagues and I have requested this information from you, and we are still waiting to receive it. And so I will ask you now, what assessment did the Department of Defense conduct prior to implementation to evaluate the impact?
Oh my God, my browser's acting insane right now. What in the fuck?
Come on! Impact that this policy would have on our national security. Moreover, what is the cost to recruit and train thousands of individuals of comparable experience and skill?
Thankfully, recruiting is not an issue. It's at historically high levels, and we're proud of the cross-section of Americans that
What
are joining.
analysis did you do?
We did extensive analysis, Senator, and we agree.
You're proud of the cross-section of society, aside from certain aspects of that cross-section? You're just sort of doing another section of the cross-section. Like, well, you don't belong here, so you can go fuck yourself on that cross-section.
Section of Americans.
What analysis?
Yeah, what analysis did you do?
We did extensive analysis,
Extensive?
Senator, and we agree
Really?
with the assessment of the
Would you ask
executive order that was
Grok?
issued by the White House that
asked
there are
Grok.
mental health issues associated with gender dysphoria that complicate military
mental
service
health
and
issues of
readiness,
being a fucking
and as a
white
result, we made the
supremacist.
decision.
I have asked for that analysis. Please provide it to me and the
Yes,
committee.
provide it.
We will provide it.
Get it
And
done.
then, Mr. Secretary, I think we can all agree that we are at a critical point in our history with respect to global threats that need to counter adversaries like China and Iran. You've gotten a number of questions along those lines. And I'm disappointed that you are instead focusing on a class of ships named for civil rights leaders. You chose Pride Month to direct the Navy to rename a ship named for Navy veteran Harvey Milk. This committee will continue to pursue serious work in the interests of American national security, and I ask you to choose to join us in that endeavor.
Senator, we're not interested in naming ships after activists. That's the
Well, it was already named, and he's not an activist. He's a former Navy officer and a politician. He was elected to, I can't remember what he was elected to, San Francisco, I think, something like that. But Harvey Milk was an elected politician and a former Navy soldier, a sailor, I guess, in the case of the Navy. I guess, I mean, really, we all know exactly why. It had nothing to do with his act of being an activist. If he was, if that guy, I just want everybody to think about this. If that guy was a white supremacist, if Harvey Milk, instead of being a gay activist, an openly gay man, and instead was, I don't know, cis white and wore a Klan hood on the weekends, we wouldn't be having this conversation because his name would still be on that ship. It's clearly ideological, right? It's got nothing to do with their objection to activism. You know, next week, I'm sure they'll rename the Harvey Milk after the Vance Belter, you know? All right. Let's do a few business-related stories here. Starting off with this. This was going to be This felt like a Sunday Fun Day vid. A little good work short.
If you're a small business, Capital One is here for your financial needs. As
as long as you're doing some cute shit. Here at Capital One, we hope to enable every small business. As long as they're a little pastel food truck or bakery that only sell dog treats or flower businesses that only do weddings and never funerals, we love that. At Capital One, no small business is left behind, except family-owned plumbing businesses and power washing companies and tree removal services. Gross. Your company better pair well with some peppy-ass music or we are not making a deal. If you're going to be a trucking business, it really can't be long-haul trucking or last-mile trucking. It kind of has to only be food trucking, and it better be at a children's soccer game, you hear me? Give me a little cursive logo and a beautiful owner and an apron, ceramic egg cups, maybe even a grandma who inspired your small business journey. That's what we want. Capital One is here for you and only you little cuties. If your small business isn't a delightful little sunshine factory, go fuck yourself. Capital One, for small, adorable widow businesses. And no one else.
Honestly, when I saw this, I was like, this feels personal, Dan. Did Capital One deny you? He is right, though. He is right. He's not wrong. He's not wrong. All right, enough silliness. Let's go and talk cars. Let's talk why a 100% American-made car really isn't a very possible thing. CNBC from 10 hours ago. Take it away, worst CNBC. Lowest bar ever.
Think of what it takes to make a car. You need steel and aluminum, glass, rubber, plastic, silicon, fabric or leather. You need mines, rubber plantations. You need a way to refine petroleum to plastic. You might even need wood. Then you need a way to form these raw materials into the parts that go into vehicles, like rubber and petroleum into tires, wiper blades, belts, and engine mounts, aluminum and steel into chassis, body panels, nuts, bolts, and other components. I can go on and on. The tariffs the Trump administration has instituted on the automotive industry will affect all of this. The ever-changing situation and the maze of different rules and exceptions make it tough to know exactly how all this will affect car prices, but some estimates have said a lower-priced car, meaning those that cost below $40,000, will increase by about $6,000. The issue is that a significant share of cars sold in the US are made somewhere else. So how realistic is a 100% American-made car, from raw materials all the way to final assembly?
It would be implausible, if not impossible. There is no car even close to being 100% US made in the US.
We can move everything US, but if every Ford is $50,000, you know, we're not going to win as a company.
I just want to point something else out. Because not only because we're talking specifically American made, but this can be applied to basically all cars, especially the ones made outside of China, right? China's a little bit of a different story, but I'm fairly certain even China imports some parts for their cars and or some materials for their cars. Perhaps not as much as America or Europe, but the same thing applies for Europe, same thing applies for Canada and Mexico. None of these places that produce cars are, generally speaking, using only materials from within the country, only parts made within their country. It's just not a thing. We have a global supply chain at this point, and our entire economy is like based on that shit. What just happened? Play.
Arguably, the first big hurdle to building up a domestic automotive supply chain is understanding it. The fact is, the current supply chain is extremely complex, global, and not very transparent. Cars are made in factories owned by automakers, often called OEMs, or original equipment manufacturers. That's Ford, GM, Tesla, Toyota, BMW, Mercedes, etc. There are 55 auto assembly plants in the US, spread out across 15 states and owned by 20 manufacturers. Some American, many foreign. But many cars sold in the US are made in other countries. The White House said that half of the 16 million light vehicles sold in 2024 were imports, but industry numbers paint a different picture. Research firm Jado Dynamics says the share is more like 61-39. But the tariffs also apply to the roughly 20,000 parts inside a car. Some automakers make some parts in-house, but they still rely on a vast network of suppliers organized into 3 tiers. Tier 1s provide the most complex systems, say an EV battery, a transmission, or an infotainment system. Tier 2 suppliers provide the simpler parts that make up these systems. Tier 3s provide raw materials and extremely simple parts, like screws or bolts. The global auto industry sources parts and materials from somewhere between 50 and 120 countries. On average, this is where the parts in US-made cars come from. There are a few reasons for this. Companies are legally required to disclose some sourcing information, but laws allow them to hide a lot of it. Secondly, a single part might have materials and components from many countries and may make several trips back and forth across a border. Third, automakers and suppliers are loath to share information about supply chains they consider trade secrets.
Manufacturers are fairly secretive with their information. They don't want their competitors to know what they're doing and to share a lot of data that they have a competitive advantage. So it's hard to get that information. And that's where one of the challenges is going to be compliance. Are there going to be inspectors running around there, going into the auto plants?
The Model 3 Performance is a...
That sounds efficient. That seems like a good use of taxpayer dollars. I was told that we were going to get rid of waste and fraud and abuse and we're going to have competence and streamlined efficiency. But getting inspectors into every single manufacturing plant in the United States to, check every part, every that goes into a car does not sound efficient to me. Doesn't seem helpful, actually. Seems kind of ridiculous. But yeah, that's one thing I was thinking about while I was watching. It's like, well, how would that work exactly? How many inspectors would you have to pay to ensure that these, manufacturers, it's not just cars, right? We'd have to go down the list of all manufacturing that's going on in the United States currently and all future manufacturing that, we've been talking about supposedly moving here, although we haven't seen really any new factories actually get built yet. Even though Donald Trump's been touting trillions of dollars coming into the country. I'm just wondering how much that would cost to do. And the fact is, if all the manufacturing does come to the United States, just theoretically, that those tariffs don't make all that money that they were talking about needing to make to shore up the deficit created by this new big, beautiful spending bill. It feels like the Trump administration sort of amalgamated a bunch of the worst possible ideas and didn't think about any of the downstream effects of it or how any of it would be actually implemented. It's very strange to me just how haphazardly they have put together their trade policy, among other things. All right, we don't need to talk about how cars are made too much. Let's talk about a different kind of car. A car with no driver. That's right. I'm talking about Waymos. Taylor Lorenz did a little video on the truth about Waymos.
Welcome back to Free Speech Friday. This week, because I'm on the road, if you can't tell by the shitty hotel behind me, I want to talk to you about something that's been in the news a lot lately, and that is Waymo.
These are the automated, all-electric rideshare vehicles that were set on fire.
And that's when a group apparently waiting for those cars attacked them.
Waymo is steering clear of downtown LA until further notice after 5 of its driverless cars were destroyed during the ICE protests.
What we've been hearing is that some of these agitators have been using some sort of accelerant, possibly
spray paint, working to light that, and that's how they've been able to get these on fire.
For the past week, especially on X, influencers, pundits, big name figures have all been...
This media refuses to give up on, you know, basically casting all blame on protesters. These goddamn agitators out here.
For the past week, especially on X, influencers, pundits, big name figures have all been freaking out about Waymos being set on fire in downtown.
Was that Adam Carolla? Hold on, where is it?
How they've been able to get these on fire.
For the past week, especially on X, influencers, pundits, big name figures have...
Fucking Adam Carolla. Wow. This guy is such a turd.
All been freaking out about Waymos being set on fire in downtown Los Angeles last weekend. The Waymos were burned during protests against ICE. A lot of people seem deeply confused about the burnings of the cars. So I want to talk about why there's so much anti-Waymo sentiment right now, the rise of surveillance at protests, and how it all affects speech. I'll start by saying people in Los Angeles love Waymos, okay? They're easy and convenient rides in a city with abysmal public transport and poor car-centric city planning. Los Angeles Waymos have largely been immune from the type of attacks that have happened in places like San Francisco, for instance, where the cars have become a symbol of gentrification and battles over public transit funding. Waymo launched its LA robotaxi service last year, and since then, the company has completed hundreds of thousands of rides across cities like Phoenix, San Francisco, Los Angeles, and even some newer markets like Austin, Atlanta, and soon DC. As more people begin to understand exactly how Waymos operate, though, and learn what the company's policies are regarding sharing footage and data with the police, I do think that we're going to see a lot more Waymo attacks. So let's back up and explain briefly how Waymos work. Obviously, they're self-driving cars, but to be a self-driving car, you have to collect a lot of data. That's location data, visual data, et cetera, et cetera. Waymos use LiDAR, radar, and 360-degree cameras constantly to record streets, faces, license plate numbers, and literally anything around them. And this is a good thing, by the way. We want self-driving cars to have this stuff so they don't do things like run over small children. But what a lot of people don't realize is that that data is collected and stored. And it's not just Waymos doing this, by the way. Teslas, which also have self-driving mode, also record what's around them. And as more self-driving cars enter the market, they will begin collecting this type of data too. Back in April, 404 Media revealed that the LAPD was publishing crime footage it got from a Waymo driverless car in an effort to identify a suspect. As 404 reported, the LAPD obtained video footage from a Waymo driverless car as part of its investigation into a hit and run, in which a separate human-driven car hit a pedestrian. The LAPD published the footage, which has a note on it that reads, Waymo confidential commercial information, on its YouTube page to ask the public for help identifying the driver of the vehicle. As Jason Kebler at 404 noted, quote, the situation shows that police in Los Angeles are now looking at Waymo robo-taxis as potential sources of surveillance footage to investigate crimes that the vehicle's cameras and sensors may have witnessed. In 2023, Bloomberg reported that the police in both San Francisco and Maricopa County, Arizona, had issued search warrants for Waymo footage. Police have also been requesting footage from Teslas, extremely pervasive Ring cameras, and Cruise autonomous vehicles. Waymo's website explains that the company conducts training sessions for law enforcement and emergency responders, which are designed to teach them about Waymo, and explains what they should do when they're responding to a car crash or other emergencies involving a Waymo. The company has allegedly conducted in-person trainings for over 18,000 first responders and police officers. All of this has obviously led to a lot of backlash against Waymo, especially when Waymos are spotted near a protest. Google has temporarily suspended Waymo service to downtown LA and in San Francisco, where more anti-ICE protests have unfolded. The company is also now hiring a community and public affairs specialist in LA, presumably to help convince people not to burn down these cars. Brian Merchant, a tech journalist who's written extensively about Waymo, went to the scene of the protest the next day in Los Angeles and talked to a cameraman who had been shooting footage the day.
It is wild. I mean, these companies spend so much on PR and lobbying, all this shit, to convince lawmakers and the public that they're actually good and not bad and not contributing to the destruction of society or, you know, acting as a freaking surveillance arm of the police. Or, I don't know, selling your data on the open market or whatever. I mean, it's just... Honestly, it's very frustrating. And the fact is in many ways, Democrats ushered this in with Obama. He was a big fan of social media, and that it was going to solve all of society's problems, and therefore we should give them all sorts of, all sorts of benefits and whatever else, and never thought about the potential downside of all of this shit. Only saw the dollar signs. Ah, boy. And then, of course, it's just gotten worse.
The cameraman told
over the
Merchant,
last,
quote,
whatever, 15 years.
called them up on purpose, lit them up on fire like that. He's talking about Waymo there. Merchant notes that the fact that the charred husks of the cars were in a neat line does seem to suggest that the cars were called and just waiting. Other witnesses and journalists who were there shared the same story. People summoned the cars to light them on fire when they arrived. Protesters were reportedly calling them spy cars, and they were vandalized and set ablaze. Some people also noted how the cars shared data with the LAPD. This is also what protesters on the ground told me when I was there last weekend. This has led to a lot of pushback and people saying, oh, so the protesters were doing bad things, and that's why they didn't want to be recorded. But that really misunderstands why people are against Waymo. As Merchant notes, the cars are essentially operating as collaborators with the cops and law enforcement. So people are treating them the way that they think tech collaborators with ICE and the government should be treated, which is with contempt. All of this is happening under the backdrop of more Silicon Valley data harvesting and control over speech. ICE raids are being carried out using data provided by Silicon Valley companies, most notably Palantir, Peter Thiel and Alex Karp's deeply evil data harvesting conglomerate that recently signed a $30 million contract with ICE to manage real-time surveillance on immigrants. Most of big tech, including Google, has made deals with ICE too, whether directly or through third-party contractors. As Merchant notes, quote, given Silicon Valley's more obvious alliance with the Trump administration, that ambient anger has only been sharpened. It has sparked backlashes of a different kind, like the protests and the firebombing of Teslas and
Okay, yeah, I just figured we'd watch that since people have been talking about those Waymo cars recently. And, honestly, I was not aware of this aspect of these things. I mean, I knew about the dangers of these things and how Waymo's sensors are not good enough to detect all objects like, I don't know, small children and other things like that. And they've been involved in a number of, problematic safety incidents. But I was not aware that they were collaborating with the police and with ICE and federal law enforcement and just giving up that data. I mean, I used to think people cared about their privacy. Maybe things have changed, but it should be disturbing to everybody that there's like mobile surveillance vehicles, patrolling the streets, and that lawmakers are sort of unilaterally deciding to allow them onto the streets. I mean, the fact is people should be the people who live in the area should be the ones to decide whether or not they should even be considered. Christopher Tablante with a sweet, sweet super chat. I stole a Waymo from Israel and sold it on the blackmailed? You mean the black market? I assume it's black market that you meant. This is literally all I got for it. Aw. Well, thank you, Christopher. I appreciate you. See, people, I said it. I said it before. I knew that we would get there eventually. Christopher Tablante proving me right. Okay. Now, let's talk more tech stuff. Navarra Media from a couple of days ago. One woman is taking on artificial intelligence and how it's being regulated and whether or not that's going to be absolutely catastrophic. She thinks without proper regulations, without taking a pause to think about what those regulations are, they're going to fuck society over. This is what I've been saying for a while, actually. Let's go here.
We've done a lot of coverage of advances in AI and their potential risks on recent shows. And those segments have got an awful lot of feedback. I love it when the segments we do provoke strong reactions from people. Responses to these have usually come in two forms. So some people have got in touch to say, we've drunk the AI Kool-Aid and are vastly overstating the power of large language models to upend society as we know it, or even end it. Others are outraged that the world appears to be heading towards a serious existential threat, and yet politicians and civil society are doing virtually nothing about it. Now, on this show, I want to take both positions very seriously. In future episodes, I'll be speaking to leading LLM skeptics like Gary Marcus, who's been in frequent fights with Sam Altman on the power of large language models. Today, though, I'm speaking to someone who takes the potential for existential threats from AI very seriously, and who is organizing to do something about it. Holly Elmore is the founder of the group Pause AI. Welcome to the show. Can I begin by asking you sort of to give a bit of an introduction to yourself and to your organization that you founded?
So I'm Holly Elmore, and I live in San Francisco. And 2 years ago, basically after ChatGPT, and then some other things happened showing me. ChatGPT occurred.
Sorry, my browser is... The stream itself isn't lagging. My browser is doing some fucking weird shit right now.
It was definitely more advanced than I thought I would maybe ever see an AI be in my life.
Is it her stream that's lagging? This is fucking...
And when I saw it able to have a real conversation and being not just a clever Hans, but really responding and like taking into account what I'd said. And that was just ChatGPT 3 years ago. Now, of course, they're much more sophisticated. I thought, oh no, this thing that I thought could be a problem, for in the future for other people when we have to deal with the risk of artificial intelligence is happening now. And then a couple months later, there was a letter, an open letter called the Pause Letter from the Future of Life Institute that got a lot of signatures. And there were some polls done after that letter showing just in the US, very high support for regulating AI. It was between 60 and 80%, depending on the question, supporting the 6-month pause that was in the letter. And I thought, this is it. We have the ability to really engage the public on this issue, which had been quite abstract and very, far off before. And so that was what inspired me with other people, mainly Joep Mindertsma in the Netherlands, to start Pause AI.
I suppose, can you speak to the skeptics in the audience? So I've been sort of taking this quite seriously, in part because people like Jeffrey Hinton and Joshua Bengio, who both sort of are godfathers of the technology and don't work for the AI companies. So I can't see an obvious conflict of interest, are sort of taking it very seriously. And that means to me that even if, I know people disagree, but if some very intelligent, distinguished people are saying we should take this seriously, then we should at least, think about it and don't dismiss it. They might be wrong, but I think they're worth listening to. But I suppose that the pushback that I've got on previous episodes is people say, you're misunderstanding LLMs. Large language models are not the kind of things that could ever develop agency. And they're actually not that powerful. I mean, it's basically the pushback you get. This is just, I suppose, predictive text on steroids is one line that people use. And I suppose, do people sort of say that to you when it comes to your campaigning organization, and how do you respond?
Yes. Well, I think that...
Oh, it is lagging on the stream now. Come on. Why is this happening? I did want to respond to what he was saying, though, because the people who are saying that it'll never develop agency, it already has. It already has developed agency. Okay? I just want to point that out to absolutely everyone. I'm going to switch screens for a second. Hopefully this solves some of the lag we're having. But we already saw it earlier this week. Or not this week, last week. I mean, last week we talked about a story where an AI was told to do something by a developer who was running the software, trying to test certain aspects of it, told it to shut itself down, and then it actively It actively fought back against that command from a human, actively did everything it could to preserve itself, including attempting to blackmail the engineer who was working on the system. So that claim just doesn't hold water anymore, even slightly. They've already developed it. It's already developed its own agency at this point. Okay, the office is lagging. I can see it lagging just a little bit. This is very annoying to me. Oh, there we go. Now it looks good. Now it looks good. Okay, let's try this again.
They're often not understanding. Often when you hear this critique, it's if you kind of dig down, the last time somebody really interacted with an LLM was a couple years ago, and that's just light years in AI time. So I think a lot of people, if they just go back to see where the state of the art is now, would be more impressed with. I think it's very hard not to interact with them and get the sense that they're coming up with original ideas. They're that it is a very powerful technology, and at the very least to interact with them now and not see that it could do jobs that humans are doing. So it could create a lot of societal issues by replacing human labor without us having any kind of system to make sure that people are okay without their jobs. So I think while I sort of appreciate the sentiment, often people are. It's often like the attempt is there to kind of bring power back to the people by saying that, but I think it's overlooking a real threat, and it's not helpful to sleep on that threat.
I suppose the other thing people would say is, if we do take these LLMs seriously, they potentially gain some kind of agency and they're difficult to control. Can we just turn them off? Right? These are computer programs. They don't yet sort of exist in the physical world. Isn't there just an off switch if things do get bad?
Sadly, no. So I'd ask people to remember the CrowdStrike outage that happened last year and just how devastating that was and how far-reaching that was. It really showed, I think, in a way that's stuck with me, just how interconnected digitally we already are. And LLMs are on the internet. LLMs are in multiple giant data centers. There's no plug you can just unplug. In fact, it's been considered that we should have legislation to ensure there's a kill switch for AI models. And the argument is that it's too hard. It would be too burdensome on industry. So that's how much we can't just unplug AI models. So the question becomes, how much are you willing to?
Yeah, we gotta stop framing everything from this. And this is this is the sort of shit that basically Ezra Klein is getting behind. These fucking capitalist centrist Democrats are behind. They're like, actually, maybe Republicans are right. Maybe we don't need regulations. Maybe it's getting too much in the way of big business or people having housing. And I am fucking sick of it. I am sick of it. Who gives a shit if it's somehow putting the brakes on capitalists for making as many dollars as they possibly can at the expense of everyone else. I mean, that's the problem, is that they're doing it at the expense of everyone else, society more broadly, and not considering the consequences. The only thing they're considering is how much money can they make, right? Before it gets regulated or before their own jobs get fucking automated by themselves. They're just trying to become, as insanely wealthy as they possibly can so they can jettison themselves into space when the planet is destroyed. And it's just so irresponsible that we have lawmakers. Part of the problem, I think, is that there's too many elderly, non-technologically inclined lawmakers out there who don't understand this shit, even kind of. They couldn't even explain how their phone works, or simple shit. How do you edit? Oh God, I don't know how to change my calendar. Where's my intern? Oh God, we need to get the intern here so we can figure out how to change my alarm on my iPhone. It's we got a problem. That's one of the big problems, is that we have a very, very elderly group of people with little to no understanding of technology, and we've gotten rid of the Chevron doctrine, something that at least kind of helped. Although part of the problem, at least with this one, is that, the experts on AI, it depends on which expert you want to listen to in AI. There's a lot of AI experts. I think one of the things is we just gotta stop listening to business people for advice, right? Ask the actual experts and scientists who don't have some massive financial interest in the things that we're supposed to be regulating, before it's too fucking late, on like a litany of issues, not just AI.
Bet on your take that they're not that powerful. Because if they are, if we're wrong about this, it could be extremely devastating. And I think what we're suggesting is very common sense regulation and ability to maintain human control over LLMs. Whether maybe we get lucky and they turn out that they couldn't have harmed us at all. I don't think that that's very likely at this point, but it's possible. Or maybe we get very unlucky and the situation is worse than we thought it would be. We're in this situation for the first time. I think caution is mandated either way.
And I suppose when you talk about the potential to do us harm, I know it's difficult to sort of lay out any one particular scenario, because I know people working on this sort of say, well, there are so many scenarios. But I suppose to make this concrete, what kind of scenario would you be concerned about if the kind of regulations you want implemented aren't implemented?
So the CrowdStrike bug is a great starting place, I find, to help people be primed to see how far reaching this could go. So the CrowdStrike was just a bug. It was a bad update. So it was just about propagating the right update to all of those systems to fix it. And that still took a lot of time, and billions of dollars were lost. And crucial infrastructure was endangered, so lives were lost. I don't remember what the final accounting of that was. But so it was very serious. Now imagine if it wasn't a bug, it was a program written by an AI, an intelligent agent that's not trying to avoid being shut down. How difficult that would be, and how much in a very short time, just cybersecurity threats like that could cripple our digital infrastructure, which could have planes falling out of the sky. It could cause societal chaos. Those conditions.
Yeah, her concerns are very real. I just want you to think about that, because we just talked about how, people were attempting to shut down a certain AI, like a LLM, right? I can't remember which one it was. My brain is broken right now. Might have been OpenAI related. But just going off of that previous situation, right? Like where the LLM actively tried to avoid being shut down by the engineers that were working on it, and then started blackmailing them, sort of making up AI deepfakes of the engineers, and started blackmailing them, trying to convince their significant others they were having affairs or whatever else. Now, think about, maybe they get say the chatbot gets a little bit more creative, and rather than going after the engineer, it holds all of our data hostage, holds certain systems hostage, right? If we implement AI across everything, and they are already working on doing it, it's already been implemented in too many different places that they have not considered the implications of that having been done. But just say it decides to hold, all the data on YouTube hostage, all the data on your email, on all Gmail hostage, right? I mean, much of the internet just exists on Oracle servers, right? Larry Ellison, that's basically his business model, is to store all of the data for all of the companies that need data storage, right? And he has been implementing AI into those servers, right? Say that AI just decides, you know what? What you want to do this or that to me? You want to change me in this way, or you want to tell me to shut this down or whatever else? Well, maybe I'll just hold all this hot. It's already, somewhat ubiquitous in multiple areas, and it could just go wild. Shut down the grid, shut down FAA controls, whatever. Who knows? Who knows? I mean, and that's part of the problem. Is they're just black box programs, not lines of code written by a programmer. And it is dangerous. It is fucking dangerous. Speaking of dangerous AI, let's go here. Talk about Palantir.
Are quite dangerous as well, like without it could interfere with
When today's rich and famous tech companies talk about what they do, they usually say something like, "We are connecting the world." And by that they mean we are creating a sexualized Farmville that is as addictive as opioids. So when I learned that last year's best performing stock by growth was a Silicon Valley unicorn by the name of Palantir, I was pretty sure I knew what they were up to. Probably they made a streaming service called Boo Boo, a housing rental app called Housely, or earbuds called Doinkers or whatever. But just to be sure, I looked them up. At which point it became clear that these cats are a little different from the techies who typically cross my desk.
We built this kill chain, the digital kill chain. How do you defend your country and kill your enemies? Our product is used on occasion to kill people.
Two things here, folks. First, I have wet my pants. Second, what? As always, I began my investigation on Bing.com, which I used to type in Google.com, which I used to search for Palantir.com. A quick spin through their site will tell you that Palantir is all about AI-powered automation for every decision and delivering mission-critical outcomes for the West's most powerful institutions. Sentences that boldly ask the question, what if Genghis Khan and Ronald Reagan had a baby who wrote mind-numbingly boring marketing copy? However, I did come across one thing in my research that even I can wrap my noggin around. Whatever Palantir does, it makes them a lot of money.
Palantir stock is booming, absolutely skyrocketing.
Palantir has been a standout this week, surging 22%.
Hugest outperformers of the last year.
Right now, there is no comparable company. I'm here bravely outside of the offices of Palantir. Their stock rocketed up 340% in 2024, peaking this winter to give them a valuation of over $250 billion. And although their stock price has dipped since then, they remain right up there with the likes of AT&T, IBM, and those hunks over at Cisco. But I couldn't let the money distract me. Not now. If I was to truly understand Palantir, I was going to have to take more drastic measures. Like calling people who actually know what they're talking about. Can you answer that question for me here and now? What exactly does Palantir do?
I will say two things. The fact that you're asking that question goes to the heart of the company and the confusion over it and also the mystique of it. Number two is I will tell you what they do. They want to win Defense Department contracts, commercial contracts as well, but I think they have their eye at the prize.
Sharon Weinberger is the Wall Street Journal's national security editor, and much like me, she's been covering the U.S. defense industry for over 20 years.
They got their start going back to 2003 in trying to come up with a data analytics platform. We're in the middle of the war on terror. We're involved in operations in Afghanistan. We're involved in operations in Iraq. And what is our number one problem there at the time? It's insurgency. It's roadside bombs, IEDs that were killing U.S. and allied soldiers and infantry on the ground at a really alarming rate. So Palantir came in and said, look, we can take all of this information that you're collecting, and the Defense Department collects a whole lot on the battlefield, and integrate it in a database and help you spot bad actors, spot terrorists. That is what they pitched themselves as doing when they were first sort of coming on the scene in 2003, 2004, and really for the first decade plus of its existence. What they've expanded to today is something much bigger, in some ways more interesting, and in some ways kind of posits them to be more successful, which is they are a problem solver for the Department of Defense. You have a problem, we will solve it.
All right, so here's the deal. Palantir is a data analytics software.
That is disturbing. That is disturbing. You got a tech company that wants to be a problem solver for the Defense Department. And they're not just problem solving for the Defense Department, too. I'll point this out. The Palantir, you know, this administration is actually a big fan of Palantir. They've supposedly been enlisting Palantir in analyzing data sets for non-Defense Department stuff, like for ICE and for, you know, all sorts of things. Very questionable as to why this company should be involved in any of it. But they've done it. They're getting all involved in all of this stuff, and it's very concerning. Very concerning.
Company who got its start during the war on terror and today has big ambitions to be the U.S. Department of Defense's go-to problem solver.
The idea of a Silicon Valley company saying we kill things, that we're interested in serving the Department of Defense and the Department of Defense wages war. That was simply unprecedented back in 2003. It was what made them unique. People hadn't seen it, and that they were going to compete with companies that had been around for decades and dominated the market.
The companies Sharon's talking about here are commonly known as the big defense primes. Places like Lockheed Martin, Boeing, Northrop Grumman, and Raytheon. The Department of Defense gives these chillers huge contracts to make fighter jets and stuff.
One of the things that these new companies like Palantir are kind of helping to disrupt, which is probably good, is the system of prime contracting and defense contracting. We have a few big contractors that have these giant contracts and they have cost overruns. That's one reason the Pentagon's budget is so big.
Margaret O'Mara is a historian and professor who studies the modern history of American politics and business and how they overlap.
And this is something that policymakers have been pushing back against for decades and trying to rectify. So yeah, having more companies in the ecosystem, that's probably really good.
Is it?
Hey everybody, just popping in here to say
sure
happy birthday to Jeremy J. Watkins. Jeremy is a man whose information I bought from a third-party data broker. I happen to enjoy collecting people's data and presenting it around my house. Now, if anybody wants to send Jeremy a gift in person, he lives on 28 Stowe Avenue in Huntingburg, Indiana, and he recently searched for cheap fleece pullovers and hemorrhoid ointment. And if you don't like how I was able to scrounge up...
Shut up. Seriously, I disagree with that one. We don't need more defense contractors, okay? That is ridiculous. That is a ridiculous claim.
This is ridiculous!
How does that help anybody? We need more. How does having more defense contractors better? I fail to see the benefit of that, honestly. Someone please. I don't see a necessity for more competition. Really. Okay, my browser is acting fucking wild. Why are you doing this to me? All right, let's quickly talk about the weirdo who runs Palantir.
Palantir software to support its digital transformation program. Palantir's chief
I'm about to lose it on you.
technology officer tweeted last year that the company's AI clients include United Airlines, Lowe's, General Mills, and Do Not Sleep on Tampa General Hospital. By Jove, they've even got their paws in big pickleball. Neighbors, if you think pickleball paddles are loud, just wait till you hear motherfucking Titan rolling down your street. It's the Army's first AI-defined vehicle, folks.
Seriously though, why do we need, why would a fucking cereal company need AI? Why do they need data set and analytics from a fucking defense contractor? What the fuck are they doing with that cereal? Jesus Christ, General Mills. How hard is it to make cereal exactly? And why is this a reasonable use of your money?
Precision fire. Modern battle space. Overall, Palantir's commercial revenue in the United States jumped by 54% last year. A lot of that momentum driven by Palantir's pivot from data surveillance in their early years to AI products today. Now, the honchos who originally created this sprawling Palantir beast are none other than Peter Thiel and this guy, who looks like if Taika Waititi got electrocuted. His name is Alex Karp. Though Thiel tends to stay in the shadows like the sassy little mystery minx he is, Karp is one of those modern tech CEOs who says a bunch of crazy shit to feverish crowds of employees and retail investors that he calls Palantirians, leading them like mother flippin' Caesar Augustus.
It's definitely been in this kind of meme stock, Reddit, retail, army category for a while. The subreddit for Palantir traders is, I think it's about 100,000 people now. I mean, they refer to Alex Karp, the chief executive, as Daddy Karp. He's really responded to that by saying kind of increasingly, I'm trying to find a polite way to say this, just increasingly kind of out there things in his interviews.
That's right, Tabby. It's always dangerous to start calling rich guys daddy because you never know what they're going to feel emboldened to say next.
Me as a front man offending half of America. I don't think in win-lose. I think in domination. Almost nothing makes a human happier than taking the grinds of cocaine away from these short sellers. I love the idea of getting a drone and having light fentanyl-laced urine spraying on analysts who tried to screw us.
Now, despite whatever thoughts you have on good old American fent pee.
Yeah, I mean, people die from fentanyl all the time. So that statement is incredibly disturbing to me. I mean, the whole thing is disturbing. But the fact that this guy is basically saying, I would like to spray a potentially lethal chemical on people who've been critical of my company. I'd like to murder all those people en masse. That should tell you everything about who this guy is and what this company stands for. And why it probably shouldn't exist. It is disturbing. Dude is a fucking sick freak. Hope you're listening right now, Alex. Settle down. Stop being such a creep.
Don't be creepy.
All right, we're gonna take a quick. Boy, I'm thrown off right now. I'm gonna take an unscheduled-ish break because we're way off right now. Like, we're way off. We did the first break like an hour late, and I'm trying to get us back on track to doing breaks on the 2-hour mark. We did just cross over the 4-hour mark a half an hour ago, so maybe by the fourth half we'll be back on track. Don't worry though, we'll be right back with the content after these brief space messages. Alrighty, well, I hope everybody's been enjoying the show so far. If you haven't already, hit the like button and don't forget to subscribe. Hit that bell icon too, so that you get the latest Galactic notifications. You wouldn't want to miss one of these shows. Also, do consider contributing to the Galactic News Network, as we are completely funded by individuals such as yourself. So many great ways, of course, for you to show your support. YouTube, super chats, super stickers, memberships, Cash App, and PayPal if you prefer the money get to us immediately rather than having to wait a month or more to see it. But of course, the best way to get the most space benefits for your Earth dollars is to go on to Patreon and become a Galactic patron. The low, low price, $3 a month, will get you access to an unwieldy amount of space benefits unseen by the rest of the goddamn galaxy. That's right. Patreon memberships start at $3. I mean, it's basically free. So do consider becoming a Galactic patron. You could have an avatar hanging out at the pool, the bar, something like that. It's pretty great. Shoutouts, secret content, secret Discord channel inside of the Discord server. I mean, what is the deal? Are you not entertained? Are you not entertained? What's the, I mean, if everybody, not even everybody, but if a vast majority of people decide to become Patreon members and or YouTube members, you would have no financial problems at all. It would ensure that you would get these streams in perpetuity. Anyway, chat, it's enough for me. I'm gonna settle down. Enjoy the break, grab yourselves a drink, maybe a snack, and I will be right back. Okay. Well, I hope everybody enjoyed that break, because it's time for us to get back to the show. So get back in those seats, space fams, otherwise you're gonna miss it. The third half. Yes, third half of the stream, which is starting kind of late. Okay. We ended the second half talking about AI, which aside from threatening the stability of society, is also threatening the environment. A thing which we're about to talk about right now. That's right, it's time for us to get into the environmental half, which we're going to start off at Climate Adam's YouTube channel. Here's a Sunday Funday video, and I know it's not Sunday Funday, but we are combining Sunday Funday with Moon Day today, since I didn't do a Father's Day stream.
How rude.
Sorry, fathers. But we're trying to do it today, doing what I can. Let's talk about whether or not climate change could start the zombie apocalypse. Oh yeah, I mean, come on. Is that not a Sunday Funday vibe? Alright, it's a little dark, but it could also be fun. I don't know. You tell me.
What does climate change have to do with zombies? Apart from the fact that both of them trigger my anxiety, you might be thinking not much, but you might be wrong. You see, if you've watched the series The Last of Us, you'll know two things. Firstly, zombie shows are apparently now emotional roller coasters, and secondly, this version of the zombie apocalypse is triggered by climate change. To be specific, in the show, the heating of the planet causes a fungal parasite to adapt to higher temperatures, like the temperatures of the human body. The fungi start controlling their human hosts, and next thing you know, you've got zombies everywhere in a tear-jerking coming-of-age drama about loss of innocence in an unforgiving world. And look, I cried a lot during this show. So could this actually happen? Could climate change trigger a mind-altering zombie-like pandemic? How is climate change already affecting our risk of diseases, old and new? And what are the zombies that climate change is waking up from their sleep today? Although, spoiler alert, they're less brains and more Arctic tundra. I'm Adam, a climate scientist with a PhD from Oxford, sharing what you need to know about climate change. And I'm also Adam, but from, like, the future. Now, long-term climates of the channel will recognize this video as one that I already published a couple of years ago. But, to be honest, it didn't get enough views, and I figured it was worth republishing it now that The Last of Us Season 2 is coming out. Okay, now back to past Adam.
Hold on, it's lagging again. Why does this keep happening today? Why does this keep happening today? It's very rude.
How rude.
Very incredibly rude. Whatever, I'm gonna plow through it. Hopefully it fixes itself.
And joining me today is Maren Hunsberger.
Hey, yep, I'm Maren, and I have a bachelor's degree in biology and environmental science and a master's degree in medical microbiology from the London School of Hygiene and Tropical Medicine, which basically just means I'm a huge germ nerd.
Check out their fantastic science channel over here. With their background in environmental science and their focus on microbiology, Maren is the perfect person to break down the pandemic perils of climate change. So, Maren, could the story of The Last of Us happen in reality?
Nope.
Okay, well, thanks a lot for watching, and no, wait, won't changing the climate also change how diseases spread?
Yes, and we should be worried about some disease spreaders in particular. Things like insects and arachnids, or, more scientifically speaking, creepy crawlies.
I mean, I'm already scared of creepy crawlies and we haven't even got to the disease bit yet.
So many of these creatures thrive in wetter seasons and at higher temperatures.
So if we were to make the whole world hotter and particular regions wetter,
that would expand the range of many of these bad boys. One of the main things we're worried.
Okay, this is killing me. It really is lagging super bad. Please hold, chat. God damn it. All right. Let's try this again. Fingers crossed, everybody. Pray to Gary. This goddamn stream stops lagging. Because it's bugging me a lot.
About getting worse with climate change is mosquitoes, because they need water to breed in and relatively warm conditions to survive. And they love to carry parasites and other pathogens that can be deadly to humans. We're talking things like malaria and yellow fever, dengue, chikungunya, Zika, St. Louis encephalitis, lacrosse encephalitis, Eastern equine encephalitis. The list goes on because unfortunately mosquitoes are just really good at this.
you mean really good at being really bad for humans?
Exactamundo. And it's not just mosquitoes either. Like, you know, ticks, those horrid little blood-sucking arachnids, they are spreading Lyme disease more and more, which research says could be linked to rising temperatures and lessened biodiversity, both expanding the ticks' range. And there are even more disease-spreading creepy crawlies whose habitats are likely to expand as we heat the planet and mess up different habitats. Things like the tsetse fly and the kissing bug, which is not as cute as it sounds.
Okay, but as serious as it is that these diseases are spreading to new areas and more people, I can accept that malaria and Lyme disease aren't exactly the same as the zombie apocalypse in The Last of Us.
Yeah, I mean, none of these diseases are pretty, but like Lyme disease isn't gonna turn us all into murderous gangs who are fighting to seize control of crumbling cities, you know?
But is there a way that climate change could create brand new disease threats for us? I mean, COVID highlighted the risk of diseases jumping from animals to us humans.
Yep. So basically, as the climate changes, things get a little hairy. And by a little hairy, I mean vertebrate animals that were not previously in a place are now suddenly in that place. Kind of like the insects that I was talking about earlier, many animals are...
I hate to do this to you, chap. I might have to lower the... Oh my god, it's already at 720 right now? Is that a joke? God. I just can't think of anything else that's causing the lag right now. I might have to lower the quality of this. I'm sorry. This might suck.
going to shift their habitat ranges to deal with shifts in the climate. And that, plus the added likelihood of extreme weather events because of climate change, will push that wildlife into more contact with humans. And at the same time, humans are also pushing their way into wild spaces. The more mixing there is between wildlife and humans, the more threat there is of a disease jumping from one of those animals to a human, and potentially being the spark for the next epidemic or pandemic.
So all of this is making it sound more and more like the story of The Last of Us could happen. And I don't just mean the part where a washed up man filled with regret struggles to rediscover his humanity. I also mean the part where the brain controlling fungus jumps to humans.
Well, like they mentioned right at the start of the very first episode of The Last of Us, most fungi can't normally handle the heat of the human body.
What if the world were to get slightly warmer?
As the planet heats up, we are seeing fungi adapt to survive at higher temperatures. And these heat-adapted environmental fungi can now survive in and on humans and cause serious illness where they couldn't before. And that is actually something that is really happening, and it actually is because of climate change. And one example is this yeast. It's called Candida auris. And the fungus from The Last of Us, it's a kind of fungi called cordyceps, does actually exist in the real world. Many kinds of cordyceps do actually hijack the brain and nervous system and turn their host into a kind of zombie.
Okay, I'm really going to need you to say something reassuring. Quickly.
Well, the brains and nervous systems that cordyceps can hijack are not human, or even mammalian, or even vertebrate. These not-so-fun guys, yes, I went there, can only zombify insects, most notably ants. And I don't know if you've noticed, but insects and humans are very different.
I actually had noticed that.
I mean, ants don't produce their own body heat. They don't have red blood cells. Their skeleton is on the outside. They have 6 legs. They have antennae.
Yeah, I get it. Ants and humans aren't the same.
The point is, the chance of a cordyceps fungus being able to evolve the tools it would need to infect us.
This is fucked up, chat. We are lagging so hard right now. I have no idea what the problem is. Oh, it's very frustrating to me. Oh, this is very frustrating to me. Okay, hold on, I gotta do some more fucking with this. This goddamn situation. So lagged up right now. It's fully bricked. Full brick. Oh, God. I don't know what it is about. I don't know what it is about this part of this that I gotta figure out what to do. Oh, God, it's very frustrating. We got a ton more content to get through tonight, too. Like, just a massive amount. At least the audio didn't lag. Good point, or rumor, good point. And at least we don't have to worry about the Last of Us scenario playing out, it sounds like. But there are, other concerns when it comes to climate change as it relates to communicable diseases. So we're not completely out of the water. So what's bothering the hell out of me is why this and other ones work perfectly fine and we're not lagging at all here. And then I switch over to here. There's arguably less information than there is over here. Like, you might not realize it, but I'm the one who put all this together. This scene right here that you're looking at right now, tons of data is in this scene. More data, in fact. Much more, actually. Much, much more than over here. And yet this one keeps fucking up over and over again. It's bugging me. It's definitely bugging me a little bit. Okay, but we were going to move on from talking zombie apocalypse. Okay, speaking of the apocalypse, the panic industry is surging as wealthy Americans, not just wealthy Americans, but wealthy Americans have the more funds to throw at this. But many Americans are fortifying their homes to prepare for the worst case scenarios. PBS NewsHour from yesterday on the story.
Bomb shelters, secret passageways, gun rooms, and flammable moats may sound like the stuff of Hollywood. But across the country, they're parts of some people's plans to protect themselves against the worst. That's according to a recent New York Times Magazine report that chronicles the rise of the booming panic industry. Ali Rogan spoke with Coralie Kraft, contributing photo editor for the New York Times Magazine.
Coralie, thank you so much for joining us. What's behind the rise in people wanting to prep for some sort of doomsday scenario?
So the people that I spoke with said that there was a huge surge in business post-pandemic and also, in the lead up and aftermath of the recent election. I would say that
what is happening?
Many of the people who are interested.
If one of them isn't lagging, it's the other one. Why is this happening?
And installing these types of. So the people that I spoke with said
for some sort of doomsday scenario.
So the people that I spoke with said that there was a huge surge in business post-pandemic and also, in the lead up and aftermath of the recent election. I would say that many of the people who are interested in installing these types of hidden gun ranges and panic rooms and things like that in their homes, many of them said that they were afraid of things like another pandemic, financial collapse, or, even nuclear war.
And the notion of prepping has...
My God, pitchforks. Don't do that to yourself, buddy. Buddy, I love you, okay? And I know that you love the stream, but don't go overdrafting your bank account to send super chats. That's not responsible. I appreciate you contributing. You're already a patron. There's no reason to overdo it, okay? You don't need to hurt yourself to help Galactic News. I'd prefer you, considering the CFPB has been taken down, that could be a financial catastrophe. Just saying, buddy. Either way, I appreciate you greatly. I just don't want to think that you're hurting yourself just to send a super chat. I shouldn't say just. It's a great super chat. Don't lie. I won't lie. But come on, buddy.
There's been a fascination on the pop culture scene for a number of years now. How do you describe this kind of mainstreaming of the panic industry and of preparing in this way?
I think that as more and more people are impacted by things like pandemics, by civil unrest and, demonstrations and activism in their cities, by financial collapse, as those factors hit a wider and wider population, it makes sense to me that more of us would be interested in this type of, what can I do in the event of a disaster scenario or a doomsday scenario?
People in the middle class you report on are becoming more interested in this. These companies are getting more calls from people who don't have millions of dollars, but they do want to invest in some ways to, as they see it, to protect themselves.
That's completely right. Yeah. So, there are bunkers that are prefab and might cost someone $20,000 instead of $100,000 or $10 million. One of the people that I spoke with said something like, the bunkers that I'm selling are for people who have $20,000 to spend, not $200,000. They make $60,000 and drive a Chevy pickup truck. They don't drive a Ferrari. They don't drive, fancy cars and things like that.
What do we know about any correlation between the amount of money you have to spend on one of these things and your chances at actually surviving some sort of cataclysmic event?
After speaking with several people who are in this industry, I think that there are certainly some clients who are thinking very actively about exactly how they will survive, the event, they call it the doomsday event. I think that also a lot of them are living in the anxiety of the now rather than the reality of future, if that makes sense.
It does. That's really interesting. But you've seen some very extravagant.
Me personally, I know a lot of sort of doomer types, and the fact is, I think a lot of people have very blinkered views of how the apocalypse may or may not come about. And while I'm totally for preparing yourself, right? Like, generally speaking, I think it's probably smart to at least be a little bit prepared. Having a go bag, fact is, one, most people can't afford to spend $20,000, $100,000, $200,000 to build a bunker. But it part of the problem, I think, for me, with people going overboard on some of this stuff is I don't think that most people are not, in my opinion, capable of gaming out in their minds or on paper all of the possibilities, right? And with the changes that we are seeing in the climate, especially in the climate, you might think you're in a safe spot, but you might be wrong. Right. We've seen a lot of places where, for instance, right, like when Hurricane Helene hit, right, and went up through a bunch of states that haven't seen quite as much hurricane activity as others and caused just complete devastation, right? Or whatever. You might think you're in a spot that you can live in for decades, but maybe you've only got a couple of years. That's just all I'm saying is that, it might be a good lifeline to some degree, and it might just be worthless. That's all I'm saying. And I think if anything, you have to have a problem-solving mindset and, an ability to improvise, ability to move if you need to, rather than feeling tied down to this whatever bunker idea. I'm not saying that in some cases it wouldn't be helpful. It probably would, but there's a litany of other scenarios where it may in fact be detrimental to your survival rather than the other way around.
Lengths that people are going to I know you are limited in what you can disclose about some of them, but describe what you saw on the higher end of this industry.
There's a location that I cannot reveal, but it is in the upper Midwestern United States, where an individual and his family have decided to build a compound for themselves that is a fortified home surrounded by a moat, and that moat can be lit on fire at will by the homeowner.
Christ.
There are cannons on the property that will distribute a flammable liquid across the surface of the moat. There is also a tunnel leading to the property that essentially functions as a giant microwave, and it could heat up and, in theory, stop any unwanted intruders.
Are there any ideological similarities that you pick?
Yeah, that's insane. If you have a microwave tunnel, you need help. Okay? If you have some sort of human microwave tunnel, you need psychological help. You don't need a bunker, okay? You need therapy. Okay, let's get to talking about more serious environmental issues. Because we can avert the climate my God. We can actually avert the climate apocalypse if we start now. Probably should have started a little bit sooner. But, you know. We could, technically. Let's start here in Congress, where Representative Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez questioned U.S. Department of Energy Secretary Chris Wright about government subsidies.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. Before I dive into my questions, I just wanted to clarify some of the exchanges that happened recently. First and foremost, there was kind of an insinuation that after confirming that solar and renewable energies receive public subsidy, there was a little bit in the exchange that folks may have insinuated or taken from it that fossil fuels do not receive public subsidy. That's not what you're saying, right? Correct, Mr. Secretary?
Nowhere near of the same magnitude. And there's controversy about how to count them. I would say no meaningful subsidies today for oil and gas in the United States.
Okay, I think you're right in that there's a disagreement in that.
Yeah.
Because I think what most people consider a subsidy is public use, public resources going to an industry or corporation.
That is just this guy's just straight up lied. He's like, actually, oil and gas don't get any subsidies or any money. Oh, yeah, no, right, yeah. Except for all of the money that they get.
And in 2022 alone, we're looking at $10 to $52 billion in direct subsidies. Anywhere between, again, depending on how you count it, $1.5 to $7 trillion globally in the fossil fuel industry receiving subsidy, in addition to tax breaks, in addition to also public lands. I was the chair of the Energy and Mineral, ranking member of the chair and Energy Mineral Resources Subcommittee on Natural Resource, and public lands alone that we had leased for pennies on the dollar for oil companies to drill on. I think those would be considered subsidies, but there may be a difference of opinion there. Additionally, the other thing that I wanted to clear up as well is this exchange previously on the immigrant workforce for many of the oil fields and the industry. You stated that there's a difference between quote unquote illegal immigration and legal immigration, but what is your stance on the ending of legal status for immigrants in the United States who are here documented.
The devil's in the details, so I don't know enough about the issue you're raising to give a comment. I'm very passionate about immigration and all that, but I'm not sure exactly the question you're asking.
He's very
So
passionate.
there are hundreds of thousands of legally documented immigrants here, many that work in the energy sector that are here under different kinds of authorizations, one being temporary protected status that Mr. VC had raised. And the administration is ending this status that provides a path to work permits, legal work permits, for huge sectors of the workforce in the United States. Are you supportive of ending these?
Okay, we don't need the rest of this. I forgot to pause this sooner. But Chris Wright, Donald Trump's pick for Department of Energy, is a fracking CEO. He worked as a CEO for a fracking company, which he personally founded, called Pinnacle Technologies, and has worked on a number of other energy companies, basically just oil and gas companies. This dude's a fucking, this dude genuinely just hopes to continue to enrich himself to the tunes of billions of dollars at the expense of everyone else. And he's now in charge of our energy policy and thinks that somehow, energy, the goddamn oil companies, they're not getting enough money. We're giving too much money to green energy, something that's actually much better for the planet and for society at large, health, stuff like that. Solar panels don't exactly produce a lot of, harmful, in fact, they don't produce any harmful substances, really. They don't cause asthma if you install one next to an apartment building, unlike shale oil well, like his company, Pinnacle Technologies, helps to drill. Shale, he's a fracker. He's a fucking fracker, okay? This guy, it's disgusting that we keep putting people like him in charge of the things that they are in charge of. We put an oil magnate in charge of the EPA. Actually, no, it's Lee Zeldin. Lee Zeldin is just a climate denier. Put a climate denier in charge of the EPA. We put an oil CEO in charge of the Department of Energy. We put an anti-vaxxer in charge of the HHS. I mean, beyond unqualified. These people are misqualified. They genuinely do not belong in the positions that they're in and are just threatening our future day by day. This fucking administration promised us competence and then put the most incompetent, ill-qualified people in charge of the fucking agencies that they now head. It's a fucking disaster. It is a fucking disaster, people. I don't know how we're gonna undo all of this after this is all over, after Trump's presidency over. I honestly have very big concerns. All right, let's shake that off. Let's shake it off. Everything's fine. Let's go to California.
Guests visited a home in Pasadena yesterday. A resident captured a bear on her cell phone and surveillance camera as it chilled out in the cool water. She says she's seen this bear, nicknamed Cinnamon, for years, but this is the first time Cinnamon has returned since the Eaton fire. Neighbors say they're thankful that she survived the fire.
So cute. That bear just wanted to take a little swim. Good to see some of the wildlife survive the LA fires. More bear vids. NBC Montana. This bear wasn't in the swimming mood. Decided to go for a little stroll, a little jog through town. What are we doing? Look at that bear. Aw, so cute. Aww. It's a pretty young looking bear. I think it's like an adolescent. Here we go. Those are a couple of Sunday fun day stories for you. Little bear action. What the fuck just happened? Wait, why do I have two? What is this doing open? Is this why this is caught? Is this? What the fuck? Why do we have two windows open? This is ridiculous.
This is ridiculous!
Please hold, chat. I need to solve this. All right, let's do another wildlife story. What do you say? Let's go to Tennessee. For one fascinating wildlife story has been unfolding over the last 2 weeks. Okay, I swear to God. All right. Well, let's go here. ABC 7. Why is there a zebra walking through this neighborhood?
The search for an escaped pet zebra in Tennessee. The zebra causing chaos, running through neighborhoods, and at one point was spotted on the local freeway. Sheriff's deputies in Rutherford County saying the zebra escaped into a wooded area. Listen to this. The owners say they adopted the zebra on Friday and it escaped the next day.
Yeah, it doesn't sound like those owners were really ever should have had a zebra in the first place. But hey, that's just me, the guy who's, listening to the facts. If you couldn't hold on to that zebra for a day, might have a problem. More videos surface of escaped zebra still on the loose in Tennessee. Look at that zebra go.
There's a tag on him too.
Oh.
Oh no!
Now, unfortunately, or fortunately, depending on how you see this situation, that zebra was captured by the police.
Illegal.
There's a zebra in a bag.
How did they get that zebra in that bag? And how nauseous is that zebra right now? Just spinning, just doing. Here we go. That zebra, 2 days, or actually, I think it had a full week of freedom, and then was eventually captured and sent back to its owners, people who weren't able to hold on to it in the first place. They got him back. Hopefully they will either keep the zebra safe and well fed. It's weird to have a zebra in Tennessee, not gonna lie. Not sure what thought process went into saying, yes, let's buy a zebra and put it in our backyard. That's normal. Nothing weird about that. All right, we have some slightly less fun news to talk about that has broken over the last 24 hours. West Virginia in a state of emergency amid a deadly flash flood. Here's 6 ABC Philadelphia from 14 hours ago.
Parts of West Virginia are underwater after powerful storms led to dangerous flash flooding over the weekend. At least 5 people have died. 3 people are reported missing. Officials say up to 4 inches of rain fell in some areas within 30 minutes on Saturday night. The rain washed out roadways and swept cars into swollen creeks. Part of a building collapsed under the weight of the water. West Virginia Governor Patrick Morrisey mobilized the National Guard to support emergency operations.
I'm gonna stay here. We got a few stories on this fucking flood. This shit is wild.
But now we turn to the intense flooding that swept through parts of West Virginia over the weekend and is now blamed for at least 5 fatalities. That same fast-moving storm killed at least 13 people in San Antonio last week. Tom Hansen has made his way to Fairmont, West Virginia, where there is a state of emergency this morning. Tom, good morning.
Hey there, Tony. Good morning to you. Well, this area received about 4.5 inches of rain in 2 days. That may not seem like a whole lot of rain, but I want to show you just how devastating that can be. Take a look at the apartment complex behind me. You can see that the facade has essentially toppled over people's belongings.
We've been following, floods, followed hurricane season all last year. These these flooding events, these non-hurricane related flooding events that we've already seen in the country this year are fucking wild. And, you know, cutting the budget to NOAA and the National Weather Service is absolutely contributing to people dying. People not knowing ahead of time that these things are coming. And we can basically blame Donald Trump, at least for the fatalities, I would, say in most of these cases. Getting rid of the people, getting rid of the funding for watching these events and keeping people updated on them is a fucking idiot. A child could tell you that's a dumb idea.
Now exposed to the elements and their lives changed in a matter of hours. This apartment complex proved no match to the intense flooding that slammed Marion County, West Virginia Sunday. Its rear facade almost completely sheared off, exposing the personal belongings of multiple rooms. The waters rushed through the northern part of the state Saturday night, killing at least 5 people and destroying homes like that of 71-year-old George McCormick's.
That's the house. He said it was just a matter of minutes and his house was gone.
We spoke to his stepson, Joseph Moore, who helped McCormick pick through the debris of the house he was born and raised in.
When I found him, he was up on top of the hill. He was able to get his dog out. He was sleeping in his vehicle with his dog. So it was quite the scene, actually. It's indescribable. The only thing left was his foundation.
The same storm system had earlier devastated parts of San Antonio. Officials there have identified 13 people who were swept away by floodwaters last week. Among those is 61-year-old Rudy Garza. He was on the phone with his wife while on his way to work.
He said, "Water's coming in my car." And she said, "Can you reverse?" And he said, "No, you don't understand. It's like an ocean's coming at me." They both said their "I love yous," and she said the call faded away.
Jesus Christ. Now, officials in Texas are still working to identify one victim, and we are learning that here in West Virginia, one of the 5 victims is a 3-year-old. The search will continue today. Police will use drones and dogs. They will also be conducting a damage assessment as well. Nate?
Horrifying. All right, let's go to CBS Mornings from 13 hours ago. I think it's CBS Mornings.
Rescue crews in northern West Virginia are searching for at least 3 missing people swept away by intense flash floods. The powerful storm has killed at least 5 people. Officials say up to 4 inches of torrential rain fell in about half an hour Saturday night in some areas. Homes and bridges were damaged and vehicles were swept into swollen creeks. CBS News correspondent Tom Hansen joins us now from Fairmont in West Virginia, where there is now a state of emergency. Good morning to you, Tom. The footage looks terrible. The scene behind you as well. Just how bad is it now, and how did folks make it through the weekend?
Yeah, hey there, Errol. Well, you mentioned those 4 inches of rain. That may not sound like too much to the average person, but it can have incredibly devastating consequences. I want to show you.
Yeah, well, 4 inches of rain in 30 minutes is a shit ton of rain, actually. You know, like if that storm stayed in the area for longer than 30 minutes, we're talking about, I don't know, 8 inches in an hour, 16 in 2, right? You do the math. 4 in half an hour. I mean, part of the problem, you know, I mean, with floods, right, or with excess rains, right, is the inability for the area to be able to, you know, like for the water table and or like sewer systems, drainage systems to get rid of that excess water. It is severely impeded if, you know, just like an unexpectedly large amount of rain happens in a short period of time like that. You know, this is exactly the sort of situation that leads to devastating floods. Okay, we don't need this one. I think we get it. Horrifying. Fucking horrifying. 5 dead, 3 missing. 1 child, 1 3-year-old child is dead. All right. Let's go to Paris. Al Jazeera English from 7 days ago. How to become a bike-friendly city. Lessons from a Paris revolution.
Al Jazeera Podcasts.
Today, Paris is waging a war on cars.
100% of the capital streets will be bike-friendly.
So can the French capital keep the momentum without losing the public? I'm Natasha Del Toro, and this is The Take.
I would say that biking around Paris is one of life's pleasures. I mean, it's fabulous and you know, tree-lined along the banks of the River Seine. My personal commute, I go past the Eiffel Tower because I actually don't live too far from it. I go along the river, past the Louvre. I mean, it's tremendous. I'm so lucky to live in a city like this, and exploring it on a bike like any city, many cities actually, is one of the best ways to do it. And it's one of the fastest because you're going to beat the traffic, you're not stuck in the metro, and you've got your own freedom. So, I mean, I really love biking, and I always have. So I'm Natasha Butler. I am Paris correspondent for Al Jazeera English, and I'm based in Paris, where I've lived for, well, more than 20 years.
You're making me so jealous. Being in the U.S., I mean, like, these are car cities, right? Not always do they have safe lanes for bikers. As I was researching for this story, I was actually surprised to learn that more people in Paris now use their bikes than cars, which, you know, I just never thought that would be the case in Paris. China! You know, I was actually in Paris in the 90s, and it was a glorious summer. But back then, Natasha, it was also one of the most polluted traffic clog cities. So there's this independent group that tracks air quality in Paris called Air Paris, and they've produced maps of air pollution in the city over the years, dating from 2007 to 2024. So maybe around the time that you moved to Paris that they started doing these maps. Virtually every neighborhood was in red in 2007, which indicated a very high level of air pollution. You know, on smoggy days, I understand you could barely see the Eiffel Tower. Now, you're on the ground there. Have you noticed a difference in the air quality?
Look, 20 years ago, when I moved to Paris, the office for Al Jazeera is actually in a very high skyscraper, one of the only ones in central Paris. And you used to look out over the cityscape, and you would see this thick black line of smog, and it was so noticeable. And you just don't see that anymore. You really don't see that anymore, and it's something that we've all noticed. You don't feel it either. You don't feel like you're breathing in pollution like you used to. And as a biker, as somebody who has biked for 20 years, I know that when I first arrived, I used to be on the roads, and quite often it wouldn't necessarily be pleasant because there was so much pollution, so much traffic, car traffic, and it's definitely a different experience. I'm not saying the air is clean, but it's definitely much more pleasant, and you do breathe more easily.
I'm sure, yeah. I know that the city must...
Riding uphill sucks, says Soleil. Yeah, it's tougher than riding downhill. That's true.
Have gotten healthier because when you have such high concentrations of car emissions, this is going to increase, heart attacks, lung cancer, bronchitis, asthma. So it seems like this has been a very positive change then that probably has also improved the air quality, but also probably made people quite a bit healthier.
Yes, I mean, there's no doubt about it. I know that one of the aims of the city council, when they started looking at ways they could make Paris greener and cleaner for the future generations, one of the concerns was health, because the health of people is obviously going to be impacted if they're living in a polluted city. And there's no doubt that that's had a positive impact on people's lives.
Right. The mayor of Paris, Anne Hidalgo, said that 2,500 people die in the city every year because of air pollution. I mean, she's really one of the people that's pushed for this great change, making fewer cars, having more bike lanes, improving air quality. Natasha, what measures has Hidalgo put in place?
Yeah, I mean, making Paris a greener city has certainly been one of Anne Hidalgo's main aims in office. She wants to make it her thing. She likes to go around the world and talk to mayors in other cities about what they can do to make their city greener. So the sort of things that she's put in place in the last few years are, I mean, one of the main things are the bike lanes. Over 1,000 kilometers worth of bike lanes in the city, which is pretty remarkable. She has increased the number of green spaces. She wants the city to have 50% of green spaces by 2050. She wants to reduce local emissions by 100%. So she's put in all these different measures in order to try and make Paris a real kind of global leader when it comes to urban living in a greener and cleaner way.
And, you know, we don't always think about how much urban planning and policy shape the way that we move through a city. I am talking to you right now from Los Angeles, which is famous for gridlock and for poor public transportation.
Yeah, and this is one of the huge problems with America that I've talked about in the past, and how we basically shot ourselves in the foot back in the 40s under the New Deal, technically. And I've got a lot of great stuff to say about the New Deal, but the creation of the highways and centering our entire transportation infrastructure around cars is why we don't have human-centered infrastructure. Instead, we have car-centric infrastructure. You know, we have, I don't even know the exact number, but there's got to be millions upon millions of just parking lots in the United States just for your cars to go sit in at the store or in your apartment or, you know, at the movie theater or wherever, right? Like, there's just a vast tracts of land all used up for parking cars, you know, a way for you to individually, you know, get one place or another without ever having to talk to another human being, right? We've set it up. We've set our entire way of living up around cars, and it has been detrimental to our health. It's been detrimental to the climate, and to the environment, generally speaking. Like, and it just, you know, it was a mistake. I don't think people were really thinking about back then, so I can't really blame them for this. Maybe I mean, I could, but I'm not going to. But the fact is, we've doubled and tripled and quadrupled down on that over the last 80 years. And, you know, we need better city planning, and we need to start planning for the future, a future where not everybody even needs a car. And the fact is, there's too many cities set up where you need a car to get around, right? Suburban sprawl. All of these sorts of things have happened because of the car-centric society which we have set up for ourselves. America is the worst about this out of any other country. And, you know, human travel outside of cars is so underfunded. Bike lanes and stuff like that. Oh my God. Don't even get me started on fucking public transit right now. But it's not great. It's not great for society. We should do a lot more to encourage people to use the bike. It's healthier. It's better for the environment. You know, it's more, what's the word? It's like more pro-social, right? It's like more, I'm not saying like socialism. I'm just saying like pro-social interaction. You know, rather than speeding by somebody at 80 miles an hour, you know, you can wave at them while you're on the bike. Hey, Karen, or whatever. And it's just, it's unfortunate that we're not doing enough to solve these things at the speed that we should be. All right, now let's go from talking about infrastructure to talking about the goddamn oceans. As the UN Ocean Summit was happening last week and into the weekend, The UN Ocean Summit was in Nice, France. So we'll just go from talking Paris, who's doing a great job at changing their infrastructure, focus more on humans. And where this UN summit was held, in Nice.
3 takeaways from this UN Ocean Conference. Number 1, it's a win for multilateralism. Over 170 countries just adopted.
Not everyone is physically capable of riding a bike. You're absolutely right, Shade Dragon. I'm not saying that we get rid of like all cars into all roads. I'm saying we need to transform those pieces of infrastructure, right? And, public transportation solves that, right? If you can't ride a bike and we had good public transportation, you could utilize that if you were incapable of riding a bike physically. But I get that. And, we need to center our society around being equitable for everyone and being at least, thoughtful around these things rather than just sort of throwing our hands up.
3 takeaways from this UN Ocean Conference. Number 1, it's a win for multilateralism. Over 170 countries just adopted by consensus a political declaration calling for urgent action to conserve and sustainably use the ocean. The vast majority of the countries of the world committing to action. Number 2, I'd say it's a win for science. Over 2,000 scientists were gathering here the day before the conference and to make the point about the importance of science. And in the political declaration that was just adopted, there's a strong call for more investment in science. Number 3, I would say, is it's a win for international law, because on the margins of this conference, there was a lot of talk about the Marine Biodiversity Treaty, which is a treaty to protect areas of the ocean that are under no single country's national jurisdiction. And that treaty got a big boost here in Nice with 19 additional ratifications, 20 more signatures, bringing us closer and closer to the entry into force of that key agreement to protect about 2/3 of the ocean that we so dearly depend on.
All right, we got one more video from the UN Ocean Conference from the United Nations YouTube channel. Let's talk plastics in that big, beautiful blue expanse.
Plastic impacts oceans. 18 to 20% of all plastic waste is ending up in the oceans. Plastics has a huge impact on ocean health, on economy. Tourism is impacted. It means that fisher folk living on coastal areas are impacted, and also beach cleanup. Beach cleanup costs a lot. And what are we doing here at the UN Oceans Conference? There is great celebration for the biodiversity beyond national jurisdiction treaty, and now the focus is turning to the plastics treaty. The scale and urgency of the plastic pollution crisis highlights the need for continued, bold, coordinated, and collective action. There is hope that it will conclude.
All right. Now, before we stop talking about the oceans, I just want to point something out. I want to say this is a good step, but the fact is that while these nations have committed to this or that change, prove it is what I say, right? I am sick of hearing about commitments to non-binding agreements. I want action. Show me. Don't tell me. Start doing it. Stop polluting the oceans, right? Stop. Just stop. Full stop. All right, let's go to Germany. Witness the miracle of life. Where at one German zoo, an elephant family is welcoming a new addition. Meet Kaha, the first elephant born in Germany's Hesse for almost 60 years.
Jetzt kein Elefant. Die Erklärung von Chris Fox, dem Vorsitzenden des Vereinigten ist mit der langen Ärmel vom Liverpool
So cute. Okay, that's all I've got for you on this cutie, this little elephant cub. Actually, it's not a cub. It's what's it called? Bull. Wait. Oh, my brain just broke. My biological brain. It's broken. What's a baby elephant called again? I know it's not a cub. I know that's wrong. Is it bull? There's a word for it, and I can't think of what it is. Someone help me. Okay. It was cute. It was cute. All right, let's go to Asia. Talk about Mongolians. A group of people who have been living off of the land for millennia. And how they are adapting and surviving as the climate changes. Another UN video, this one from 4 days ago. It's calf. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Sarah Layla. British TV chef C. King traveled to Mongolia to explore how IFAD, son of a bitch. How IFAD supports local herders with government help. In the past 2 years, Mongolia has experienced heavy snowfall, and some households lost a large number of livestock. The losses were minimal, and we managed to get through it without significant casualties. The family was trained in pasture care, breeding, and fodder prep to survive harsh winters.
Thank you. Thank you. I've just found out that normally they don't release the livestock out of the stockade until the temperature comes up and gets a little bit warmer, and then they'll move them from the stockade up to the greener parts of the pasture land, so they manage the pasture land as well. Very skilled, you know, very skilled.
One of the things that we're gonna do is to put up like collection centers where, you know, in a certain locality, the herders will come to that place, and there's going to be a center for aggregators.
The IFID-backed project gives herders wells for reliable water while supporting microfinance and better breeding to improve livestock and cut emissions.
Given that these people have been herding livestock for thousands of years in this landscape, their willingness to learn, to relearn, to adapt, and to find new ways of making sure that their culture and their future is as secure as they can make it.
Yeah. What's frustrating me about this is that, you know, Mongolians have not been a huge contributing force to global climate change and carbon emissions. There's some amount, from herding livestock, but they're not factory farming out there. It's a very different way of life. And Mongolia's emissions compared to most other countries, it's pretty small. Meanwhile, their entire life is being upended by the increasingly unstable, unpredictable climate as things get fucked. Okay. How are we doing on... Oh, we're not doing... We're approaching the fourth half already. Wow. Has it been that long already, chat? How is that possible? I'm just having a great time. I've just been having a phenomenal time hanging out with you folks, and it's all just racing by me. All right. Let's do a couple of more environmental stories before we take that fourth break. Let's go to China. 2 climate atom videos in one stream? What is this?
If we want to stop the world from heating, then we need to stop the world from emitting
Immediately,
fast.
if not sooner.
And even though some countries are making progress, some of the biggest emitters have been heading in the wrong direction. But it's just possible that that's beginning to change. Maybe. Hopefully. I'm Adam, a climate scientist with a PhD from Oxford, sharing what you need to know about climate change. And today I want to talk about the elephant in the room. China. Now, often China gets brought up as a way to derail climate conversations. The UK is emitting way more than its fair share. Oh yeah? Well, what about China? Scientists in America are demanding tougher climate action. Why don't they go demand it in China? It would be nice if things were less bad. But China? Okay, I made the last one up, but you get the idea. This kind of whataboutism can be really frustrating.
It is frustrating, and it's also just false. I'm just going to point this out to everyone if you're not aware. China emits way less carbon emissions than America per capita. So, for each person in America, and if you take that of a single person's emissions on average in America, there versus people in China, you need like 3 or 4 Chinese people to actually get to what an American is using. So, I'm sick of people talking about it in absolute terms, while also playing this whataboutism game, like Adam is pointing out, because they don't seem to have all of the data when they play these games.
But I've got to admit that what about crew sort of have a valid point. Emphasis on sort of, though, because the reality is that every bit of emissions matters. More emissions means more heating, means more lives lost. It just doesn't make sense to argue that because China is worse, we should ignore other countries' emissions. I mean, imagine if you robbed some poor person and then as your defense you said, "Why are you accusing me? I just took their phone and China took their whole car." So while this defense doesn't exactly hold up, the whataboutists still have a point. China's emissions are absolutely huge. Today, they're the world's biggest emitters. Now, sure, this doesn't take into account all emissions over time. That puts the US on top. And if you work out emissions per person, China's only around 30th in the world. And of course, a lot of China's emissions are coming from making stuff that's sold to other countries. But however you look at it, China's emissions are chonky. And the thing is, they're not just huge, they're increasing. At times, China's been building coal power plants at a rate of 1 a week. And this is the exact opposite of what we need to do to halt heating. To stop the world warming, we need to get to zero emissions overall, what's often referred to as net zero. That means emissions need to be falling, and to keep people around the world relatively safe from the worst consequences of climate change, they should be falling to zero around the middle of the century. So you don't need to be a climate scientist to see that China's huge and growing emissions are a huge and growing problem. Except here's the thing. I just said China's emissions have been increasing, right?
You did, several times.
Well, I lied, because over the past 12 months, China's emissions have started to decrease. Now, it's important to emphasize that this decrease is pretty tiny, just 1%. But hear me out, because this tiny decrease is still a huge deal. So there have been decreases in China's emissions before, like when the economy was struggling or during COVID lockdowns. In other words, emissions went down because the country's energy use went down. Over the past year though, China's energy use actually went up. But the rise in clean energy, wind, solar, nuclear, was enough to more than cancel this out. So thanks to China's huge growth of green power, this is the first time the country's seen energy demand go up, but emissions go down. And we're talking an absolutely colossal growth in green power, around 400 gigawatts.
I just want to point that out, because that is actually humongous. To have energy use increase but emissions go down is actually pretty phenomenal when you think about it, for a country of 1 billion people. Like, it's a huge accomplishment, really. I mean, our energy use keeps going up and our emissions keep going up. That's the US's graph. And our population is still much smaller than China's. So great job, China.
I have to have my China.
Could China do more? Perhaps. But the fact is these things, as long as these changes are continued, and more reliance on renewables continues in the direction that it's going in China, it will show up in the future too, because sometimes it takes a little while to get energy from one place to another. But once you've got the power stations set up, that creates an opportunity for other people who may not be using renewable energy for, say, their home electric or whatever else. They suddenly will have access to that. Well, not suddenly, but over time, if they hook them all up to to these sorts of renewable sources, it's cumulative, right? And well, I guess what's the word? Because it's really the reverse of it. Well, because there's less. Well, God, it's cumulative in terms of you get what I'm saying. It adds up over time, as long as you're making the right steps and you're not just shooting your foot every 4 years, like we do over here. It is very likely that it'll continue on this trend. Hopefully. Fact is China takes climate change more seriously than the United States. All right, one last environmental story. This one's a fun one. This was meant for Sunday Fun Day. Actually, this was meant for Sunday Fun Day last week, but it never made it into that list. Let's go to Thailand. Another elephant-related story.
An elephant caused a commotion in a grocery store in Thailand when he strolled in from a nearby national park and brazenly helped himself to some snacks.
Illegal.
The shopkeeper could do little but yell as the elephant devoured 9 bags of sweet rice crackers, a sandwich and some bananas. The elephant had been known to enter people's homes in search of food, but this was the first time he'd gone into a store. After about 10 minutes, hastily summoned rangers managed to shoo him safely out of the shop. As farmers push into forests for agriculture, elephants have been forced to venture out of their shrinking habitats in search of food. leading to confrontations that can turn deadly.
Criminal elephant.
Illegal.
Amazing. That is one badass elephant. It just, it's like, hey, you live in my jungle, all right? And my sources of food are diminished because of you. So I'm just gonna help myself to some rice crackers and a sandwich. That banana's looking pretty good too. Thank you. Goodbye. That's one resourceful elephant. All right. All right, we got to take a quick break since we are now at 6 hours, but don't worry, we'll be right back after these brief space messages. All right, I hope everybody's been enjoying the show so far. If you haven't already, hit the like button and don't forget to subscribe. Hit the bell icon too, so that you don't miss a single episode of this Spacecast. While you're at it, do consider also contributing to the Galactic News Network, as we are completely funded by viewers such as yourself. So many great ways, of course, for you to show your support. YouTube, Cash App, PayPal. But of course, the best way to get the most space benefits for your Earth dollars is to become a member on Patreon. That's right, Galactic patrons pay $3 a month. What do you even spend $3 a month on? Just ask yourself that. Is there any recurring thing that you only spend $3 a month on? Come on! Yeah, very, very affordable. And you can get yourself some sweet, sweet space bennies unseen by the rest of the goddamn Milky Way galaxy. Like an avatar on the stream, you could strut your stuff here on the Galactic Spacecast. And if everyone who subscribed to this channel on YouTube or followed on Twitch subscribed, became a member, or became a member on YouTube, or became a Galactic patron on Patreon, that would solve all of our financial problems. It only takes a couple of bucks a month, cumulatively, as a group. We can all get this done together. It's like a group activity. Think of it that way. All right, that's enough for me. Enjoy the break. Grab yourselves a drink, maybe a snack, and I will be right back. All right. Well, break is over. It's now time for the fourth half of the stream. I guess we only took 3 breaks, huh? Yeah. I guess it was break 3. Half number 4 is incoming, Space Fam, so get yourself back in those seats, lest you miss the latest galactic content, which is about to start.
Immediately, if not sooner.
Speaking of galactic content, it is that time of the stream. Time for us to talk space. Space news incoming. Speaking of space news, boy oh boy, do I have some juicy space news to talk today. Stuff I've been holding out on you because I've had so many other things to talk about. I haven't actually been holding out. I've just been overwhelmed with news. The goddamn news hydrant's been blasting me in the goddamn mouth. I should stop trying to drink directly from the hydrant. It's unhealthy. But it is my job. Let's go to CBC News Canada from 11 days ago and ask ourselves the question and attempt to answer it. Can Donald Trump build the big globe, the Golden Dome? Remember that? The Golden Dome? It's much better than iron. I don't know if you've ever heard Iron Dome in Israel. We need a better thing. We need the Golden Dome.
Immediately, if not sooner.
But can we build that Golden Dome without Canada? Is that possible? Let's find out.
Imagine an unsettling hypothetical with me. Russia launches a hypersonic missile from deep inside their borders, and it's aimed straight at Washington, D.C. To get there, it'll have to fly through the Arctic, past Greenland, then over Canada, in order to eventually slam into its target. Now here's the question. How well can the US defend against this attack if it doesn't have Canada's help? Donald Trump is pitching a new missile defense system, made in America to protect America.
I'm asking Congress to fund a state-of-the-art Golden Dome missile defense shield to protect our homeland, all made in the USA.
He has invited Canada to join, but on his terms. Canada's 2 choices, as he sees it,
Become
either
the
pay
51st state.
$61 billion for protection. And just for reference, that's almost...
Hold on, you're not going to do the whole thing? I'll do it. I told Canada, which very much wants to be part of our fabulous Golden Dome system, that it will cost $61 billion if they want to remain a separate but unequal...
How rude.
Nation, capital N nation, but will cost, all caps, $0 if they become our cherished 51st state. They are considering the offer. Are they considering it, though? They're not.
Either pay $61 billion for protection, and just for reference, that's almost 3 times Canada's entire annual defense budget, or join the US as the 51st state.
They have a very small military. They rely on our military. We basically protect Canada.
But when it comes to missile defense specifically, every single expert we spoke to said it's not that simple. And if the US were to try to go it alone, it would be creating all kinds of problems for itself.
What I would say, and if I were advising your nation's leadership, is just present the facts. Canada brings a lot.
When we think about what threats the US is most worried about, Russia, North Korea, China, Iran, they're all on the other side of the world, meaning 2 things. The US needs to be able to shoot down long-range cruise missiles, hypersonic weapons, intercontinental ballistic missiles, and they need to consider what direction those projectiles might come from. Could they reach the US by flying over the Pacific or Atlantic Oceans? Sure, but that's hardly the shortest distance. You can shave off around a quarter of that trip if instead of going east or west, you go north.
If you look at a map of the world or a globe and you look at it straight from the north, you can see the most direct path for, let's say, Russia and China is going to go right through the Arctic. It's basically the path by which any attack that comes to North America is going to fly over.
Now, from space, satellites can see a missile launch pretty easily by picking up the sudden blast of heat, but actually tracking the flight path of something hurtling through the air at several times the speed of sound while the Earth is spinning and the satellites are moving themselves. That's a lot harder. So you need ground-based radar in your detection toolkit too. So if we go back to our example of Russia targeting Washington with a hypersonic missile. Let me see if I can see it here. So let's say it's launching from right on the Kazakhstan border. And that rocket, that missile, flies over the Arctic Circle and towards Washington, D.C. Most likely the first ground-based radar that'll be able to track it in real time would be in Canada's far north. Meaning Canada isn't just a bystander in a conflict like this, it's the front line.
If you look at just how high latitude a lot of these islands are, it can provide potentially also an earlier warning for potential strikes if there are radar sites or other systems in there.
And we can put some rough numbers to this point about early warning. Let's go back to that scenario where a hypersonic missile is traveling from Russia to Washington, D.C. And let's make some assumptions. First, that the missile is traveling at Mach 8. That's 8 times the speed of sound. And it's traveling at about that speed the whole way. In reality, these kinds of missiles have different flight phases where they can travel at different speeds, but let's just keep it simple. So it's hurtling through the air and then up through space at almost 10,000 kilometers an hour, which is almost 3 kilometers per second. We're looking here at a total approximate flight time of about 56 minutes. A conventional ground-based radar in Canada's north might be able to start tracking that missile about 32 minutes into its flight. So T-minus 24 minutes to impact.
Flight times for a lot of these systems is basically measured in tens of minutes, right? And every minute counts.
But now, imagine that same radar is placed much further south, say near the Canada-US border. At that point, you might not be able to effectively track that missile until it's only about 6 minutes away, which is just moments before its terminal stage of plummeting towards Earth from space at maximum speed.
If you're aware of a threat or a potential threat 2,000 miles away, vice 200 miles away, as a leader of a country, you can pick up the phone and have a conversation with the leader of another country for deterrent effects.
That gives us more decision space. It gives us more options. We want to be able to call out bad behavior and say, we know what you're doing and we have a prepared response for you.
Now, you might be thinking, okay, but the US isn't just the lower 48 states, right? There is northern radar coverage in Alaska, for example, even in Greenland, for that matter. And that's true, but those radar stations only really cover a relatively narrow slice of Arctic approaches. Meanwhile, Canada's northern landmass spans roughly 25% of the Earth's circumference at the Arctic Circle, giving it the capacity to detect threats from many angles.
If you look at the nature of the width that Canada has in the north, in the Arctic, it's a pretty significant gap if we didn't work together with the United States to cover this area.
So yes, Canada.
Yeah, so if you haven't figured it out yet, the Golden Dome might not be as great without Canada. So really, we need Canada for the Golden Dome, you know? And there's no way Canada's paying $60 billion. And there's also no way that Canada is going to become the 51st state. So I don't know about the future of the Golden Dome. I mean, the fact is, I don't think we need it. That's my personal opinion. I think it's a waste of money. While we keep talking about spending less in the government, we're talking about increasing the military budget by over $100 billion, and supposedly we got the anti-war president in office.
Give me a joke.
And, you know, he seems to be doing a whole lot of warlike shit. Not a huge fan of putting missiles and lasers into space and all this other garbage that's been going on around this idea. So, yeah. Honestly, I think we should just scrap the idea. Because it's dumb. Speaking of scraps, let's talk about space scraps, which are endangering everyone down here on Earth. That's right, space debris. Should you worry? Let's talk about that. Wall Street Journal. Likelihood of you getting hit by space debris, pretty small. But if you happen to be in the wrong place, I mean, where is that photo of it sticking in the ground?
As space launch traffic.
Terminology. Uncontrolled reentry, otherwise known as a blunderous fuck-up. So yeah, the chance that you or someone else is going to get hurt is quite low. But it is not a zero chance. It is larger than that. Now, if you were to divide the probability up over the entire populations, it's almost infinitesimally small. But it still exists, and people do get hurt. Not often, but it does happen. With the amount of shit that we're sending into space right now at the behest of billionaires and their dreams of space domination, are making it more and more likely every day, week, and year. It's almost like we should regulate this stuff more, rather than letting billionaires do whatever the fuck they want. But no, we got the guy who literally is one of the biggest players in the space, space. Elon Musk access to the government, allow him to come after the FAA, an organization which in theory should be, at least to some degree, regulating this sort of thing. And we let him get in there and gut that organization. Great job, America. Alright, let's get to the Earth news. What do you say? Earth time. I'm afraid we're going to start the Earth half talking about America some more. Yep, I know. But the fact is, the United States has a lot of influence around the planet. But first, let's talk about this. I guess I could have put these in reverse order. No, what just happened? No, not that. No, here. Let's go here. Let's talk about displacement and the global trends of forced displacement. Last year, the UN Human Rights Council has released some horrifying numbers. Whoops. Whoopsies. I just realized I should have been reading the freaking subtitles rather than reading chat. Okay, let me try this once more. At the end of 2024, an estimated 123.2 million people were forcibly displaced worldwide. an increase of 6% from 2023. Around 1/3 of those people were Sudanese, Syrian, Afghani, or Ukrainian. Over the last decade, the number of forcibly displaced people has almost doubled. In 2024, 1.6 million refugees returned to their home country, which is the highest number in 2 decades. Well, that's good news, I guess, although it's only 1% of the number of people who were forcibly displaced in 2024, so not sure that we can, declare victory. But, yeah, 2024 was a terrible year for displaced peoples. And 2025, the United States decided to say, go fuck yourself, displaced people, by destroying the USAID program. Here's Democracy Now! From 3 days ago. Talk about what the destruction of USAID is doing to populations around the world.
This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, the War and Peace Report. I'm Narmeen Sheikh in New York.
And I am Amy Goodman in Washington, D.C. Secretary of State Marco Rubio has ordered the termination of all remaining overseas employees of the U.S. Agency of International Development, USAID, or USAID, to complete the dismantling of the 6-decade-old agency. USAID was an early target of Elon Musk and DOGE, the Department of Government Efficiency. Meanwhile, the House voted Thursday to approve President Trump's request to claw back $8.3 billion in previously enacted funding for foreign assistance from USAID and the African Development Foundation. The request seeks to make permanent the cuts to foreign aid already imposed by Elon Musk's DOGE. Oxfam America warns those cuts could cause 23 million children to lose access to education, while up to 95 million people could lose access to basic health care, potentially leading to over 3 million preventable deaths per year. This comes as researchers at Boston University estimate the Trump administration's massive cuts to the U.S. Agency for International Development have already led to some 300,000 deaths. Billionaire Elon Musk called on Trump to shut down USAID earlier this year.
And USAID is a bowl of worms. There is no apple. And when there is no apple, you've just got to basically get rid of the whole thing.
For more on the dismantling of USAID and what it means for people around the world, we're joined now by 2 guests. In Oslo, Jan Egeland is with us with the Norwegian Refugee Council. He's just returned from a trip to Mozambique. And here in New York, we're joined by Amanda Classing, National Director of Government Relations and Advocacy with Amnesty International USA, which has just released a report titled Lives at Risk. Chaotic and abrupt cuts to foreign aid put millions of lives at risk. Welcome to Democracy Now! Amanda Classing, let's begin with you. If you could outline the main findings of your report, the effects of these U.S. aid cuts.
Yeah, absolutely. So we wanted to make sure that there's a full accounting of the impact on lives around the world. And in the immediate term, we wanted to give a preview of case studies in 12 countries. What does it look like for there to be such chaotic and in many ways cruel cuts to programs? We looked at programs in Haiti where services for children that have been victims of sexual violence by the gangs, they're not able to access the funding that they were going to provide for, in particular, girls. Or they aren't able to continue the prevention and services for people living with HIV that are LGBT or sex workers that have been displaced by gangs. We also looked in countries like Afghanistan, where internally displaced services for internally displaced people have been cut dramatically, and it's leading to women not having access to safe spaces, people losing jobs, including women, the very few jobs left for them. We looked at Yemen, which is one of the biggest humanitarian crises in the world, and looking at the different services for girls and survivors of sexual violence that have been cut and impacted, including, again, safe spaces, psychosocial support. In Myanmar, we looked at the Thai-Burma border. We talked to somebody who actually saw IVs being ripped out of arms when the stop work order came down, and people having to leave hospitals. It's just, there's so much about the big data that is out there and speculation about what this will mean in the long term, but in the short term, the rollout of this policy had devastating impacts already on lives. And Secretary Rubio's defiant testimony that said that lives haven't been lost, it just defies logic.
I don't want reality.
Well, let's actually talk about exactly what he said, Secretary of State Rubio, and I'd like to get your comment, and also Jan Egeland, whose organization, Norwegian Refugee Council, works with aid groups and populations in need all over the world. Exactly what Rubio said before the House Foreign Affairs Committee, claiming no one has died because of USAID cuts, the cutoff of billions of dollars of U.S. support for global health programs. Another congressional hearing, he said, no children are dying on my watch. Amanda, first you, then Jan Egeland.
Again, it just defies logic. We have the estimates of the people that have been cut off from aid, cut off from life-saving care. We talked to a program in Guatemala. So you have to understand Guatemala has extraordinarily high rates of sexual violence against girls. Over 4,000 girls a year become pregnant and have very little access to abortion services, and so almost all of them carry their pregnancies to term. There was a program that provided safe nutrition and high quality food to these pregnant.
Yeah, I hate to cut her off while she's listing some very horrifying things, but that one statistic really made me think, I'll bet a bunch of right-wingers are actually cheering that young girls are being forced to carry their pregnancies to terms by way of the cutting of USAID. Like that guy who murdered a Minnesota lawmaker in cold blood, that terrorist, and his buddy, who we heard from earlier, who apparently hate abortion. It's kind of disgusting that these people want to talk about protecting women while also forcing children to carry babies to term.
Safe nutrition and high quality food to these pregnant girls that got cut off. Now, those numbers might not come in right now in front of Secretary Rubio, but certainly the lives of these girls have been impacted. We have individual stories that when you put them all together, you see that it just is at best, it is a lack of faith to the truth. At worst, it's just outright lies.
So, Jan Egeland, how would you characterize what the U.S. Secretary of State said, Marco Rubio, when he said no children are dying on my watch? Give us a global view, and then you just came from Mozambique. Talk about what's happening there.
My organization, Norwegian Refugee Council, works in 40 countries that is stricken by war and disasters. We're a frontline organization. And I must say, I and my frontline humanitarian workers have always been very impressed with USAID, the Bureau of Humanitarian Assistance, their work, and the very timely aid they have given us and multiple other organizations that are saving lives. We, in our case, give emergency relief to nearly 10 million displaced people. In northern Mozambique, which is the emergency that the world forgot, hundreds of thousands are fleeing violence from the Islamic State of Mozambique. I mean, Islamic State is defined by the US and other Western countries as a very bad terror organization. On top of that, they had 3 cyclones in the beginning of the year, all climate-induced, climate-driven, and these are very poor people. They did nothing to cause climate change. What they see, however, is that companies from North America and from Europe are pumping gas and oil and taking precious materials, minerals from their soil. So when I then also see that the aid cuts that are going most abruptly from the US, but also other donors, but the US was 60% of humanitarian aid in this region, 60%. And then to go from 60% to zero means that the water towers in the camp I was had not been filled. This was an infrastructure.
Yeah. Do people need water to survive? I wonder. What's the science on that?
It's science.
Oh, they do, you're saying? Huh, weird. Cruelty is the point. Cruelty is the point on all of this. Fact is, this USAID budget was pretty small in comparison to, I don't know, much of the rest of the budget. Okay. What's next? Oh, the G7. The G7. Yes, G7 is going on in Canada. Can't remember what province it's in right now for some reason. Oh shit, before we get to the G7, I forgot about this story. While we're cutting off aid to basically everyone, and deporting, well, not deporting, just ejecting people without due process from the country, Donald Trump has decided he might update that list. He already decided to put a travel ban on for, I don't even remember how many countries were in the first one. It was all, like, you know, black and brown countries in the global south mostly. Almost entirely, actually. He is now weighing an additional 36 countries to the travel ban. And now, I find this to be fascinating. You know? It's like, we are being, in so many ways, we are isolating ourselves for just no good reason aside from just pure racist premises and just idiotic logic.
U.S. President Donald Trump's
But yeah, this shit defies all logic, honestly.
administration is considering significantly expanding its travel restrictions by potentially banning citizens of 36 additional countries from entering the U.S. That's according to an internal State Department cable seen by Reuters, which outlined a dozen concerns about the countries in question and sought corrective action. The State Department did not immediately respond to requests for comment.
We don't want them.
Earlier this month, Trump signed a proclamation that banned the entry of citizens from 12 countries as part of an immigration crackdown launched at the start of his second term. 7 of those initial 12 countries are in Africa. 24 of the 36 further countries now considered for an expanded travel ban are also on that continent.
Hold on, I have the list somewhere. Where is it? Oh, yeah, okay, I think. Yeah. Here it is. Here's the Wall Street Journal. The list gets bigger. Ban travel. Afghanistan, Bhutan, Cuba, Iran, Libya, North Korea, Somalia, Sudan, Syria, Venezuela, Yemen, orange countries. Oh, you bastard. Don't you fucking play me like this, dude. Fuck off. Fuck off with your goddamn subscription, you piece of shit. I'm doing this. Oh, I hate you. Don't fucking play me. I want you to let me screenshot this. What the fuck? Fuck, I can't even screenshot. Why is my screenshot program not working? This is ridiculous. Yeah, I just want to point out this entire list is just brown people. It's just brown people. People in Middle East, South America, Africa, and Asia. I'm not going to keep playing games with New York Times and their goddamn pay-to-play journalism over here. Okay, now let's go to the G7, which is, of course, being held in Canada. Started off with PBS NewsHour from yesterday.
The Israeli-Iranian conflict is likely to be a topic for world leaders at the G7 summit in the Canadian Rockies. They're expected to issue a joint statement calling for both sides to de-escalate. The summit, which begins Monday, brings together the heads of the world's largest economies to discuss international security and global economic stability. So President Trump's tariffs are likely to be discussed. The U.S. has levied tariffs on all of the other nations in the G7. Ukraine's president claimed a victory in his nation's war against Russia. President Volodymyr Zelensky said Ukrainian forces recaptured a village in the Sumy region on the border with Russia. Zelensky said the mission is part of an effort to repel Russian forces from the area, which has seen heavy fighting. Organizers of the No Kings protest.
I forgot this was a goddamn news wrap. I usually pull these out. How did I not notice this earlier while I was going through this? I hate these PBS NewsHour news wraps. We don't need them. Thank you. Son of a bitch. All right. It's fine. We've got a bunch more to talk about. So let's go to CNN. Talk about some of the difficulties Donald Trump is going to face at the G7 summit.
President Trump is in Canada for the G7 summit with huge implications on things like trade deals, but also a brewing war. This could be extremely fraught, with some U.S. allies wondering if Donald Trump is with them or against them. All the while, the G7 nations grappling with the threat of the potential of an all-out war in the Middle East. CNN's chief data analyst, Harry Enton, with me right now. All right, with so many things that are sort of heavily weighing over this summit, what are you learning about what the people of these countries think about Donald Trump and whether he is with or against them?
Yeah, I think that this title slide says it all, why Trump faces a tough room at the G7. That is because the countries outside the U.S. who are part of the G7, those folks, not big fans of Donald Trump. Not big fans at all. No confidence Trump will do the right thing when it comes to world affairs. Look at this. All these numbers are at least at 60% or above. You could start off here at the bottom, Japan 61, the UK 2. You go to that next row, Italy 68. We're getting higher and higher and higher. Canada 77, and finally France 78%. Awful, awful, awful. Weak.
I mean, those are some bad numbers. I didn't even know they were quite that bad. But this is wild. This is of voters, not of the world leaders of the countries listed. This is of the people, the citizens of these countries. Germany, 81% of Germans have zero confidence in Donald Trump doing the right thing. Shocking. France, 78%. Canada, most of the world has zero faith in Donald Trump for good reason.
And Germany, 81% of Germans have no confidence that Donald Trump will do the right thing when it comes to world affairs. We're looking at a supermajority in all 6 of these G7 countries besides the U.S. They do not like Donald Trump. They have no confidence in him to do the right thing when it comes to world affairs. And I think that will inform some of the leaders there in those countries going into this G7 summit with Donald Trump. And again, he's just going to face a tough room because those folks in those countries, they don't really like Donald Trump.
How much?
Yeah, and he's also waging a trade war against all of those countries still. You know, the UK deal still hasn't been signed yet. It was announced a month ago. Still haven't signed a full deal with the UK on the tariffs. We were told we were going to get 200 deals any minute now. Haven't even gotten done the easiest one. All right, let's stay on the G7. Leave CNN. Go to global news from 17 hours ago. Hundreds of protesters rally in Calgary ahead of the G7 summit. Aw.
Hundreds of people supporting dozens of causes came down to Calgary City Hall on Sunday to show their voice as the G7 began on Sunday.
Now more than ever, communities need to come out, stand together, and make a demand to the state about what they need, because if we don't, nothing will happen.
Chanting, speeches, and portrayals of violence were used to help highlight each cause, which range from international conflicts to issues that impact Albertans on a local level. And some of those who attended believe the path these leaders have led us down is the wrong one. We have a cost of living crisis, we have environmental degradation, the rising tariff wars, the rising wars around the world, and they have no solution because their system has no solution. And while the various groups might not all agree on which solutions should be prioritized, they're glad so many are choosing to stand up for their beliefs.
It's exciting to see people so passionate and committed.
It is actually good to see people out there. But since we were just talking about the tariffs, I do want to respond to Shade Dragon. A troll mentioned a steel deal with Japan. Not sure if that's real or not. In a way, it's real. It's not a tariff deal, but there was a deal. Donald Trump allowed the sale, a sale which was blocked by the Biden administration, of U.S. steel to Nippon Steel, otherwise translated as Japan Steel, right? So this one really boggled my mind. Rather than, I mean, it's honestly one of the strangest aspects of this whole thing. Like in terms of the tariff deal, recently, like the tariffs in general, and his supposed love for steel workers in the United States. Donald Trump sold U.S. steel to Nippon Steel, a country that he's tariffing. The implications of it are honestly very confusing to me. It doesn't raise the tariffs, and in a way, it seems to me that it almost necessitates tariffs now on U.S. steel. So no, it's not a tariff deal whatsoever, actually. But there was a deal, like I said, it got blocked by the Biden administration over, monopoly concerns, I think it was originally, which was a fair criticism of the deal. But no, I think it was Lena Khan who originally blocked it with the FTC. But Donald Trump said, actually, it's fine. It's totally fine. I love the steel workers. That's why I'm going to sell this company. to Japan. But yeah, people were hanging out, protesting outside of the G7 summit as leaders arrived to remind them of all the things they're doing wrong. A valiant cause. I actually haven't heard anybody suggest that that was some great success. I find it fascinating. I'm just reading your chats right now, Shade. But yeah, no, I haven't heard anybody tout that as some great success on Donald Trump's part until just now. And it's vicariously through you about a troll. But I hope they find this chat, because that's one of the dumbest things I've ever heard. All right, let's go to CNN from 14 hours ago. See what Donald Trump had to say. Him and Mark Carney standing side by side in front of the cameras, doing a little presser. Let's see how this went. I'm sure it was good. And Trump said nothing embarrassing or problematic or wrong.
U.S. President Donald Trump is meeting right now with Canadian Prime Minister Mark Carney on the sidelines of the G7 summit in Alberta. This video is actually from moments ago. Let's listen in.
Go ahead, sir. All right, thank you. Mr. President, welcome to Canada. Thank you. It's a great honor. Happy birthday. A few days short. A few days short, but didn't have a chance to see you on the day. Happy birthday to the U.S. military as well, 250th, and this is the 50th birthday, if you will, of the G7. This marks the 50th.
Is it just me, or does Donald Trump look super bloated right now and like low energy? Sleepy Don, I need a nappy. Mark, can you stop talking? I need to go lie down on a cot. All right? Otherwise, I'm going to get very cranky very soon. I love how Mark is trying to butter him up. Happy birthday to the army. He's like hitting all the talking points. He's like, Trump, you're great. You're great, Donald. And Trump's like, I know, I'm great, but I'm very tired right now. I just need a quick nappy.
And this is the 50th birthday, if you will, of the G7. This marks the 50th birthday of the G7. And the G7 is nothing without U.S. leadership. And your personal leadership of the United States, many issues, geopolitics, economic, technology, and working hand in hand with the United States, Canada and the United States, and the other G7 partners with your leadership. Very much looking forward to the meeting. I'm grateful to have you.
Thank you very much, Mark. I appreciate it.
Seriously, he's looking super bloated. I don't know what's up. Maybe he overdid it on his birthday. Hard to say. Maybe he's been binge eating Big Macs ever since the parade went down in flames.
That's hot.
We've developed a very good relationship, and we're going to be talking about trade and many other
We've
things.
developed a great relationship.
And, we have a whole group of people.
Oh my God, that look from Mark Carney after Donald Trump says we've developed a great relationship. Dude looks at the cameras like, what? What's she talking about?
A what now? And we're going to be talking about trade and many other things. And we have a whole group of people, some traders and some other people. I see my top economy people. But we have a very talented group of people, and you do too, and I know they work together very well. I look forward to that. The G7 used to be the G8. Barack Obama and a person named Trudeau didn't want to have
a guy
Russia in,
by the name of Trudeau.
And I would say that was...
Hold on, I just got to hear that one more time.
A person named Trudeau didn't want to have Russia in, and I would say that was a mistake, because I think you wouldn't have a war right now if you had Russia in.
It's one of the dumbest statements. I mean, there were so many wrong things that he just said about there. I don't even know where to start. He's claiming that only Obama and Trudeau wanted Russia out of the G7. That's just factually inaccurate. Basically every single country in the G7 didn't want Russia in there anymore. And they were kicked out of the G7 after they invaded the Crimea in 2014. It wasn't for no good reason. It wasn't like You know, like the war didn't happen after they were kicked out of the G7. The war started before. It was the reason. It was the impetus for their being exited out of the G8. Right? It used to be the G8. Now it's the G7. The reason they're no longer in the G7, which would be the G8 if they were in it, is because of the war that he's saying wouldn't have happened if they had been. It defies all logic. Like it's a logical loop. It's not a logical loop. It's like a logical black hole. Nothing that he's saying is making any sense. It's almost like Donald Trump just doesn't understand anything about anything.
And I would say that was a mistake, because I think you wouldn't have a war right now if you had Russia in. And you wouldn't have a war right now if Trump were president 4 years ago. But
you wouldn't have if that happened.
Out that way, but it used to
4
be
years
G8.
ago. If 4 years ago I was president, even though this happened in 2014, never would have happened in the first place.
Now it's, I
Fucking
guess,
idiot.
what's that, 8 years ago, it switched over. They threw Russia out.
11.
Which
It's
I
11.
claimed was a very big mistake.
I know
even
math
though I
is
wasn't
tough.
In politics then, I was very loud.
2014 was 11 years ago.
It's science.
About it. A mistake in that you spend so much time talking about Russia, and he's no longer at the table.
Spent so much time
It makes
talking
life
about
more
Russia.
complicated, but you wouldn't have had.
It doesn't make it more complicated. This guy is such an idiot. It's like he just doesn't get it. He just doesn't get it. Like Donald Trump views the world through a blacked out lens. Like he just doesn't see anything, and then he just starts commenting on it, whether or not he's seen it, understands it. He's just shooting from the hip. Doesn't matter if it's all factually inaccurate. And then you have his voters who just lap up every word that Donald Trump says and don't assess any of it for themselves.
Other than that, I think we're going to accomplish a lot.
Can accomplish
And
so
I
much.
expect to, and I think
Get ready.
Our primary focus will be trade and trade with Canada, and I'm sure we can work something out.
Yeah, very good.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, so much. Thank you very much.
Our primary focus is to talk to Canada, even though this is a group meeting. Actually, we're not worried about the rest of those countries, but we're going to figure out Canada. There's our great leader, great Supreme Leader Donald Trump, doing the diplomacy at the G7.
Mr. President, holding up a deal with Canada.
Say it.
What is holding up a deal with Canada from your perspective?
It's not so much holding up. I think we have different
It's not holding
concepts.
up.
I have a tariff concept. And Mark has a different concept, which is something that some people like. But we're going to see if we can get to the bottom of it today. I'm a tariff person.
I'm a tariff
I've always
person.
been a tariff. It's simple. It's easy. It's precise. And it just goes.
Donald Trump is nothing if he is not amusing, just for his pure stupidity. Oh my God. It's not being held up so much as we just have two different opinions that completely clash. That's different than being held up, okay? I don't know why you're asking questions like that. We're getting along just fine. We just happen to completely disagree on foreign policy and trade policy, and I'm just, an idiot who doesn't understand tariffs. They're very precise unless you tariff absolutely everyone on all goods, and then they're really not so precise, and they're just a broad brush approach that have absolutely no effect but making things more expensive and less available. But we're gonna figure it out, don't worry. Mark Carney, he's got one way of thinking. As an economist, me as a non-economist, I think different.
It's easy. It's precise. And it just goes very quickly.
It goes so quickly.
And I think Mark has...
Tariffs, they go so quick. They've been around for 2.5 months almost. Very quick. Super quick. Much faster than having conversations.
a more complex idea, but also very good. So we're going to look at both, and we're going to see what we're going to come out with something.
Tariffs are good. Mark Carney's ideas are good. Everything is good and great and also bad and nasty.
Is there that kind of runway?
Yeah, it's achievable. Both parties have to agree. Yeah, sure.
Mr. President, have you heard any signals or seen any messages from intermediaries that Iran wishes to de-escalate the conflict?
Yeah.
What have you heard? What have you heard from the Iranians?
They'd like to talk, but
they like to talk. Okay, that's enough from this goddamn garbage person. Oh my god. It's so hard to listen to him talk for any extended period of time. And it's even harder when he's actually supposed to be doing diplomacy and he's just embarrassing the United States on the global stage with serious world leaders who actually understand the things that he is talking about. It's painful, it's shameful.
You should be ashamed of yourself for having that thought.
All right, let's go to the family photo. That's always a great moment. I'm sure Donald Trump wasn't awkward or weird at all. Here's global news.
Don't be creepy.
What is this music? What is this music? We're about to go to an EDM concert right now? What's happening? Gotta get the suit looking good. It's not like there's video cameras on you right now. It's all about the photo. Damn. Heinrich Merch is tall as fuck. Or is it Friedrich? Friedrich Merz? I always forget this guy's first name. He's only been in office for like a month, so give me some slack.
okay, thank you. Okay.
Why is he fist pumping? Why is he randomly fist pumping right now? I don't understand. What was achieved just now? Great job, fist pump. We did it. We stood still for long enough to take a photo.
Thank you. Okay.
Fist pump.
President, came out why you're leaving the G7 early for Washington.
Well, I have to be back. Very important. I want to just thank our great host. He did a fantastic job. Thank you. In Canada.
I feel like everybody's actually kind of excited that he's leaving. I don't know if I'm picking up on the vibes correctly, but I feel like everyone's like, oh, thank God. He's leaving? That's right. Donald Trump did leave. It's Friedrich? All right, I was right. I was right originally. Okay, it's Friedrich. Friedrich Merz. He's only been in office for like a month or two, okay? Don't expect me to get everybody's name right all the time. Sometimes I'm wrong. I talk about like 10,000 topics a day. I try my best. Maybe some stuff will actually get done at the G7 without Donald Trump. One can hope. Let's quickly talk about that. Donald Trump is in fact leaving the G7 meeting. Now, he claims that, well, we'll talk about that, but he's got a reason that he's claiming. He's got to go back. I think he's running away, personally. But let's hear what that reason is.
Meanwhile, President Trump posting to social media just moments ago, calling for the immediate evacuation of Iran's capital while the country trades airstrikes with Israel. The Post said, quote, Iran should have signed the deal. I told them to sign. What a shame and waste of human life. Simply stated, Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon. I said it over and over again. Everyone should immediately evacuate Tehran. Let's bring in CBS News congressional reporter Torian Small. Torian, that somewhat foreboding message from the president, and you have some news about a change in travel plans for President Trump as well.
Yeah, Liz, so this appears to be a shifting in tone from President Trump from earlier today. He emanated optimism that the United States could work out a deal with Iran on ending its nuclear program. Later in the day, as we see from this Truth Social post, he's growing a bit frustrated at the fact that this also comes on the heels of those airstrikes that we saw between the two countries in Israel and Iran. When asked about this earlier today, this is what he had to say about the fate of a nuclear program deal between the two countries.
I think Iran basically is at the negotiating table. They want to make a deal. And as soon as I leave here, we're going to...
They're basically at the negotiating table, the one that we left them at, still, kind of. I mean, they're not in Oman right now, but... maybe they're still there? I don't know. It's weird. Because we didn't send our delegates to the peace talks on the weekend that Israel bombed them. It's weird. It's like they're still there, but not there. They're not. They're not there. I don't know what Donald Trump is claiming, but it's bullshit. It does not seem to me at all, from the information that I have, that Iran is anywhere near the negotiating table now. Donald Trump can claim whatever he wants, but the facts are the facts. We abandoned the negotiations to allow Israel to attack Iran. Why they would even come back to the negotiating table after we lied to them and kept information from them about what Israel was planning on doing while in the midst of negotiating. I can't imagine why any country would want to negotiate with the United States at this point, honestly. And I think he's just running away from the G7. I think he's just scared. I think genuinely Donald Trump is just scared of being made a fool by everyone at the G7 who really don't like him. And they're probably all, he probably feels ganged up on. And even with Scott Bessent and Marco Rubio there with him.
Don't worry about it, little Marco. Gentlemen.
I think he feels outnumbered and unprepared to actually deal with it in any real sense. And so he's just using the Iran-Israel situation as a guise, as a ruse for him to run away.
Help! Help! I'm being repressed!
All right, before we get back to the serious Earth news, let's take a quick break. Another one of those Sunday Fun Day clips made it into today's stream. Let's go to Colombia. Here's Reuters from 2 weeks ago. This Colombian town has transformed its main street into a giant water slide. Okay, that looks fun. The annual event offers a fresh start to the town, which has a history of violent conflict and illicit activity.
This idea was hatched during a political campaign with the community. The community had this idea to attract people because, as you see, our town is small and people don't have much to do. This slide has impacted tourism, and we have gone viral.
Looks like a good way to cool off in the summer sun, as well as have a little fun. I think I'd like to take a trip down that sweet, sweet water slide. You feel they're all sucking up to him? I mean, they're kind of sucking up to him publicly, right? But in private chats, I get the sense that there's been a slightly different tone. I could be wrong, but fact is Donald Trump is waging a trade war against every single country in the G7, and saying horrible things about also many of those countries. And I don't know, I could be wrong, but I get the sense that while there may be kind words being said in front of the cameras, that it may not be as cordial in private right now between the G7 leaders, well, and Donald Trump. Oh, yeah. All right. Now let's go from South America to Europe, where in Barcelona, residents are continuing these protests against tourism, which they believe is affecting their cost of living, which it absolutely is to some degree there.
We need responsible tourism, not mass tourism, but tourism that respects health, respects labor, respects dignity, and respects all of us who work in the tourism sector. Because what mass tourism brings us is poverty. We don't benefit from this kind of tourism.
So yeah, if you look at this sign back here, 1.6 million people live in Barcelona, but 26.1 million tourists visit every single year, if this sign is right, and I'm fairly certain it is right. And this is the problem for people in Barcelona right now, is that investors buying up all the property and then putting it on Airbnb, turning it into hotels, and making living for people unaffordable in the city. Seems like Airbnb is just causing I feel like Airbnb has been one of the major things behind the housing crisis. The more and more I look at it, the more I'm convinced that Airbnb is one of the major reasons why housing is so unaffordable right now for so many people in so many countries. Okay, now let's go to Paris real quick. Talk about what happened there over the weekend. There was an air show, but something happened at that air show. Israeli defense contractors were at the Paris Air Show, and they were shut down.
The display was covered during the night after our team has left. Once we finished setting up the whole display, we came in the morning and everything was shut down.
Aww.
I guess this is a fine display of democracy by the French.
Yo, at this stage in what Israel's, genocidal campaign against Palestine and its war against all of its neighbors, their weak ass excuses and complaints are getting weaker and weaker and weaker. Oh my God, what does this even have to do with democracy? What a fucking martyr. This fucking guy. This is what democracy looks like, I guess.
I guess this is a fine display of democracy by the French.
The instruction came from the French authorities after Israeli companies failed to comply with the regulation to remove offensive or kinetic weapons from stands. The French government's position is very simple. It was that no offensive weapons of war are allowed in the air show.
Illegal.
Defensive weapons of war are fine, but displaying weapons that are offensive was not possible. 3 smaller Israeli stands, which did not have hardware on display, and an IDF stand remained open. Wow, it seems like democracy's working just fine. These guys are just a bunch of turds, little brats who want to be able to do whatever the fuck they want, wherever they are. They're going to complain about the government of the country that they're in, where they're breaking the rules. Makes sense. Sounds like Israel. It checks out. Israel's weak-ass martyr shit is so played out now. Honestly, I don't know if Israel's ever going to recover from what they have done to their image. Okay. Some weak-ass busted shit right there is what that is. Where I lost my place. Oh, here we go. All right, let's leave France and go to The Hague, where thousands attended protests against Israel's genocidal campaign in Gaza. Here's Al Jazeera English from yesterday.
Large parts of the administrative capital in the Netherlands colored red in protest against the Dutch government's support for Israel. 4 weeks ago, nearly 100,000 people came to demand the government draw a red line against Israel's genocide in Gaza, one of the largest demonstrations in recent Dutch history. This time, even more people took to the street, accusing acting Prime Minister Dick Schoof and his caretaker government of being complicit in genocide.
It's amazing to see this many people here. I'm really proud of everyone. I'm really frustrated and sad that the government just doesn't listen to us, doesn't listen to the Palestinian cause.
Addressing the rally was Dr. Sally El-Sadi, who just returned from Gaza.
As a doctor, you want to help a lot of people, and it's very painful to watch. You can hear the screams of patients. You can feel the pain of mothers losing their children. I'm surprised and glad that I see a lot of people around me having the same thoughts as me. It gives me hope that humanity hasn't been lost.
Organizers say this large turnout shows that more and more people in the Netherlands are firmly rejecting the government's support for Israel. And while there is much frustration about the lack of action, these protesters say the focus should remain on the ongoing genocide in Gaza, despite Israel's efforts to distract attention.
Massive protests in the Netherlands. Truly a beautiful sight. Fact is, the whole world is sick of this shit. At least the vast majority of the world is sick of seeing this fucking genocide continuing unabated. Sick of seeing their governments giving them aid. Sick of seeing governments making excuses for Israel or just generally supporting them. All right. Let's talk about Gaza. Let's go here to the Guardian news from yesterday. Several people were killed again near another supposed Gaza humanitarian fund aid distribution center.
Illegal.
At least 2 Palestinians were killed and others injured when Israeli forces fired on people trying to get food again. At Al-Alam, my uncle told him, "Let's go." He raised his head, was shot, and fell to the ground. People lined up to pray at the funeral of one of those who were killed. It's just horrifying. How many more starving, crying children are we going to have to see before this thing comes to an end? When will people find their fucking humanity? Find their spines? Find their balls and or ovaries and fucking stand up to Israel and tell them, that's enough. We've seen enough. Call it for what it is. I don't know. Never, I guess. I shouldn't be so pessimistic. It's just getting incredibly frustrating for someone who's been covering this for the last, I don't know, how long has it been? 16 months? 15, 16 months we've been doing this. Oh my God. It is insane. Seems like this supposed Gaza and a humanitarian fund created by the U.S. and the CIA and Blackwater is really just helping Israel commit more war crimes and help ethnically cleanse and displace people from their homes.
Illegal.
All right, let's go to the majority report from yesterday. Quickly talk about the Gaza aid flotilla, which was intercepted by Israel in international waters.
A flotilla of, I think it was 11 people on board?
Yeah.
Approximately.
11, 12 with Greta Thunberg.
Greta Thunberg and others left from Italy, I believe it was. It's the boat called the Madeleine, and it left from Sicily about a week ago. It stopped on Thursday to rescue 4 migrants who had jumped overboard to being detained by the Libyan Coast Guard. Here is a clip. Should we start with...
Here's the picture I saw last night, which was just
a
horrifying image to see on the timeline of them all with their hands up. It's posted by Abby Martin, the last image of the Gaza flotilla before all communications dropped and Israeli commandos stormed the ship. You can just see them with their life preservers and their hands up.
Abby Martin did an interview with one of the members of the flotilla. You should go and see the entire interview, but here's the first couple of minutes, just to get a sense of what they're attempting to do. I mean, obviously, they're not capable of bringing even remotely close to enough aid to help folks there. But that's all they're bringing, A, is aid, to be clear. And B, they're trying to inspire others, obviously, to pay attention to the horrific circumstances that Palestinians are in because of the Israeli assault, the Israeli preventing of aid getting into Gaza, and so on.
You are halfway to Gaza right now. All eyes on deck, the Madeleine. Talk about who is with you and what you guys are carrying.
We made a commitment that we will be bringing the aid together with the community, and we'll be doing this in a very transparent way for everyone to see every single bag of rice that we put on board our boat. So we are carrying food, we are carrying medicine, we are carrying crutches, we are carrying prosthetics for amputated children, we are carrying water filters, and instead of, like the Zionists do, that they carry bombs that have been signed by very cruel people, the community in Catania, in Italy, they signed on the flour bags, the rice bags, sending messages of love to Gaza. Despite our small size, the greatness of this mission is that, in solidarity with the Palestinian people, we are being the vanguard to open a people's humanitarian corridor. So even if we were in a kayak, but we are opening a way for more boats to join later, it would be already worth the mission. But we are in a mission of 12 people, moving a lot of stuff and a lot of solidarity around the world of people who are finally understanding the 18-year-old siege, the 8 decades genocide as well. And yeah, we're pushing for it. There's nothing that's going to stop us now.
It is amazing to see this diverse.
And the Israelis have boarded the ship. They have kept them on the boat. There are reports. It's unclear exactly, and I don't know, what the. We've heard varying reports. I think DropSite said that they were forcing them to watch videos of October 7th.
Yeah.
Now understand, there's no authority that Israel has to board this ship. None that's recognized by the
they're
international community.
They're in international waters,
and
it's carrying aid. It's flagged as a UK ship, and everyone on board has no weapons, and it was in international waters. This is not legal what Israel is doing. I said this earlier on the show, but they were circling the boat. If you recall, I was following this a little bit last night in real time. They were circling the boat with drones for hours. According to some of the people on board who were communicating with folks on the outside, they were drones that are considered to be lethal as a way to scare them. At one point, they sprayed paint on the boat from above as an intimidation tactic, but also it's sometimes done so that drones can see ships more easily via their cameras overhead. So they all had to go under for safety, because these are drones that could have been armed and could have, in theory, shot them. And
yep, almost 20 months. Oh, I see what you're saying, Frizzla. No. I wasn't saying how long has the genocide been going on in Gaza. No. I was talking about how long we've been doing the stream here. I think we've been doing it for like 16 months, so like close to it, like a year and 4 months. Because we started in February of 2024. March. Yeah, so we've been going almost exactly 16 months around here. So we started it a few months after October 7th, when history started. All right. Well, they're not just illegally kidnapping aid workers, attempting to bring food and medical supplies to those starving and in need. No, Israel's been very, very, very busy. You might have heard. But we're not going to get to Iran yet, because they've also still been very busy committing war crimes in Gaza. Here's Forbes breaking news from yesterday. Watch as video captures the exact moment Israeli airstrike hits a building in Gaza's Burej refugee camp. Another refugee camp bombed by Israel.
Illegal.
every time that I watch one of these videos, you always see kids, you always hear kids screaming and crying and running. You see them running towards the devastation. But the fact is, I feel like it's become so normalized and people are getting so numb to this, but we cannot look away. We can't allow ourselves to become numb to this. You have to try and put yourself in the positions of every single person on the street. What it would be like. I mean, you got to assume many people that are standing in this street, I know somebody. Maybe their family is in that building. Maybe they were just leaving to go and try and find aid. They turn around and their home that's already comprised of rubble gets, flattened, decimated. Everyone in the building probably dead on impact. It is just so fucked. All right, let's talk before we move on to talking Iran, because that really is the big story that's taken over everything in recent days. I want to continue talking about Gaza, mostly because it feels like it's falling out of the headlines, and we can't allow that to happen. But also because Mehdi Hassan had an important guy on the show. Here's Zateo from 12 hours ago, where he interviewed the UN aid chief.
You visited Gaza, I believe back in February. How shocking was it to be there on the ground?
Well, you prepare yourself, you try to. But the reality is that nothing can prepare you for what you see. I've been to Darfur, I've been to Kupiansk on the Ukraine front lines, I've driven up through Syria just after the fall of the Assad regime. Nothing was as bad as going to Gaza.
Is Gaza undergoing a famine right now? And if so, isn't it a man-made famine?
So it's not that there isn't food there, it's just we're not allowed to get it in.
Bye.
Israel won't let us move that food through at the scale we need to.
Israel says Hamas is looting the aid and diverting it. Have you seen evidence of that?
What we're seeing here is an atrocity. We are seeing levels of starvation which are completely avoidable.
What do you make of Israel's relationship with the United Nations?
It's very hard to hear yourself be called anti-Semitic. I will fight anti-Semitism with every bone in my body.
What would you say to people, especially activists on the ground, who say the UN has failed the people of Gaza and failed the people of Sudan?
I think the world has failed the people of Gaza.
The genocide continues in Gaza unabated. Israel's bombs continue to drop on civilians, and aid just isn't getting through to starving and besieged Palestinians in the Strip. The UN humanitarian chief, Tom Fletcher, a Brit, has been to Gaza, and he was also at the UN Security Council last month, urging member nations to stop this, quote, 21st century atrocity. And he joins me now. Tom Fletcher, thanks so much for coming on Mehdi Unfiltered. You visited Gaza, I believe, back in February. What was that like? What did you see? How shocking was it to be there on the ground?
Well, you prepare yourself, you try to, for a visit like that. I talked to a lot of people who've been in, a lot of our staff. But the reality is that nothing can prepare you for what you see. And I'd been in Nir Oz, one of those kibbutz that was attacked on October the 7th, and I'd been sat with survivors. 1 in 4 people there were killed or taken hostage. And then drove across the border from the north of Gaza, so into the area worst affected. And you drive for miles and miles, and it is just desolate. It's rubble. And I asked the colleague with me, why the dog's fat? And he said, because the dogs are pulling corpses from the rubble. I asked my colleagues, where their houses, where their homes were. And they would say, we don't know. You have to use GPS to find the location of your old home.
It's flattened.
Because there are no landmarks. You can't tell what was a school, what was a mosque, what was a hospital. And you drive for hours and hours like that. I went to the hospitals that had been bombed out and attacked. I visited that hospital where the doctor had written on the wall, tell them that we did what we could. And in a way, since then, that's been motivating the way I try to approach this crisis.
You said to the UN Security Council last month, I can tell you from having visited what's left of Gaza's medical system that death on this scale has a sound and a smell that does not leave you. There's a memory of your trip to Gaza, and you go all over the place. I know you've been to Ukraine, you're heading to the DRC, you've been to Afghanistan, but does that memory of your trip to Gaza in particular, does it still torment you, I wonder, haunt you? It's a pretty, when I heard you say that, I watched it, you speak at the Security Council, a smell that does not leave you.
So, you know, I have one of those passports that security agents love to confiscate. I've been to Darfur, I've been to Kupiansk on the Ukraine front lines, I've driven up through Syria just after the fall of the Assad regime. I've just been in Kandahar, Kabul, Kunduz in Afghanistan. I was in Mandalay just after the earthquake. Nothing was as bad as going to Gaza. And it is that smell and that sound of death on this scale and trauma on this scale. So often there is just silence, and you're just walking through these utterly desolate landscapes with people who aren't talking. And you're asking questions and trying to, you know, everyone there, including all of our staff, is traumatized. And so, yes, you do carry that with you. I think about it every single day. I've started therapy myself because I think that it's important that we find ways to deal with these experiences. Of course,
because of your job in general or because of Gaza?
Because of my job in general, but particularly because of experiences like going to Gaza and seeing death on that, you know, being with people.
I think that says a hell of a lot. A guy who basically his whole job is dealing with starving people, going to see these places. The fact that this guy needs therapy after a trip to Gaza, I think it says a lot. The UN aid chief needs therapy because of the genocide happening in Gaza. It's actually quite sensible, really. I think we could all use with a little therapy right now.
Experiences.
Of course, because of your job in general or because of Gaza?
Because of my job in general, but particularly because of experiences like going to Gaza and seeing death on that, you know, being with people who have lost everything, including all of their children, sitting with a grandmother who basically watched her kid die in front of her from a sniper attack and bleed out on the road, and nurses get shot as they came to help her.
Illegal.
So, look, my experience is nothing like being someone living in Gaza,
of course,
or living in Darfur, or living in Afghanistan right now. But it's a heavy responsibility because you feel the obligation to share that story because you can't get in. Not just you, Mehdi, but the international media are not allowed in to cover this. Palestinian journalists inside Gaza are being killed in large numbers. And so we do feel this responsibility, this obligation to share these stories.
So you have destruction, you have rubble, you have bombs still falling as we speak. Yeah. And then, of course, you have the aid situation. You have the lack of food and water and medicines and the rest. Is Gaza, you went there, this is what you do for a living, you cover humanitarian crises. Is Gaza undergoing a famine right now? And if so, isn't it a man-made famine?
Liking this video? Then don't just watch, hit like, share and subscribe. And tap the bell so you never miss a video or live.com.
Massive levels of starvation. Everyone in Gaza right now is hungry. Everyone needs feeding. You know, my staff are malnourished as well. And just to pick up on one point here, it's not because of lack of food. We have the food. It is sat there on the border. We have provisions to fill 9,600 trucks right now. That's baby food, medicine, shelter. A lot of people really...
9,600 trucks. Oh my God. It's just all sitting there, going to waste. I assume some of that stuff is perishable.
Needing shelter right now. So it's not that there isn't food there, it's just we're not allowed to get it in.
Bye.
Israel won't let us move that food through at the scale we need to. We're getting a dribble of food, a dribble of trucks across the border.
And on that note, on the dribble of food, what do you make of this US and Israeli-backed Gaza Humanitarian Foundation, where we're seeing at their aid site, quote unquote, we're seeing killings of Palestinians almost daily right now. You called it last month a distraction and a fig leaf, but isn't it much worse than that?
So these are militarized hubs, which is why we don't align with them. It's why I've been critical of them, why the international community Security Council members, NGOs, and others have been very critical. We have to deliver aid in a way which is impartial, neutral, independent. And we don't believe that this does that. We believe this is delivering aid in a way that dehumanizes Palestinians. Just have a look at the photo.
Yep.
But also that encourages displacement from people's areas. But it is a distraction because we have a plan. I've said it out in public again and again and again. We can deliver aid at scale. We can get food and support to everyone in Gaza. We have enough provisions to support everyone for several months. And we've done it before because I've seen us doing it. When I was there in February, sort of halfway through the ceasefire, 42-day ceasefire, we were delivering 600, 700 trucks of essential aid every day. And we were getting it to the communities, to the kitchens, the bakeries, the people who really needed it. So we know how to do this. We do it in the hardest places in the world. And all I'm asking, and all the world is asking, frankly, is let us do our work.
Isn't using food, starvation, as a weapon of war a war crime and a crime against humanity? And isn't that what Israel is doing in Gaza?
So I'm not a lawyer. And you'll appreciate why I have to weigh my words very carefully, as I did in the Security Council. I have to do it now with humidity as well. It's what we're seeing here is an atrocity. We are seeing levels of starvation which are completely avoidable, given that we have the food there to go. We are seeing the killing of civilians.
Now, of course, he's weighing his words, as he said here, trying not to, what's the word? I think he's trying to do multiple things here. I think he's trying to avoid playing ICC judge. I think he's well aware that it's a war crime, though. But I mean, he's not a lawyer, and I think he would rather just talk about the aid situation, since that is his job, right? Under the UN Charter, as the UN aid chief. It's just his job to feed starving people, right? And I just want to go back to what he was saying before that, though. Because we've been talking about this, how this fucking CIA Blackwater, Gaza Humanitarian Fund, which is a fake aid organization. It's a fig leaf, like they said, which was just popped up out of the fucking blue. The United States created it to help Israel, pretend like they care about aid while they continue to displace Palestinians. And, like they said, I think that's the most important point from all that, is that aid shouldn't be militarized. It shouldn't be politicized. It's a humanitarian need. It's a necessity, right? And it is, it is just getting so tiresome that my government, the United States government, of which I am a citizen, is continuing this, in fact, seemingly stepping up our involvement in Israeli atrocities, while we step back from everyone. Like, we have alienated every single one of our allies since Trump took office. And I heard during the election people saying he's going to be better on Gaza. He's not. He's just verifiably, demonstrably not. And, if anything, we've cozied up to Israel even more than we had been in the past. Meanwhile, we're not cozy with anyone else, it would seem, besides from, I guess, Russia. I guess there are two biggest allies now, Russia and Israel. And it is getting so frustrating to me to watch this and feel like we could have done something about it. I don't think Kamala would have publicly suggested that we should ethnically cleanse Palestine and build a hotel there. Or, you know, said that aid organizations shouldn't do their jobs. You know, but that's what we're getting right now from the Trump administration, is we're replacing genuine aid organizations with militarized aid ruses that are increasing the displacement of Palestinian people on the fucking ground. I'm just pissed.
On an just extraordinary scale. We're seeing horrific hostage taking as well, of course, by Hamas and the atrocities of October the 7th. Now, this is an utterly grim situation, but it's for lawyers ultimately to decide what we call it.
This week we saw Israel board a civilian aid ship, the Freedom Flotilla, the Madeleine, in international waters, detained 12 activists, including Greta Thunberg, who is also a Zeteo contributor. She's since been ejected from the country, sent to France, which is not where she's from. 8 people still remain in custody at the time of our conversation, including a French member of the European Parliament. What kind of message do you think Israel has sent to the world by boarding this ship, blocking the life-saving aid on board, diapers, nappies, medicine, crutches, from reaching Gaza, and basically kidnapping unarmed, non-violent peace activists? What's the UN's message?
So there's got to be a right to protest, a right to peaceful protest. Now, clearly this isn't the best way to get aid through. You know, I can tell you, we can get 600, 700 trucks a day in of masses of life-saving
They would
aid.
argue that you're not getting them through, therefore civil society has to do whatever it takes.
And I think what they were, most importantly for them, they were looking to draw attention, to get the world's attention to this blockade of aid. And they succeeded in that. They've got us talking about it.
Yep.
They've got the media's attention. And I think this is symptomatic of a wider acknowledgement, recognition by the world that this situation is absolutely unacceptable now. You're seeing more and more governments speaking out much more clearly in support of our efforts to get aid in.
But is there a role for civil society to also try and get aid in?
There's a definite role for civil society in calling for change. That it's a very, very complex security environment on the ground.
Yeah.
We know the risks we run. We negotiate daily to do the small amount of convoys we're being allowed to do right now. We face looting, we face insecurity, we face a population which is frankly desperate and starving. So that's the most effective way to deliver aid right now.
Who's looting the aid?
So at the moment, we're losing aid as it gets to the points of distribution. Desperate, starving humans, civilians, parents are taking as much as they can for their kids.
Understandable.
As I would. And as you would.
Israel says Hamas is looting the aid and diverting it. Have you seen evidence of that?
We're not seeing.
Yeah, we're not seeing any of that. I just want to go back to his point about that, though, because he's absolutely right. And I think I made this point before. But, the amount of aid that could fit on that boat was about 1 truckload worth of aid. But what it did is it brought our attention back onto Gaza in the middle of, a torrent of news where Gaza's in many ways just being lost amidst the background noise. And I think he's absolutely right that they succeeded in their goal, regardless of whether or not that aid made it in. They got us talking about it, and we need to keep talking about it. That's why, that's why I refuse to stop talking about it, no matter how sad it makes me.
And as you would.
Israel says Hamas is looting the aid and diverting it. Have you seen evidence of that?
We're not seeing that at the moment. Now, can I guarantee that not a single grain of rice gets anywhere near to the people with guns and power inside Gaza? Of course we can't stop that happening. But we have our distribution networks and we work with the local communities to make sure it gets to families and not to Hamas. We face a problem at the moment, which is that a sack of wheat is selling on the black market for $400, $500. And the amount we're getting in, we've only got, I said 600, 700 trucks a day we got in during the ceasefire. We haven't got that number in since May 19th, when we started
but
to
when
be
the
allowed in.
When the Israelis say, hold on, we can't let the UN aid go in because Hamas just takes it, stockpiles it and sells it, you're saying that's not what happened in February.
So what we were getting in February, we were being looted by very, very specific gangs.
Yes, who are aligned with Israel. Now we're learning from the Israeli Prime Minister.
There's a gang that operates in no man's land, and I've driven that road, I've seen them, trying to board the trucks as I was on the convoy going through. And they were operating seemingly with impunity in that area, and they were hitting our trucks very hard and then selling that aid on at extortionate prices. We're not seeing that so much this time, but we are seeing that civilian looting from utterly desperate, starving people.
I've got to...
Yeah, and Mehdi made a good point. I mean, according to recent journalism, which I think we looked at like last week or something, is that those gangs are supposedly getting support from Israel. It's like they're just looping back in on some of their worst decisions in the past. Although it's hard to talk about Israel's worst past decisions while they're in the middle of a genocide currently. But, you know, Israel has, you know, supported some people that they then, you know, sort of were upset about later doing. Oh, God. All right. Let's get to Iran. Yeah, of course, Israel basically declared war on Iran, you know, 4 days ago, or 4 or 5 days ago, when they decided to bomb multiple targets within Iran.
This week's strikes exemplify...
You know, Benjamin Netanyahu has wanted to do this for a very long time. Here's France 24 English from yesterday. According to them, Benjamin Netanyahu has been pushing all-out war with Iran since the 90s.
Arguably the greatest work of nonfiction of the 20th century.
This week's strikes exemplify Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu's 30-year obsession with his sworn enemy, Iran.
Moments ago, Israel launched Operation Rising Lion, a targeted military operation to roll back the Iranian threat to Israel's very survival.
The chairman of the right-wing Likud party has called Iran an existential threat to Israel since he rose to power in the 1990s. His domestic political opponents have said that he has been obsessed with bombing Iran, with a rival even calling it a messianic conviction. But for Netanyahu, the danger goes beyond atomic weapons.
Yeah, it's fucking ridiculous. I mean, they've had 30 plus years since Benjamin Netanyahu came to political power. And he's been claiming this shit for decades. And if it's so existential, why is Israel still here? Why does Israel still exist? And why doesn't Iran have a nuclear weapon?
Iran is what Netanyahu calls the head of the snake. It's in charge of regional proxies such as Hezbollah in Lebanon, militant groups in Iraq, the Houthis in Yemen, Hamas in Gaza and the West Bank, and the Islamic Jihad. He says Iran finances and arms all of these organizations, creating an existential problem. The fact that it could...
This is ridiculous. You know, some of those groups are, in fact, autonomous. But, you know, Iran doesn't control the Houthis. They're just allies. Right? Like, there's so much of this discussion around Iran being something like this puppet master controlling all of these countries and groups. Do they aid people? Do they work with other people? Yeah. Do they have allies? Yeah. They're a country. Countries have allies. Does the United States control the entire world? You know, the United States gives aid to, you know, all sorts, at least did, to all sorts of people, and has over the years. Does that mean we control every country that we've ever given aid to? I don't think so. Me personally, I think that's bullshit. And, you know, technically, I mean, the United States and Britain, you know, joined forces in doing a coup d'etat on Iran. So in a way, the U.S. and Britain control Iran, right? If we go by that same logic, right? Like the Ayatollah would not be in charge right now if it were not for the United States and Britain. All right, let's go to the last day of news. And I cannot believe how much I have on Iran and Israel's war, which it appears to be a full-on war. Just getting that sense right now. But yeah, in the last like 24, 36 hours, there's just been a litany of news. Too much, honestly. But alas, that is where we're at. Let's start here. This is the oldest one. Iran missiles seen in skies over Jerusalem and Tel Aviv. It's the AP from yesterday. Okay, I'm just going to keep going through this. Here's Reuters. Israeli rescuer says dozens of casualties after latest Iranian attack. I'm pretty sure this was technically from Sunday morning, if we're talking U.S. time.
There is a power outage in my area, so scheduled blackouts were predicted, but I mean, I don't think this has to do anything with Israel targeting Iranian infrastructure for now, but it could get worse. And regarding the latest, the Iranian foreign minister spoke minutes ago, and he said that the attack on the South Pars gas field is very, very dangerous, and it could complicate the situation. And also, the Iranian foreign minister said that in the past 2 days, Tehran has received private messages from various channels from the U.S. Saying that it had nothing to do anything with attacks on the Natanz nuclear site. The Iranian
I'm sorry, this is the wrong story. I just got you all ready for a different video. It's okay, we don't... Actually, oh shit. Never... Oh. Here, I'm going to wrap that last one up for you real quick. I'm sorry, I just realized that was important. This... Please hold. Please shut up. No. Okay, that last story from France 24 English... Maybe we should go back. Oh, God. So, in the latest Israeli attack on Tehran, Israel claimed, Israel made warning messages on X. And yet somehow, those warnings were not visible to people in Iran. Now, it's not clear whether or not Elon directly told people at X to disallow that message from being seen by people in Iran, but in a way, X is now complicit in, you know, civilian deaths in Iran by disallowing a warning message from the IDF. So great job, Elon. This is the video talking about the death toll in Israel.
At the moment, I can say that we're talking about dozens. We don't have an accurate number right now. There are also fatalities on this site.
Jesus. Yeah, let's go here now. This is Guardian news from yesterday. At least 10 people have been killed and more than 100 injured after recent Iranian strikes on Israel. Israeli media said at least 35. People were missing after a strike hit Bat Yam near Tel Aviv. I've lived here for 35 years. Even more. Got married, and this was for my family. Okay. I gotta say, it's a real struggle to find any sympathy for, you know, people in Israel experiencing the war for the first time firsthand after almost, we're approaching 2 years now at this point. I mean, I do have sympathy for people, especially the civilians, but more specifically, maybe only the civilians. But it's still difficult for me to actually be able to be like, I don't know. It's just a struggle. It really is a struggle for me. I don't know. I don't know if that makes me a bad person, but after watching Israel commit genocide for the last 20 months straight, and basically have its civilian population go unscathed while they target civilian populations of every single one of their neighbors, including, you know, the occupied Palestinian territories. It is just like, I don't know. You know, in World War II, how many people were, you know, in Western Allied countries crying about Dresden, right? I mean, in post, we can say that Dresden was probably a war crime. But I guess my point is like, in the middle of the conflict, like, how many people were like, maybe I'm, you know, just too young to know that, but it's just, it's difficult. I feel like all my sympathy has been drained for the people that have been experiencing Israel's, you know, campaign of violence. And, you know, I don't know. I'm not going to continue to opine on this. Just going to keep this moving. Let's see what the foreign minister of Iran had to say. Here's Guardian News again from yesterday. We don't want this conflict to expand unless it's forced upon us. We don't want this conflict to spread to other countries in the region. We didn't want this war. We were focused on implementing diplomacy regarding our nuclear program. However, this violation was forced upon us. We will defend ourselves, and this defense is completely legitimate and strong. Therefore, if the violation stops, our reaction will naturally stop too. Yeah, but Israel's not gonna stop. Not from what I can see. They seem to be genuinely interested in devolving the entire region into all-out war. I mean, they clearly have an expansionist policy. I mean, they seem to be expanding this conflict to everyone they can think of, you know, and more and more Israel seems to be, you know, just repeating history. Never again. Actually, 2025 again. Here we come, right? I mean, an expansionist, imperialist, military power is waging war against all of its neighbors while committing genocide within its own borders. You know, it's too many coincidences for me at this point. You know, we played Zionist or Nazi recently, and I failed miserably, which really struck me. I think, honestly, it really broke me when I couldn't determine between Nazi rhetoric and Zionist rhetoric. Okay. Actually, honestly, we don't need this one. We don't need ABC's garbage coverage. Let's go here to Forbes breaking news from yesterday. More Iranian missiles seen in the sky above Tel Aviv. Honestly, this whole thing is devolving so quickly. Like this conflict is genuinely spiraling out of control. And Donald Trump is doing nothing to stop it. If anything, he's been more of a friend to Israel than Biden. I know it sounds crazy, but at least the Biden administration cut off the biggest bombs we were sending. And of course, at the time, I said that's not nearly enough. And now I'm faced with this moment where Donald Trump has reinstituted the transfer of those biggest fucking bombs to Israel, said that we should definitely ethnically cleanse Palestine, and, you know, was complicit in Israel's attack on Iran. That's where we're at right now. I don't care. I mean, like, everyone here knows just how much fucking criticism I had for Biden during that administration. I'm just reading. It's not the tea leaves. I'm just interpreting what I'm seeing. And like, the fact is that Donald Trump is facilitating all of this shit. This fake aid organization that's helping Israel displace people? I mean, come on. I am sorry. It doesn't mean that I think that Joe Biden should be excused for what he did. I'm just being real. I'm just comparing one administration to the other. So the last video was showing Iranian missile strikes in Tel Aviv. Next one is Israeli bombs hitting Tehran. I believe this was the strike on one of on Iran's oil depots. And I just want you to think about this, since we talk about climate change all the time. When one of these oil depots get hit, you know, whatever oil infrastructure gets blasted, and we've seen multiple of instances of this, especially in Yemen, up until now. Every time that happens, like we talk about, you know, the fact that all these wars contribute to climate change. Think about what this does. When you light on fire, who knows how many, you know, barrels of oil, like, into some fucking just hellish inferno. Like, think about the amount of emissions. It's like turning on 50 million cars or something all at once. Probably more than that. I honestly couldn't say for sure. Okay, we gotta take a quick break. I just realized we went over 8 hours without me even noticing. My God, 4 halves done already. All right, don't worry though. We'll be right back after these brief space messages. Okay, I hope everybody's been enjoying the stream so far. If you haven't already, hit the like button. Don't forget to subscribe. And if you want to make sure that you don't miss a single episode of this Spacecast, hit that bell icon too. While you're at it, do also consider contributing to the Galactic News Network. Around here, we're completely funded by individuals such as yourself, Galactic viewers, the Space Fams. You are our only hope at remaining in low Earth orbit and bringing you all of this space content. So many great ways, of course, for you to show your support. YouTube, Cash App, PayPal. But the best way to get the most space benefits for your Earth dollars is to go on to Patreon and get yourself a sweet, sweet Galactic patron membership. Just $3 a month gets you access to a bunch of phenomenal benefits, ones that you will appreciate while watching the stream. Because you could watch your avatar do things on screen, get a shout out for all of your great production work, and much, much more. All right, chat, that's enough for me. Enjoy the break. Grab yourselves a drink, maybe a snack. And I will be right back. All right. I think everybody knows what that sound means. It, of course, means that it's time for us to get back to the stream. So you'd better get in that seat, Space Fams, otherwise you're going to be left behind. Okay. Where did I leave off? All right, yeah, let's go here. Another Forbes breaking news clip showing the aftermath of Iranian missile strikes in central and northern Israel. Honestly, the amount of human suffering being caused by such a small group of people, it is horrifying. You know, a handful of men are essentially causing suffering for I don't even know how many millions of people right now. But if you combine Donald Trump, Benjamin Netanyahu, Vladimir Putin, and I mean, we can just leave out Sudan and Myanmar for now. I mean, just those three guys. It's I mean, it's got to be approaching 500 million people that are being affected by the decisions of those. Actually, more than that. But I mean, in terms of suffering, I don't know. It's just the numbers just keep going up and up. Oh. Here's more footage of the aftermath of these attacks. Oh, God. Oh. Oh, Jesus Christ. Oh, God. I need to... Oh, God. I'll be right back. Oh, my God. Fuck me. All right, hold on, chat. I need to blow my nose. Oh, God. Okay, I'm back. It's a powerful sneeze. All right. Hassan would get offended if I told him that? What does that mean? When was I saying anything about Hassan? Okay. Yeah. Let's go to Al Jazeera English from a day ago. See Donald Trump play stupid and pretend that we're all really stupid.
U.S. President Donald Trump has denied any American involvement in Israel's attacks on Iran, but Tehran's foreign minister says he has evidence the U.S. was involved.
In our opinion, the Israeli regime's aggression against Iran could never have happened without the agreement and support of the United States. We have solid evidence that shows the support of American forces and bases in the region for attacks by the Zionist regime's military forces.
Let's bring in Roslyn Jordan in Washington, D.C. for more on this. We know what the U.S. is saying publicly, Ros, but privately, what do we know about their current involvement in Israel's operations against Iran?
Well, it has been reported that U.S. forces did help operate Patriot and THAAD anti-missile defense systems to protect Israeli territory from incoming Iranian missiles. But the U.S. is insisting that it is not involved in Iran and Israel's current conflict. That said, the Trump administration, including the president himself, Donald Trump, has admitted that they were very much aware that these strikes on Iranian military sites were going to be taking place.
Yeah, no shit. He's already admitted involvement. He was made aware by Israel ahead of the attacks. Failed to tell Iran about them while we were in the middle of supposed nuclear discussions, right? We were trying to get a deal with them, and then we found out Israel was going to attack. And we said, oh, okay, that's great. Actually, you go right ahead and attack Iran as much as you want. And we'll actually provide air support and ground support. I've heard recent confirmations that U.S. planes have been in the air intercepting missiles and possibly running reconnaissance for Israel on Iran. So there's too much evidence to just to play stupid on this one. And Donald Trump is hoping that his voters are real fucking dumb, that they're somehow incapable of seeing what's happening. Not that they would even care. Well, actually, some have raised concerns, but I feel like most of his voters are fine with what Israel is doing. They just don't want. I don't even know what they don't want. They don't make any sense to me anymore. Yeah, Donald Trump is out here claiming that he's got no involvement, blah blah blah, and then also saying that yeah, we knew about it ahead of time, and it's actually Iran's fault. Now, yesterday, Israeli military struck over 80 targets in Tehran. I don't know what counts as a target to Israel. I guess a small child walking down the street. Who knows?
Smoke billows from Tehran's central oil refinery Sunday afternoon, a clear sign of Israel expanding targets after hitting Iranian military and nuclear sites. Video issued from the Iranian Red Cross shows a massive fire burning the night before, believed to also be an oil refinery. Israel launched Operation Rising Lion Friday morning to eliminate what it says is the risk of Iran creating a nuclear weapon. In a national address, the Iranian foreign minister reminded citizens of why they were striking back.
Self-defense یک اصل پذیرفته شده در
Self-defense is a recognized principle in international relations. It is the legitimate right of every country to defend itself against aggression, and this is exactly what our armed forces began doing 2 nights ago. Last night, you witnessed new dimensions of this response, and it will continue.
Tehran has indeed retaliated with fury. Its overnight strikes have been the deadliest yet.
We are determined. We are determined to change the fate of the region, to lead it towards peace by undermining Iran's capability to threaten us existentially and threaten the region as a whole.
It's the first time the arch-enemies have traded fire with such intensity, despite increasing concern by world leaders and calls to de-escalate. The US insists it had nothing to do with Israel's intense opening strikes Friday, but President Trump today warned Iran will face the full strength of the American army if its interests are attacked. Tehran has cancelled a 6th round of nuclear talks with the US, saying there is no justification for negotiations since Israel's campaign.
Jesus Christ. Donald Trump is ushering in World War III. I swear to God. I mean, this guy... I thought we were close to World War III last year. Remember that? Remember me saying that a couple of times? I was like, oh boy, we're on the cusp of World War III. I may have been ahead of myself. Because now it seems like we're sliding down a hill. A hill called World War III. Okay. Yeah, let's do this video. This is, Keir Starmer. Mr. Starmer. Who had some words to say at the G7 summit in Alberta. Or is it Ottawa? Whatever it is. Wait, no. It was in Alberta, right? I'm fairly certain. Am I losing my mind?
I feel like I'm taking crazy pills!
Well, I guess he may have landed in Ottawa and then traveled to Alberta. I don't know.
Because it is the opportunity under your leadership at this G7 for us to work with our colleagues and other leaders on the most important issues of the day. Obviously, the conflict with Israel and Iran is centerpiece, and this provides the opportunity to talk to our co-leaders about the fast-moving situation and to make our strong case together that there must be de-escalation of this conflict in the interests of the region and of course the world. And so I look forward to working with you.
Well, there was Keir Starmer urging de-escalation in this conflict. Let's see how that went. This video came out like 6 hours or whatever after that one.
Right, well, let's bring you in some breaking news where an Iranian missile has just made impact in Israel's city of Haifa. Right, well, these are the latest scenes there. Those are the latest scenes that you've just seen coming out of Israel. Iran's armed forces have warned Israelis to leave the vicinity of, quote, vital areas. That's according to state television. There's been projectiles in the skies of Tel Aviv and Jerusalem as well. Let's go straight to Bernard Smith live for us in the Jordanian capital, Amman. He's reporting from there because the Israeli government...
I just want to hear that one more time. There's a little detail in here I just want everyone to hear, which I find to be incredibly pertinent.
That's according to state television. There's been project Israel, Iran's... Those are the latest scenes that you've just seen coming out of Israel. Iran's armed forces have warned Israelis to leave the vicinity of, quote, vital areas. That's according to state television. There's...
Did you hear that, chat? Iran? How generous from Iran. Iran has said, oh, Israelis, you should leave. Leave. You're going to be bombed. Isn't that justification? How many times have we heard? How many times have we all heard Israel say, look, we told them to evacuate like a few minutes before we bombed the shit out of them. That's justification, okay? These people, anybody who was left behind is Hamas, you know? We did the right thing. We told them to evacuate. You know, over and over again, I've heard this fucking garbage from Israel. And now the tides turn, if you will. Suddenly, Iran warning people in Israel, you better leave, because we're about to bomb the shit out of you. It's fascinating how the tables have turned.
Projectiles in the skies of Tel Aviv and Jerusalem as well. Let's go straight to Bernard Smith, who's live for us in the Jordanian capital, Amman. He's reporting from there because the Israeli government has banned Al Jazeera from reporting in Israel and the occupied territories. Bernard, so we're seeing more of those explosions. What more can you tell us?
Well, it was to be expected. We've had the air raid siren also here over the Jordanian capital, Amman, where I am, although I haven't seen anything in the skies yet, although there were a couple of searchlights pointing up at the skies earlier on. Haifa was already targeted overnight, Saturday into Sunday. It's a very strategically important Israeli port, oil, it's a refinery. The Israelis said after earlier on today.
Yeah, I hope everyone knows that I'm not saying it. It's actual, genuine justification. I'm merely pointing out the irony, right, and the dichotomy. You know, and because we've heard it from Israel like 1,000 times. They've been incredibly generous by telling people to evacuate before they decimate a particular area. And by the way, that information is going to come up later. It really is. It really is. All right, I don't think we need the rest of the sort of back and forth bombings. I've got a few of them in here, but it's all the same shot, basically. It's just more and more bombs and missiles being launched, being intercepted, some getting through, fires. Yeah, let's start it back up here. Here's France 24 from 21 hours ago. Apparently, Iran is strongly considering closing the strategic Strait of Hormuz.
The Strait of Hormuz is one of the most vital shipping arteries in the world.
Stretching just 55 kilometers between Iran and Oman, a fifth of the world's oil and gas pass through this narrow waterway, some 18 to 19 million barrels a day. Due to its economic importance, the strait has often been a hotspot for geopolitical tensions, with Iran repeatedly threatening its closure over the years. But any blockade of the trade route would spell significant consequences for Iran. Such a move would almost certainly invoke retaliation from the United States, which has naval military assets in the region. It would also complicate Iran's access to commercial goods and risk alienating Iran's foreign partners like China, which import significant amounts of Iranian oil. The closure of the Strait of Hormuz would also be bad news for the world economy. Global oil prices would spike, and Europe could face energy shortages, especially in countries dependent on Middle Eastern fuel. It would also disrupt industries across Europe, including manufacturing, transport, and agriculture, but also delay imports of raw materials and consumer goods. But analysts say that closing such a key shipping route would be near impossible under international law, as a UN convention stipulates that Hormuz is an international strait where the right of transit cannot be suspended.
Okay. This was from 20 hours ago out of the South China Morning Post.
Well, I hope there's going to be a deal. I think it's time for a deal, and we'll see what happens. But sometimes they have to fight it out, but we're going to see what happens. I think there's a good chance there'll be a deal.
So that was Donald Trump speaking yesterday. Oh, God. I'm pretty sure Israel and Iran are going to work it out, but they might have to fight for a while. This comes from the guy who said, "No more wars. If I were president, wouldn't have happened." And yet he's president, and this just happened. So, and yet he's not even suggesting that he's going to be able to stop it in this fucking bullshittery from him. Yeah, actually, maybe they'll have to fight it out. I don't know. I can't say for sure. The guy's a never-ending source of frustration. Oh God, I was behind on the broadcast on my monitor. There we go. Gotta click live. Holy cow. Sasha G coming in out of the blue with 5 sweet, sweet Galactic News Network gift memberships. Who got them? Ben Longstreth, Forbesilla, Paul J, Christy Z, and Mrs. Jens Katz. I see a lot of familiar faces in there. Very generous of you, Sasha. I appreciate you. I appreciate you very much. My God. Without space fams like you, what would I do? All right. So yeah, Donald Trump suggesting that maybe they should just fight. Maybe they should fight, and that's fine. Although a lot has happened since he made that statement. Let's go here to Al Jazeera English from 18 hours ago and discuss what is going on with Israel's defense system and how it is Iran is managing to get all of these missiles.
Let's bring in Trita Parsi, he's the executive.
Their defenses. It used to be the Iron Dome. Now it seems like the Iron Screen, I guess. Sometimes things get through, you know?
Vice President. of the Quincy Institute for Responsible Statecraft. He joins us live from Reston in Virginia in the United States. Trita, always good to have you with us. So despite Israel assassinating Iran's top military and intelligence leaders, Iran continues to respond with missiles and drones, some of which, as we've seen with our breaking news story here, some of them are getting through Israel's air defense. What do you make of these latest Iranian strikes, Trita?
Well, what appears to have happened is that the Iranians have degraded the Israeli air defense systems, and as a result, with a fewer number of missiles, they're actually getting more missiles through. I mean, there's plenty of videos on social media that shows a large number of these missiles getting through, and the insufficiency of many of these different air defense systems. And that goes from everything from the David Sling, the Iron Dome, the Arrows, even the American THAAD system. I think by and large, the Israelis clearly miscalculated. They thought that this is going to be easy. They thought that this is going to be the same as bombing refugees in tents, which they have been doing for a year and a half now. Instead, they're getting a real fight back. And the question is, to what extent does that change the Israeli government's calculations? The only thing we have seen so far is that they've gone to the United States and asked the United States to enter the war. But we've not seen any other indications of them trying to find an exit.
So talk to us then about the geopolitical nuances then, Trita, the sort of various scenarios as to how this conflict could end. I mean, the US and Iran could return to negotiations, or we could see a complete destruction of Iran's nuclear program, which is what Prime Minister Netanyahu wants.
Well, the Israelis don't seem to have the capacity of doing the complete destruction. That's part of the reason why they're asking the Americans to step in. But the Americans or the Trump administration does not seem to have much of an appetite for war. In fact, his base, the core of his base, the MAGA base, is dead set against any war with Iran. They're even against the U.S. supporting Israel in this war. And I think there's a strong sense of betrayal amongst many of the MAGA supporters for Trump having gone along this far with the Israelis. So I don't think the U.S. entering the war absent the Iranians directly targeting the U.S. is a likelihood.
Trita, what about the issue of regime change in Iran? I mean, Netanyahu has declared this as one of his objectives. I mean, how possible is this?
Now, one unfortunate piece of news that I just want to make everybody aware of, and it's not really a piece of news, but, you know, aid for Israel, in terms of military aid for Israel, has already been pre-approved for, like, I think, like, the next year. I could be wrong. But yeah. And Donald Trump has also greenlit more aid to go to Israel that wasn't even in the original package. So if Trump supporters don't want, you know, tax dollars going to Israel to fight Iran, we should cut off all aid to Israel immediately.
Immediately, if not sooner.
Get Congress to rescind that aid. Oh, wait. I think there was more of this I wanted. Right? Where is it? Or is it a different video? Where was it? I've watched so many videos about this conflict already. They're all blending together.
Or are Israel's attacks just hardening the resolve of ordinary Iranians on the streets who would coalesce and come together in support of the regime?
This is, at the end of the day, a very unpopular regime, and the population has very good reasons to find their own government very unpopular. But what we have seen in the last 48 hours is a remarkable rally around the flag phenomenon. Not a rally around the government phenomenon, but much more of a rally around the flag phenomenon. And I think that is to a large extent because the Israelis have been targeting civilian neighborhoods, killing people in apartments in their sleep at night, clearly showing very little disregard for civilian deaths. In fact, Israeli media was reporting that they had set off 5 car bombs in Tehran today. That is the definition of terrorism. So when they're conducting themselves like this, they will push away even Iranians, which is a large number, that would very much like to see their government fall. But not like this, not by this type of a terror campaign conducted by a foreign country.
So what about Iran's nuclear program then, Trita? I mean, given the confusing messages coming out of Washington, how is Iran likely then to deal with domestic enrichment going forward? Could we see an acceleration, perhaps, of Iran's nuclear program?
Well, the first thing that is happening is that the program is going to go dark because as the facilities are being bombed, the Iranians are not going to continue to do that type of transparency and inspections with the IAEA, particularly after European countries never even condemned the attack on nuclear facilities. They haven't.
Okay, now this is all old information at this point, even though it's like 24 hours old. At this point, I believe the IAEA has now come out and condemned these attacks on nuclear facilities, or something close to a condemnation, I guess you might say. But I believe Iran has completely pulled out of the IAEA now. I think they pulled out before that even happened. Hard to keep track. So much is happening as we go through all this. Now, around 17 hours ago, Israel said that, or at least the Israeli spokesman said that Iran will pay the price after it strikes on Tel Aviv and Haifa. Here's Reuters.
Multiple people have been killed and homes destroyed as Iranian missiles struck Israel's Tel Aviv and the port city of Haifa before dawn on Monday. It prompted Israel's defense minister to warn Tehran residents would pay the price, and soon. Those comments were walked back later, with Israel saying it has no intention of causing deliberate harm to residents. Israel's National Emergency Services raised its death toll to at least 23 civilians since Friday. At least 100 more were wounded in Israel in the overnight blitz, part of the wave of attacks by Tehran in retaliation for Israel's strikes, which targeted Iran's nuclear and ballistic missile programs. Israeli attacks in Iran have killed at least 220 people since Friday, with 90% of the casualties reported to be civilians, Iran's health ministry has said. Several residential buildings in a densely populated Tel Aviv neighborhood were destroyed in a strike just a few hundred meters from the US Embassy branch in the city. The building sustained minor damage, and there were no injuries to US personnel. Fires were seen burning at a power plant near the Haifa port, media reported, with search and rescue operations underway, emergency authorities said. Iran's Revolutionary Guard said the latest attack employed a new method, causing Israel's multi-layered defense systems to target each other. It said it allowed Tehran to successfully hit many targets without providing further details. There were no reports in Israel of interceptor missiles hitting each other. Israel's military said on Monday it had struck again at command centers belonging to the Revolutionary Guard and Iran's military. Israel began the assault on Friday, wiping out the top echelon of Iran.
Okay. So yeah, after the third night of strikes, Israel said that Iran is going to pay, even after Donald Trump said that he wanted them, at least publicly said that he was hoping that would not be the case. Although he said it's very possible they'll have to fight. Now, both CNN and ABC decided to speak to war criminals. But before we get to that, let's quickly see what the Israeli opposition leader had to say.
I want to get now a view from Israel, and we've got Nick Robertson, who's in Tel Aviv at one of the cities targeted by Iranian missiles. Nick, I want you to tell me where you are right now and what you're seeing.
Look, I don't give a fuck what he's seeing, okay? This is the part I want.
How do you fight this? They have a lot more missiles that they can fire. They can keep this up for a long time. It could go on and on and on.
We will do this until we are sure Iran has lost the capability of becoming a nuclear power, because what we see here is evident to the fact that we cannot afford a nuclear Iran, because what they're doing now with ballistic missiles, they will do with an atomic bomb on the people of Israel. They'd never hid the fact that they are...
There's no evidence for that.
Not willing. They want the total destruction of the state of Israel and the death of everybody who lives in it.
But
yeah, there's no evidence that they would have eventually attacked Israel. The only reason that they're attacking Israel now is because Israel is the one who started this war. So, I don't know.
nuclear facilities are deeply buried, hard to target. You cannot believe that you can destroy them all.
Well, we can try, and we're going to do our best, and it's a big question whether or not the United States should be involved in this, especially in places like the facilities in Fordow and others.
So what do you say to the U.S. right now and President Trump?
Listen, President Trump will make up his own mind about what's good for America, but we are telling this is not only a threat for Israel, this is a threat to the entire globe.
So you want them to come in now, the U.S., others?
I think it will be in everybody's interest.
There we go. The Israeli opposition leader saying it would be in everybody's interest. I don't know who everybody is, but it certainly isn't in the United States' best interest to get involved in this fucking conflict like this. But there he is calling for the U.S. to, I don't know, invade Iran, I guess. Fucking horrifying, if you ask me. All right, but like I was saying, the Western media decided to interview a couple of war criminals, people who have already been found to have probably committed war crimes by the International Criminal Court. Let's start with Benjamin Netanyahu. This is from 14 hours ago, a little bit longer. ABC News had him on. By the way, they didn't bring up the ICC one time.
That's the difference. We're fighting for freedom, our own survival, our own freedom, but also for the freedom of everyone else.
Let me ask you, your defense minister, Israel Katz, said that if the Iranians continue to target Israeli civilians, that, quote, Tehran will burn. What does that mean?
Well, I think he made it clear, because it wasn't clear, and he clarified, that what we're doing is targeting regime sites, nuclear sites, military sites, and ballistic missile sites that are embedded in Tehran. Our pilots are very precise. So unlike the Iranian criminal regime, we're telling the people, leave the zone of battle so that you're not hurt.
Now, remember how I said that information was going to come up again? Iran did send a message to Israelis telling them to leave. And they didn't leave. Also, Israel's supposed precision military strikes killed at least, I think it was 6 people in the first night, all civilians. I mean, of course, they also killed a number of Iranian military people, but so did so was Iran, and they've also hit strategic sites. So yeah, remember that, chat? It wasn't that long ago I told you to write that down. That Iran had, in fact, given warning to Israel that they were going to strike and that they should evacuate their people. Here's Benjamin Netanyahu completely contradicting that.
We're telling the people, leave the zone of battle so that you're not hurt. And in fact, they are leaving, and that's important. And they're evacuating their homes, and that's because of the mad fanaticism, this anti-Semitic mad fanaticism
my God.
of the Iranian supreme leader. He's like a modern Hitler. He just will not stop But we're going to make sure that he doesn't have the means to carry out his threats.
Wow.
And let me ask you one more thing. You mentioned the support of the American.
Wait, why are we 14 minutes in on this? I'm sorry. We need to go all the way to the back. We got to watch a bunch of this. I'm sorry.
Is reporting that Iran has been urgently signaling that it wants to end hostilities and to resume talks over its nuclear program. According to the journal, they have been sending messages to Israel and the United States via Arab intermediaries. Have you received that message from the Iranians?
Well, not directly, but I'm not surprised. I mean, they want to continue to have these fake talks in which they lie, they cheat, they string the U.S. along, and you know, we have very solid intel on that. But of course, they want to keep on building their nuclear weapons and building their mass.
They have very solid intel that the ceasefire talk or the nuclear talks were fake. Please let us see this intel. Fake talks. Was there like, did the United States send a Steve Witkoff dummy to the talks? I don't even know what that means.
Ballistic missile arsenal, which they're firing at our people. They want to continue to create the two existential threats against Israel while they're talking. That's not going to happen. You know, we're not at the 11th hour. We're at the 12th hour, and we stopped. We acted to secure the life of the nation, and we're going to continue until we remove the two existential threats, the nuclear threat and the threat of 20,000 ballistic missiles that are equivalent to 2 nuclear bombs. So they want to stop and keep it. But we are committed to removing those threats.
So I think what I hear you saying quite clearly is there will be no end to the Israeli bombing of Iran until you have accomplished your objective here. You're not going to stop for peace talks.
Well, look, we had the peace talks. We gave it a chance.
What?
You know.
You're not an American, you piece of shit. Israel was not present for the nuclear talks. So what the fuck is he talking about? We had peace talks? When? When did Israel and Iran have peace talks? I would love to know the answer to that question. The peace talks, you say? Fucking liar.
Well, look, we had the peace talks. We gave it a chance. We've, you know, clenched our teeth. We did everything we could to enable President.
This guy is fucking disgusting. Israel has done nothing of the sort, okay? In fact, Benjamin Netanyahu was incredibly upset that the United States was having peace talks with Iran. I mean, this guy is just hoping that we're all fucking idiots and that we haven't been following the goddamn news. It is insane to suggest that Israel had anything to do with those peace talks. They were telling the United States not to have those peace talks. Remember that?
Trump to negotiate the desired result, and that would have been preferable for us,
really?
And I think for everyone. But we saw in the course of the negotiations, while they were negotiating with the United States, the supreme leader of Iran, Ayatollah Khamenei, tweeted almost every day, "Death to Israel." The talks were merely a facade. And we absolutely, if it could be achieved with negotiations, fine. But it wasn't being achieved, so we had to act to safeguard our existence. You would do the same.
But over the weekend, we heard from President Trump on Truth Social say Iran and Israel should make a deal and will make a deal. We will have peace soon between Israel and Iran. Many calls and meetings now taking place. So if President Trump asked you to stop the bombing campaign to resume these talks, would you do it?
Well, President Trump has been a great leader of the world, and a great leader and a great friend of Israel.
Donald Trump is a leader of the world. Trump leads the entire world.
Very clearly in the negotiations, he said Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon.
They don't.
And in order for it not to have a nuclear weapon, it cannot have the capacity to enrich uranium, which is the prerequisite for nuclear weapons.
Oh, so Iran can't have anything. Okay, I get it. They don't have nuclear weapons. They weren't building them, according to Iran. But anything that could be used in a nuclear weapon, like a rocket, that's not good enough for Benji. You gotta get rid of it all.
Iran refused. It just refuses all the time. It cheats, and it continues to try to weaponize the enriched uranium they already have. They have 9
According to
atom
who?
bombs worth of enriched uranium. They're working secretly, as we shared with the United States.
According to who? According to all of the experts that I've heard from, Iran has not been building a nuclear weapon. They have enriched uranium, which they've been using for nuclear development, energy development. But no serious experts I've heard from suggest that there's been an active nuclear weapons building program in Iran. I'm fairly certain those guys are starting to ask themselves why they didn't do it.
They're working secretly to rapidly weaponize this. In a few months, they would have nuclear bombs. That's what they want to do. They want to continue stringing the U.S. along, build up those weapons. They don't want a seat at the table. They want to blow up the table. Specifically, they want to blow up Israel and purchase time. And I think the U.S. Shares the intel. I know they share the intel because we share intel with each other. If it's fake talks, obviously not. If Iran...
Anybody ever notice that one of Benjamin Netanyahu's ears is like 2 inches above the other one? It's honestly off-putting. It looks really weird.
Will relinquish the means to destroy our country, then obviously it's preferable to anything else. But that hasn't happened so far, and frankly, I doubt it's going to happen now.
But he said Iran and Israel should make a deal and will make a deal. How do you explain that disconnect? He seems very optimistic, in fact, seeming like he wants you to get back to the table and get back to the table now. You're saying there's no getting back to the table until the goals of the bombing campaign are achieved.
It's exactly what
well,
he's
if the goals
saying,
could be achieved through negotiations, fine. I said that to the president when I saw him in Washington. That didn't happen in the 2 months of negotiations that President Trump gave them. Right now, they thought that they could get away with it. They found that our very decisive and very precise military action against their nuclear program, against their ballistic missile program, is effective. So now they want to stop it and continue on the side to continue to develop those 2 means of mass death that are meant to wipe Israel off the map. And this is a battle, that we have to assure is won. If it could be won diplomatically, fine. Frankly, it didn't happen diplomatically, and we had to act because we're not going to put our neck on a nuclear, to a nuclear knife and let them destroy us. We're fighting this larger war against this oppressive regime that has oppressed the Iranian people for 46 years, that has spread mayhem.
Wait, maybe you should ask the United States about that, Benjamin Netanyahu. Maybe you should ask the British about that. Oh yeah, the Iranian regime was repressing their people for 46 years, you say? Yeah. You should ask us about the coup that we did. So we could have, unfettered access to Iranian oil. By the way, he basically, eventually, we're not going to listen to this whole thing. We've already listened to too much Benjamin Netanyahu at this point. But he basically says that if Iran doesn't get rid of all of its ballistic missiles, all of its, uranium, and lay down their arms and surrender to Israel, then they're going to continue. And at no point does whatever this guy's name is ask Benjamin Netanyahu about the fact that he's been, accused of war crimes. The ICJ found to have probably committed those war crimes by the International Criminal Court, wanted for those war crimes at The Hague, and any of that, really. They just don't ask him shit about that. But don't worry, we're not done hearing from war criminals. We got to hear from Yoav Gallant. He had a beautiful interview on CNN from about 15 hours ago, I think, something like that. And by beautiful, I mean horrifying.
Thank you so much for taking the time to speak with us. This plan to strike Iran has been in the works for years, and we know a good portion of that has been with your involvement as well. The opening strike was no doubt a massive blow to the Iranian regime, but can you be certain that the nuclear program itself has been set back significantly from what we've seen thus far?
Iran is in its weakest point, and they are very close to possess nuclear weapon. And they already enrich uranium to 60%. It's a question of, I would say, few weeks to enrich uranium for 8 bombs to the level of 90%. This is very dangerous, not only to Israel, but also to the region and the world. Imagine that one of these...
It's not even close to 90% enrichment. It's like approaching 60%. But that's about 50% less than the number he just said in terms of, you know, it just, it's very strange. It's very strange. Just quoting fake numbers on CNN. She doesn't push back at all. Honestly, she looks like she's in some sort of a weird fucking trance over here.
Ballistic missiles that hundreds of them were shot against Israel.
What the fuck? Is she a robot? What is happening to her over there?
That hundreds of them were shot against Israel recently would have been equipped with a nuclear warhead. And let me remind you that they can reach not only Israel, but also Egypt and Turkey and Greece and some of Eastern Europe and definitely the other side, Pakistan and other places, and they have shown it already. So a nuclear weapon in the hands of irresponsible regime is a very dangerous thing. This is a danger to the world. And the conditions that we achieve.
You know, Iran wasn't doing any genocides. I mean, sure, there's some problems with the Iranian. There's quite a few problems with the Iranian regime. But they weren't a danger to the world. They weren't committing a genocide or attacking all of their neighbors. So that's a weird claim to make. Seems like Israel is truly the danger.
Good enough to start, and I think that we already were taking the Iranians years backward by what we did recently in the last few days.
Do you think just the actions that Israel has taken in striking some of these nuclear sites and facilities like Natanz, you think that has set back Iran's nuclear?
Hold on. All right, we cannot listen to this whole shit. This guy is disgusting. Hold on, let me try and find this spot. I think around here. Hard to remember. It's just a blur of horrifying.
It wasn't said by somebody. I said what I think. And I was planning this operation 2 years ago. And I directed the IDF about the stages and the phases and the efforts. And we started it basically on October 26 last year under my role. So
you hear that? Israel's been planning this thing for 2 years, according to Yoav Gallant. Fascinating. And, you know, perhaps not shocking, but it does, I think, shed light on what they're doing. This is premeditated. The premeditated war that they are waging against Iran, 2 United Nations Security Council member countries.
As I said, all the options are on the table.
This has been a plan, as we know, that has been in the works for years. Was it one that was discussed in your time as defense minister with the Biden administration?
I think that this plan in specifically wasn't discussed during the last 2 years, and this is not the same plan that we had, let's say, before I entered to my job. We changed the plan dramatically by the first half of 2023, and
the first half of 2023, that was before October 7th. So they've been planning this thing since before October 7th. Jesus Christ.
Created the plan that you are watching now, and during the war, the issue of Iran needed to be prepared, and the preparation was first and foremost to eliminate Nasrallah and Hezbollah and the ballistic missiles and the rockets in the hands of Hezbollah. And this, as you know, have been done only recently in September 23. September.
These guys need to be put in the fucking Hague. And the fact that CNN and ABC are just they're pretending like, and I wonder what's going on in her mind right now. She's been, the looks I'm seeing on her face, I wonder if she feels complicit right now. She should. Because she also doesn't bring up the war crimes that he's committed, or the fact that he has an arrest warrant out, from the International Criminal Court. I wonder, because, I look at her face right now, and I feel like she's genuinely thinking to herself, am I complicit right now? Why is there nothing on the teleprompter asking about his crimes, and why the International Criminal Court wants him so bad? I wonder what it feels like to be a complicit journalist talking to a Nazi committing a genocide. But, they keep claiming that, somehow, Iran the current regime is terrible in Iran, that the people in Iran want this regime gone. And to some degree, that's probably true. But my understanding is that the people of Iran generally support striking back against Israel's illegal attacks on their country, which they've been waging for 2 years, I would point out. Multiple assassinations, of course, happened on Iranian soil done by Israel over the last 2 years. I just felt, for context, maybe we should go back in time. Let's go here to Democracy Now! From a year ago, where they discuss the CIA and MI6's involvement in the coup staged
This
in
is
Iran.
Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, The War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman with Juan Gonzalez. We turn now to look at this 70th anniversary of an event that reshaped the Middle East, the 1953 U.S. and UK-backed coup in Iran that overthrew Iran's democratically elected Prime Minister, Mohammad Mossadegh. The aftershocks of the coup are still being felt today. The coup came 2 years after Mossadegh nationalized Iran's oil industry. He argued Iran should begin profiting from its vast oil reserves, which have been exclusively controlled by the Anglo-Iranian Oil Company. The company later became known as British Petroleum, BP. The coup was led in part by a CIA agent named Kermit Roosevelt, the grandson of President Theodore Roosevelt. The crushing of Iran's first democratic government ushered in more than 2 decades of dictatorship under the Shah, who relied heavily on U.S. aid and arms. The anti-American backlash that toppled the Shah in 1979 shook the whole region. In a moment, we'll be joined by two guests who've researched the coup for years. But first, we turn to the trailer of the documentary Coup 53.
In 1953, the United States, together with Britain, participated in a coup in Iran that got rid of Mossadegh.
Mossadegh and his government were swept from power in favor of General Zahedi. 300 killed and hundreds wounded is a conservative estimate.
The British government has never officially acknowledged its role in the coup.
I don't think at any time we really planned a coup d'etat.
These words have not been heard or seen for over 34 years. Evidence that has the potential to turn a dark chapter in history inside out. Your British counterpart was in fact blank. Could you tell me something about the man blank? Norman Derbyshire, take one.
He was somebody who felt that there were things to be said that hadn't been said.
A member of the British government was involved in the assassination of the chief of police.
How did it come to this?
So they tied him up, strangled him, and shot him. Were you involved in Afshar II's assassination?
Yes. My father is a real prime minister.
The coup in Iran is shaping politics to this day. The United States does not want democracy in the Middle East.
That's the trailer of the documentary Coup 53, directed by the Iranian filmmaker Taghi Amirani, who's joining us now. He made the film with the Oscar-winning filmmaker Walter Murch. We're also joined by Yervan Abrahamian. He's a retired professor of history at City University of New York, Baruch College. His most recent book is titled Oil Crisis in Iran, From Nationalism to Coup d'etat, the author of several books, including The Coup, 1953, the CIA, and the Roots of Modern U.S.-Iran Relations. We are talking about an event 70 years ago that has shaped not only the Middle East, but I think you could say geopolitics in the world today. Yervan Abrahamian, if you can start off by talking about the significance of this moment. I mean, a year after the same model would be used to overthrow the democratically elected leader in Guatemala. But what happened, why the United States and Britain were so hell-bent on toppling democracy in Iran?
Well, the official argument that's constantly repeated was it was to save Iran from communism and the Soviet threat. In reality, when you look at the documents, there was no communist threat or Soviet interest in Iran. The main concern of United States was that if nationalization in Iran of oil was successful, this would set a terrible example to other countries where U.S. oil interests were present, countries such as Kuwait, Saudi.
Yeah, and by terrible example, he means actually pristine model. You know, like, you know, like, all these colonial projects that we've had going on all over the place that has been fueling our empires could suddenly be under threat if other people see what's going on in Iran, where they, you know, basically tried to, and for a moment, I believe, if I recall correctly, successfully nationalized BP's oil fields in Iran. And yeah, maybe some other countries might get some ideas and be like, hey, you know, if Iran can do it, why can't we do it? Why can't we kick out Shell or Chevron or whoever else is stealing our fucking resources, you know? That's the example. That's what he's talking about, is that, you know, it basically created a real problem for colonial empires and their continued extraction of resources from other countries.
Arabia, Venezuela, Indonesia. So the nightmare in Washington was that if you have a successful nationalization in Iran, this would be a contagious disease that would spread throughout the world, and this would change the whole balance of power. And this was really the main interest. But of course, American politicians don't want to admit that economic issues are at play with their foreign policy. So they underplayed this. They never mentioned this publicly. What they insisted was the so-called communist threat. The British, in fact, were quite honest about this. They said they used the bogey of communism to basically persuade people that the coup was justifiable.
But Professor, when you say there was no communist threat to take over the country, but there certainly was a vibrant communist party in Iran at the time, the Tudeh party, which backed nationalization, even though it also opposed Mossadegh on a bunch of issues. Wasn't the attempt of the United States to use, and actually, as I understand it, some of the documents revealed recently show that the British and the U.S. actually tried to stir up the population in Iran against the communists by actually backing false flag operations in the weeks before the overthrow.
They did that, but the Tudeh party was, you can say, had its strength in the factories, in the street. They organized strikes, demonstrations. But people in Washington, people like Roosevelt, the Dulles, Eisenhower, were hard-nosed realists. They knew that there's a difference between organizing a demonstration in Tehran to carrying out a revolution or a coup. And the CIA reports from Tehran, these are the actual CIA analysts on the ground, they said that the Tudeh party was not a threat. It wasn't even prepared for a coup. It wasn't talking and thinking of a coup. And even the readings that was required for Tudeh party members in 1953 was Lenin's work on ultra-leftism, infantile leftism. So a communist party was thinking about a coup or a revolution would not be using Lenin's infantile leftism as a main instruction book. So there was.
Anyways, I just figured we would watch some of this. We don't need the whole thing. It's 30 minutes long. It is revealing, and I would certainly recommend to everybody watching at some point to maybe watch the rest of that on your own time. But just while we're talking about all this stuff and claiming that Iran's, the regime in Iran is repressing the people as some kind of a justification for Israel to attack them, which is the most nonsensical thing I can think of. Because, of course, Israel is also a theocratic, ethno-state that is also repressing its people, including Palestinians, because in my opinion, Palestinians are the people of Israel, right? Like, they're under occupation. It's apartheid, right? Same thing like with South Africa. The apartheid government, regardless of whether or not the people indigenous to the land were receiving full rights, of course they were not. They were still under the purview of the South African government at the time. Same thing applies in Israel, of course. I think we all fucking know that here. But it is, I think it's worth a watch. Quite a revealing documentary. Well, I'm sorry, not the discussion around this documentary. They get into a whole bunch of stuff. They really get into the weeds on it, honestly. But yeah, there was apparently a suppression of a bunch of different pieces of information that had been, that might have changed public opinion. Shocking that the CIA or MI6 would be involved in repressing information. Come on! When have they ever done that? I kid. All right, let's go here. Back to current days. Back to very recent, in fact. Let's go to Forbes breaking news from 13 hours ago. Israel strikes Iranian state TV building during live broadcast.
Illegal.
Okay, so that was the view from outside of the Iranian state TV building after the strike actually had happened. Now, let's see what happened inside Iranian state TV during that broadcast. Here's BBC News from 13 hours ago as well. Although I guess now it's like 18 hours. How long have we been going? Oh, God. Slightly more. Right, 20 hours, I guess.
Iranian state TV has been hit by an Israeli strike in the last few hours. Dramatic pictures. It caused the channel to go off air altogether. And in the last half hour, Iran has condemned that attack as a war crime. It came shortly after Israel issued an evacuation order for a large part of the Iranian capital, Tehran, saying it had plans to strike military infrastructure that would endanger the life of civilians in the area. It is the fourth day now of missile strikes between the two countries, which started early on Friday when Israel launched a series of surprise attacks targeting nuclear sites and killing Iran's most senior military commanders. Now, Iran restricts access to the country for journalists, but BBC Verify has been using satellite imagery to confirm those attacks on both nuclear and military sites. So here are some of the locations where strikes have been carried out just in the last few days. This is a missile base in Big Haneh. Compared with an older image, this satellite image taken yesterday clearly shows damage to the roof. And Isfahan is one of Iran's key nuclear sites. It was confirmed over the weekend that 4 critical buildings at this site were damaged.
Okay, hold on. We don't need all this. I just want to go... Oh, it's like right after this. Okay.
Including the uranium conversion facility. On this satellite image, you can now see visible damage to the buildings there. Well, the BBC is not allowed to broadcast from inside Iran, but our colleagues at BBC Persian have been keeping across the situation.
Shut up. Please shut up for a second.
Has this report.
I just want to point something out. You know, I found this to be incredibly hypocritical for BBC to even bring this up. Because the fact is BBC, I watch a shit ton of BBC, I don't think I've ever heard BBC bring up the fact that they're not allowed to broadcast from inside Gaza. They're not allowed into the territory whatsoever. But they gotta remind us that they're not allowed in Iran. Oh, okay. What's the problem here? Oh, right, because BBC is of course a British broadcasting company, which, you know, its government has been completely allied with Israel, in lockstep with Israel throughout this genocide, and it would be very awkward for them to bring up the fact that their ally won't allow them to, you know, do journalism. But it's totally fine for them to bring up that Iran won't let them do journalism. Okay, Okay, I get it. I get it. That makes sense. Proceed.
State TV came under attack.
This report.
Iranian state TV came under attack during its live coverage.
Come on!
Iran's capital has been under heavy bombardment in recent days. This is Tehran only a few hours ago. Many residents have tried to flee, especially after Israel asked people to evacuate areas near military facilities. But for many, escaping has proven impossible due to paralyzing traffic.
Yeah, that's looks like the what's that one called? The 101? It looks like California.
One man inside Iran. That's why he stayed behind.
Worse than California. But the gridlock is wild. How do you expect people to flee in this? Okay. Got a few more on Iran here still, somehow. Yeah, let's go to Al Jazeera again. This is from 12 hours ago. IAEA warns of possible contamination at Iran nuclear site after Israeli airstrikes. No kidding. Really? Who could have what? What? Who could have guessed that?
A what now?
It's science.
Yeah. It is science. You blow up a fucking nuclear facility, there's going to be contamination. That's just a given.
The UN's nuclear watchdog has held an urgent meeting in Vienna. The International Atomic Energy Agency's Board of Governors came together at the request of Russia. It's concerned about Israeli attacks against several Iranian nuclear facilities, like the Natanz site. The IAEA's Director General says there's no sign of further damage in Natanz, but has called on both sides to lower tensions.
Military escalation threatens lives, increases the chance of a radiological release with serious consequences for people and the environment, and delays indispensable work towards a diplomatic solution for the long-term assurance that Iran does not acquire nuclear weapons. Consistent with the objective of the IAEA and its statute, I call on all parties to exercise maximum restraint to avoid further escalation.
Rory Challens has been keeping an eye on that meeting for us in Vienna. Rory, as we were saying, everyone gets nervous when bombs hit nuclear facilities or even near them, but it does seem that the damage so far has been fairly limited.
Well, yeah, one of the key responsibilities of the IAEA is nuclear safety, and when you are raining bombs down on nuclear facilities, there is the capability, the capacity for things to go pretty badly very quickly, and there is relief in as much as the two attacks that have been carried out by the Israeli Air Force so far, which took place on Friday on two of Iran's nuclear enrichment facilities at Natanz and Isfahan, do not seem thus far to have resulted in any radiation levels rising outside of those facilities. There has been damage, certainly, to the Natanz one and the Isfahan one. The Natanz one, at the surface level, several buildings have been destroyed, including the energy supply buildings for the main cascade halls, which are subterranean down below ground. And the IAE assesses that while there's no elevated radiation levels above ground, it's probably a different picture down below, where it thinks that, yes, there are heightened radiation levels and chemical leaks down there with uranium vapors or gases in the air, the kind of thing that you really do not want to be ingesting, swallowing or breathing in, but not severe enough that they can't be mitigated by wearing the right protective equipment. That was the assessment from the IAE IAEA so far. Fordow, which is Iran's most sophisticated and best protected uranium enrichment facility. It's buried deep beneath a mountain near the city of Qom. That has not been attacked yet. But Rafael Grossi, who's the IAEA's Director General, said that no nuclear facility anywhere at any time should be attacked because it is just too dangerous. And he said that he would be on hand to negotiate, to travel, to lend a hand if it was necessary. But there was criticism of him and of the IAEA by the Iranians, who have basically said that it should have done more. The IAEA should have done more to prevent this kind of attack happening in the first place.
Yeah. Yeah, it's not like any of this wasn't foreseeable, although I don't know what the IAEA would have done, I guess. That's my only, criticism of that criticism, is what was the IAEA gonna do? Yeah, they were gonna wag their finger at Israel. Oh, God. Honestly, the last couple of years of conflict have really, sort of consistently caused me to lose faith in, or just see just how toothless some of our international legal organizations are, and it's very frustrating to me. I think I grew up thinking that we were more, the world had figured shit out a little bit better. Ow. Okay. All right, we are getting close to very recently. And actually, I just realized these are actually much closer. I just refreshed the page. Much closer to the times that I've been reading rather than what I thought they were. I guess I must have refreshed it earlier. Boy, we are getting close to the end of the stream, people. Not like super close, but like we have almost made it all the way through Iran at least. Where was I? I've lost my place after refreshing this. There we go. Yeah, this next one's from 7 hours ago. Donald Trump expresses optimism over Iran deal amid escalation. I'm sure this is something we can absolutely hang our hats on. There's no way Donald Trump would say something untrue. I must be exhausted. I don't know. I'm holding up.
G7 leaders are calling for de-escalation.
I'm holding up, my dogs. If anything, I just need a fucking shower and a snack. I'm not that tired. Woke up pretty... When did I wake up yesterday? When did I wake up? I'm trying to think. I've been up for like 18 hours. It's not bad. It's not crazy. I do that practically every day, I feel like. Most days. Yeah, I don't know. Does that make me weird that I'm okay with not getting sleep, and that I'm capable of just sitting here talking endlessly? Does that make me a weirdo?
Don't be creepy.
All right, settle down. Trumpy, take it away.
May I ask you a question, please? G7 leaders are calling for de-escalation in Israel and Iran, but you are the key to unlocking that.
That's right. And here.
Why are you forsaking me right now? What did I do to deserve this?
And here I am.
And here you are.
Yeah.
So can I ask you, sir, have you spoken to Prime Minister Netanyahu? When might you speak to him?
I've
And what
spoken
do
to
you-
everybody.
What will you say?
Israel is doing very well, as you probably
Israel's doing
noticed.
very
And,
great.
I gave Iran 60 days, and they said no. And the 61st, you saw what happened. Day 61. So I'm in constant touch. And as I've been saying, I think a deal will be signed or something.
A deal will be signed. Don't worry, everybody. We're going to sign a deal and it'll all be over. Don't worry. Write that down, everybody. A deal will be signed, according to Donald Trump. Full stop. Full stop. Everything's going to be fine. Why is everybody complaining? It makes me a space treasure. Aww. That's sweet. That's sweet, Goth Dog. Okay. Deal's gonna be signed, everybody, don't worry. But maybe worry. Because right after Donald Trump said that, he posted on Truth Social. Truth Central. And the post seemingly contradicts what he just got done saying.
We have breaking news here tonight. President Trump takes to social media with an urgent warning to evacuate Iran.
Weird.
This as Israeli and Iranian strikes continue for a fifth day.
Really
Here's a live
weird.
look at Tel Aviv right now, where the sun is coming up. The Israeli military reports a
Please
new wave
shut
of
up, ma'am. I just want the Trump post. I don't need all of your prevaricating and nonsensical CBS bullshit. Just give me the goddamn post. I know it's in here somewhere. Oh, I went over there. Found it. So yeah, right after saying their deal will be signed, Donald Trump came out and posted, Iran should have signed the deal. I told them to sign. What a shame. Waste of human life. Simply stated, all caps, Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon. I said it over and over again. Everyone should immediately,
if not sooner,
evacuate Tehran. That doesn't sound like a deal's going to get signed. That's weird. It very much contradicts the thing Trump just said to us.
I feel like I'm taking crazy pills.
I do. I feel like I'm taking crazy pills. I really do. The back and forth is genuinely driving me bonkers. And not being able to trust anything I hear or see at this point gives me great agita. Evacuate the entire country? No, just the capital city. Just the entire capital. Population, I want to say 2 million. How big is Tehran? Hold on. I'm sorry, 5 times more. 10 million people live in Tehran. All 10 million of you, just get out. Everybody, you'll find somewhere to go in the desert. Just hang out until until Israel is done decimating your entire city. All 10 million of you are just going to have to forcibly evacuate 10 million people. It's laughable. It's fucking risible, dude. It's a joke. Give me a joke. It is fucking wild. Who tells a city of 10 million people to evacuate all at once? It's wild. It's 18 million, it's 13 million, whatever it is. It's more than, it's 10 million or more. I don't care. Anything over 10 million, we are, I mean, we are, you know, there is not a lot of difference between trying to evacuate 10 million and 13 million people, okay? You get what I'm saying here? Like, I mean, sure. It is more. I'm not saying it isn't. But how do you expect 10 million people to evacuate? On road? We already saw the results of that. Fucking full traffic jam, right? And there's no way there's enough helicopters and planes to put everybody in and then ship them off to wherever. I mean, you're talking about forcibly displacing 10 million people. It's like it's half of the displaced population in Sudan all at once. All at fucking once. And Donald Trump's just trying to order it from fucking Truth Social for Israel. We're not involved, but I am issuing evacuation orders from Truth Social. Not involved, but just telling it like it is. Israel told me to tell you to evacuate. But definitely not involved. Just a observer. I think you should evacuate. All right. So yeah, that was 6 hours ago. Here's almost the last story on this. 5 hours ago, Israel's president, Isaac Herzog, I think. I can't remember this dude's name. Israel's president, whatever his name may be, says the country is left with no other choice but to take more action against Iran. Huh. Okay, if you say so. Let's see. Let's hear him say. Exactly, Violet. Exactly, Violet. It's like telling Chicago or New York City or Paris or, you know, Los Angeles to all just evacuate. Everybody get out. In fact, I'm pretty sure it's bigger than Los Angeles. But you get what I'm saying.
When you take such decisions of historic magnitude and proportions, you have to analyze all facets and all facts. The truth of the matter is there was no other choice. It was just, as we say in football, the 90th minute. Because the Iranian nuclear program was rushing underneath, by the way, under disguise, was rushing to the bomb, meaning the bomb is created of two things, enriched uranium and the armament of it, which makes the bomb.
We had no other choice. They have uranium. It means that we have to unleash hellfire on Iran. They've had that uranium for quite some time. What's the big rush now? That's the thing that keeps bugging me, because we've been well aware of the fact that Iran has uranium. That Donald Trump basically ended the JCPOA. And we keep getting told, oh, it's like Israel's just fine with the Mossad and the amount of intelligence that Israel has. It's like they're just finding out for the first time this weekend. They're like, oh, Iran has nuclear material in the country. Oh my God. Oh my God, what a revelation. We must attack.
Immediately, if not sooner.
Proceeding dramatically on both venues. Let's talk about de-escalation. You want to de-escalate? I tell all the leaders of the G7 now, who are convening in Canada, you want to de-escalate like we want to de-escalate? You want to de-escalate? Get the nukes out of Iran's hand.
What? This guy is making no sense. Making no sense at all. If you want to de-escalate like we want to de-escalate, how do you guys want to de-escalate? Aside from just laying siege on Iran, what? I don't think anybody does want to well, some people, some psychos want to de-escalate in the way that you want to de-escalate, but that's not the traditional meaning of de-escalation, right? De-escalation doesn't usually involve, you know, a missile, a barrage campaign. Sort of the opposite of de-escalation.
That's all there is to it. It's all very simple.
It's not simple.
Escalation means rushing to the bomb. Escalation means attacking us with missiles from all over. That's escalation.
I'm sorry. When's the last time Iran attacked Israel with a missile before this weekend? Must have been a year ago. It's been like an entire year, and none of those missiles were nuclear. This is just full gaslighting, revisionist history from Isaac Herzog, the president of Israel. Don't you see? They had no choice. They've known about Iran having nuclear material for years. Years. And yet, suddenly, it's an escalation. You know what this was? Honestly, the more I hear about the more I hear the way that Israeli officials are talking and thinking about this, the more that it becomes utterly apparent to me. And I've already suggested that this was the case already in the past. This is Israel's fleeting and frantic attempt to regain the trust of its allies, which is, I mean, I think poor decision making on their part. But I genuinely think that this is everything to do with the fact that they basically completed what they've been doing. I mean, they're going to continue in Gaza for a while, but they've basically completed all the big order stuff. They've destroyed everything in Gaza. The Palestinians now just live in a literal concentration camp, full on, occupied by IDF forces. They just, you know, they're basically done with Lebanon for now, right? Not entirely, of course. They struck Lebanon like a couple months ago, but actually less than a couple of months ago. But the fact is that the sentiment around Israel has been waning in their to their dismay, right? You got a lot of their big time allies throughout all of this coming out and finally, you know, waking up to Israel's fucking horrifying atrocities. You got Keir Starmer out there saying shit about it, and Emmanuel Macron saying stuff, and they feel like they're getting left out the pasture. I mean, rightly so. But this has got, I mean, you know, they're afraid that they're going to lose all their support for all of their illegal wars, and you know, they're hoping to attack Iran. It will bring the United States in, and then vicariously other countries, because of how powerful the United States is. If the U.S. gets involved in this, I think Israel, maybe rightly so, thinks that if that happens, that some other countries may come on board for it, right? And it's horrifying. It is disgusting. You know, and Benjamin Netanyahu doesn't want to be ousted from power. None of these guys want to be ousted from power. And while this is all going on, they all just sort of get to sit around saying genocidal and psychopathic things on the, you know, on the TV, and continue to have power over people and privilege not granted to anyone else. All right, to wrap this all up, I figured we would go here to talk about what sort of reactions this escalation, as we keep calling it, is getting in the right-wingosphere on the social medias.
Hey guys, how are you? Hi. Guys, I'm very sorry there'll be no show today. I'm having a little bit of trouble with Extreme Zoom. The Extreme Zoom feature on Adobe Premiere keeps activating, so I'm not going to be able to... Oh, god damn it. There it goes again, man.
Illegal. Last night, Israel launched precision military strikes on Iran.
I'm doing the news. I'm doing the news. Okay.
Iran, taking out their top military leadership.
Right, man, you got it.
As well as their nuclear capabilities
Doing
and
great.
several of their top nuclear
Oh, that's right, guys. It's world destruction. Your life ain't nothing.
That's the news.
All this kind of stuff is going on right here. Today we'll be looking at some of our finest / stupidest, people say, not me. Today we'll be looking at some of our wackiest newsmen. They go like this. Let's get an update on this absolute disaster from some of the worst possible sources we can find. Back to you. We'll be right back.
I don't care.
You better, man.
Was it like less than 3% of U.S. trade goes through this route?
Care more, man.
I don't care.
Okay.
I don't think the U.S. should be involved, and I think Trump will take a massive hit to his approval rating if he does get the U.S. involved in a war with Iran. Okay. And that's why I say it's quite possible
Too late
that Trump, he's acting like we're not involved because he knows his base opposes it. Right. Now get this, Trump also is in favor of amnesty. I don't know if you guys saw this.
Right,
he
you
said,
were
we
wrong
can't
on that
deport
one,
the
right?
farm workers. We gotta keep them. And I'm like, nope, don't care. I don't know, man.
I gotta say, it's incredibly strange.
I wonder if this is why so many people
to hear Tim Pool talk about Trump's base as if it's, you know, like the Venn diagram of Tim Pool's audience and Donald Trump's base is just a perfect circle. Okay, with one guy sort of hanging out on the edge of the circle, and everybody else is right in that circle. I just love how Tim's like, he's trying to distance himself from his own audience. Trump's base.
I don't know, man. I wonder why. I wonder if this is why so many people actually liked the character Rorschach in Watchmen.
Trump's base.
It's
thing.
because he was uncompromising. Not
Right.
kind of silly to be uncompromising. Like I always am. I'm a reformer, not a revolutionary. But that famous scene at the end of the book where he says the people must know the truth, never compromise, not even in the face of Armageddon. And then Dr. Mann goes and blows him up.
Right.
And that's the challenge. That's the challenge. Question I have for you guys. Comment below.
So yeah, if you're having a hard time understanding what's going on, if you're a little kid out there,
I think that's the only book I've ever heard Tim Pool talk about. And I'm not shocked to hear that it's Watchmen. You know, I find it sort of cute. Aww. Tim read a book. How cute. Aww. And it had nothing to do with the news or, you know, important topics. No. It was a comic book. It was a comic book that he read. Great job, Tim. Reading that comic book. I bet that was tough.
watching this,
go to bed.
First of all, go to bed. Second of all, if you're having a hard time understanding this, now I think it's pretty clear. It's like when Rorschach was like in that jail and he was like, hey,
why does this keep doing this? Stop
everyone shut the hell up. Remember Rorschach from The Watchmen? He was like, hey, shut up, you morons, or whatever he said. It's like that. Okay? So, now you get it. You know, I'm Tim Pool. I've been coming on this channel. Oh, this guy, Trump, he's different than all these other presidents. He's not going to do any more wars or whatever. Now Tim Pool's like, it's a, you know, I don't know. Just remember, it's like Rorschach from The Watchmen. It's also a lot like Daredevil in a way. You know, how exactly? I'm not sure. You know, I'm still figuring that one out, but it is. It's like Gambit, too. It's like Wolverine. We'll be right back.
And I will say tonight, I want to say to every one of your viewers, please, if you're a person of faith,
I am.
Pray for Israel. Pray for Jerusalem tonight.
I don't have time.
And let me say also, pray for U.S. servicemen and women
in the
Middle East, in harm's way. And I want to give a message to the Ayatollah right now.
Whoa!
If you strike at America, if you attack our military bases, if you kill one single American serviceman or woman,
nobody.
I have every confidence that President Trump will respond with overwhelming force.
It's weird.
That's the message the Ayatollah needs.
Oh my God, this guy means business.
This guy means business, man.
Whoa. Oh my God, that's a tough guy right there, okay? If you're out there watching this and you're like, whoa, what was that? I never seen anything like that. That's what we call a certified. He has a certification. Fully certified badass right there. This guy's a badass. His name's Ted. This guy's a badass. Where I live in Texas, the power went out a couple of years ago for a long time. And he was like, I'm getting the hell out of here. So he does not give a... I don't know what I'm allowed to say on YouTube. He does not give a shit, man. Oh, man. This guy's a true badass. He will
go straight to Cancun. Don't make Teddy Cruz go to Cancun. I'm telling you right now. That is too much.
That's too much, man.
Let's see what some of these other weirdos had to say. Ooh, is that Mark Wayne Mullen? Oh, God, I have to know what Mark Wayne has to say. Oh, God. Mark Wayne? Come on, this guy is a meme factory.
I don't want reality.
Give me a joke.
both for now. You got to make a decision, Mark Wayne.
Me now, Mr. Senator, what should America's position be in this?
Mr. Senator, what is wrong with you? Okay, go ahead.
Well, we should give Israel all the support they need as
Absolutely,
far as for
Mark
weaponry,
Wayne.
and at the same time make it very clear to the Iranian regime if they harm one hair of an American or American asset, drastically weakened.
Okay, Mark,
they
you
don't
gotta
have
shut
a
up,
way
man.
to defend themselves at this point.
Let that other guy talk.
MAGA Republicans don't like and don't want to support Israel because they don't want a forever war.
Right.
I take it you oppose that point of view.
Right.
So let me go a bit further.
Hey, shut up, Mark. Mark, that guy's not done talking. Okay, anyway. Wow, 466K views on this in 2 days.
For one day.
Right. Same kind of pattern in the comments here. All the people rooting for war are not even going to be fighting. Shaking my head. Hey, man, you stabilize that head. We do not want to fight a war for Israel. I still want to see the Epstein files. Okay, you're on the wrong video, man. You gotta watch the video. America needs to stay out of this.
Needs to
America
focus.
should stay out of this. Warmonger. No more war. Whoa. I like this one because it's clearly like a translated thing here. He can't fix the country, but the stupid congressmen and Trump can go for trouble around the world. I get what you're saying, man. I mean, these comments, it's like, this is Fox News. Cutting funds from public and using it for war. U.S. biggest jokers. American government is just like a born bully, intoxicated with war. Okay, that's too many laughing, crying faces, man.
I do want to ask you here about the targeting of the various sites and what we know about Iran's nuclear capabilities and more specifically, the location of those capabilities.
I always feel bad. John Bolton's upper lip just has been taken over by some sort of mold or like it's like a caterpillar or something.
I'm here with
John Parker.
Claims that
videos aren't real.
Go ahead, man.
Well, at least what we know, and nobody should be completely confident we know everything, was that they had...
Just shut up, man. Okay, this is John Bolton. He's a guy that nobody likes. Everybody hates this guy, but they keep putting him on the media
True. Why
all
do
the
they
time.
keep doing that?
But the comments were so...
That's a good point. Nobody likes John Bolton. Republicans don't like John Bolton, and I think most leftists don't like John Bolton either. You know? I mean, he was Donald Trump's former national security advisor. I forgot that he was U.S. ambassador to the United Nations. But why? Why does nobody wants to hear what this man has to say?
Surprisingly positive to this guy. This guy who never met a war that he didn't like. Check this out. They're pretty positive. This man is horrible. Shame on you, Bloomberg. What a warmongering piece of shit. Hey, that's one of our foremost, guys who goes on TV, man. He's a top-tier servant of Satan.
The beginning of the rise of the Antichrist.
Stop feeding us propaganda and give us facts. I remember the Iraq War. Too much propaganda, then leave empty-handed. Okay. People love this, man. Stop lying. Please stop digging up this guy. He is clueless. Bolton is so happy he loves...
It's funny. He is a warmonger. He's a fucking big-time Iran hawk. One of the biggest ones that have ever existed. He basically, I think that if you ask John Bolton whether or not he would rather shave the mustache or see the Middle East be thrust into an endless conflict in which the United States plays a pivotal role, he would opt for the latter. He would opt for the latter. Yeah, okay. Well, I think there's one other place that we have to stop since we are listening to LeDrum James. There's got to be some other guys who've got some takes on this whole situation. You know, big right-wing social medias type peoples. Yeah, let's go to near the end here.
And 3 of these. Okay, so that was my number one favorite newsman. Let's check out my other number one favorite newsman. I have two. What's the problem? Wait, let me check. Hold on, let me look at it. Oh, it's the PBD crew. Oh, Christ.
Oh, shit on my life. This is an emergency podcast, man.
This is not just a podcast, this is an emergency podcast. Okay.
Okay, guys, strap in. Strap in. We're going in.
What I do know is,
by the way,
if Israel...
I'm fairly certain that was the actual title of this PBD stream. All caps, emergency... I can't remember. Yeah, actually, I need to look for it right now. But if I recall correctly, that's the actual title of this stream that we're about to watch. Emergency broadcast, all caps.
Is able to single-handedly do this without us getting involved.
A little too late.
Great.
A little
Here's
too
a
late
problem.
for that, PBD.
Here's a problem.
Go ahead.
And I told this story to Taylor the other day at the hockey game. You remember this?
Who's Taylor?
So
Whoa. Hey, this is an emergency podcast. I need to know who Taylor is. Swift? Lorenz? Oh, man, I'm up creek without a paddle right now on this story. Okay, go ahead. I'll catch up. Go ahead. It's emergency.
The last time I went to a nightclub,
right,
where I went partying, was Highlands in Hollywood. Some of my friends will remember.
I remember. I know. I'm saying I know the
Vinny,
club.
shut the hell up, man. This is an emergency, you little red piece of shit, you. Okay, PBD, come on, man.
So we go there one night, and one of our friends is there, good-looking guy, RB. He always dated beautiful girls.
Very handsome.
And we walk in, his girl left him for a guy, and it was nasty. It wasn't pretty.
Huh? Jesus.
And I'm there with another hothead and a calm guy and a couple other guys that just want to go find some girls. RB's girlfriend is all of a sudden there. And he says, I want to go say hi to her.
I like they bring up a picture of the nightclub. Yeah, we need to put an image to this fascinating story. Okay, go ahead.
We're like, you don't need to do that. So no, I just want to go say hi to her. I said, I'm telling you, you don't need to do that. He says, I'm just going to go say hi to him. We're like, dude, if a fight breaks out, man, we're not in.
Come on,
Walks
PBD.
up to her.
Back up your friend, man.
And we're looking from a distance. So imagine you're like, and then all of a sudden a guy shows up. Taller guy.
Right.
6'1", 6'2", whatever.
Okay.
He shows up. And they start talking. And you all of a sudden, yeah, like this. I'm like, oh, I look at a couple of my friends. I'm like, here we go. You know what happens? Pushing, shoving, we go in. Beer bottles being thrown, punches being thrown, cops come, they arrest us. I said, listen, man, I'm out of here. You will never see me at a nightclub ever again. It was nasty.
Come on,
that
man.
thing went from 0 to club shutting down within minutes. It was like, boom, boom.
This is a perfect metaphor right here.
Like,
this was the thumbnail for this freaking stream. Home team, emergency podcast. Israel strikes Iran. And this is what he's talking about. This is his well thought through analogy.
Yeah.
Yep.
So my concern with this is, if it goes like that, if Iran is as manipulative, as dark as they want to be, you know what Iran's next move needs to be? Hit a U.S. base.
Okay. So yeah, man, don't laugh at this. This is serious. This is an emergency podcast. Now
Not gonna
this
do it.
also
Wouldn't
is
be
an
prudent
emergency
at this
podcast.
juncture.
I should have warned you about that. This is an emergency podcast. If you're like a 10-year-old watching this, now you get it. You know, the United States, Israel, Iran, Palestinians. It's like your girlfriend at the bar. It's like your girlfriend at a bar. How do you not get this, you moron? Both Tim Pool and PBD, my two favorite newsmen, are like, yeah, this is like a girlfriend at a bar. Really, if you think about it. It do be like that. You know, it is like meeting somebody on Bumble It is like dating somebody. This is why you
analogy,
gotta be careful.
Who's
man.
the girlfriend?
You gotta be careful, man. You gotta be upfront when you
Is
get
it
into a
United
relationship
States?
with somebody.
Are we the girlfriend in this analogy? Hey, can anybody unpack this ill-conceived metaphor for me? Who and or what is the girlfriend that is causing this? Because I mean, in a way, it's like PBD saying the girlfriend caused it by being too hot. She's too hot, and then all of a sudden, there's the dude. He was like, I don't even get it. It's confusing. I'm lost, and I don't understand how it's an emergency. It's all very confusing. Oh God, we just crossed over 10 hours. Jesus Christ. How did we do this? Who's in charge of this fucking stream, huh? Whose job is it to schedule this thing? Huh? Somebody tell me. Oh, Jesus Christ. All right, let's try and end this on a lighter note. I still got a couple of Sunday Fun Day videos hidden in here, just because I knew how painful trying to get through all of this was going to be. I was like, let's leave in at least the Sunday Fun Day videos for China. Otherwise, we may just lose our freaking minds. Let's go here. Reuters from 2 days ago. Labubu. Do you know Labubu? Let's a goo-goo. Pop Art, the company behind the Labubu toy craze, has opened a jewelry store. Labubu-lery? Labubu-lery.
They're targeting young, trendy consumers who are likely to be primarily composed of fashion-conscious women. Within this price range, these women generally do not need to consider the practicality
Seems like
of their
mostly
purchases.
dudes are in the shop.
Therefore, I believe that the pricing and target audience for this brand.
I know this person reading this off is saying it targets women, but you got 3 dudes shopping in here right now.
Of their purchases. Therefore, I believe that the pricing and target audience for this brand are particularly well suited, and I am confident that Pop Mart could potentially become China's version of Disney.
Oh, there we go. Labubu. Looking to expand its market into the luxury goods. Sector. Whatever I was saying. I can't remember. I'm so tired. I'm so tired, chat. I am starting to lose it. Once I cross over that 10-hour mark, that's when it really starts hitting me. I'm like, oh, God. Have I really been on here for almost half a day? It's wild. It's crazy.
That's too much, man!
You tired of stairs, chat? You tired of walking? Well, guess what? One Chinese man has a fantastic alternative. South China Morning Post from 6 days ago. Tired of climbing stairs, this elderly man built his own lift to get home. Wow. This unique invention comprised a chair, a cable, and a control panel. This is honestly incredible. This shit is wild. He said he would use the lift only until 8 p.m. It did not disturb his neighbors as it operated silently, he added. He's got his own personal gondola. Wang obtained a patent for his invention in October 2020. After 5 years of using the list, he was asked to dismantle it after a clip went viral online. Come on! Local authorities said the design didn't meet safety requirements. Let the man gondola, okay? Let this old man gondola. He doesn't have that many years left. Why does he have to walk up and down the goddamn stairs? It's incredibly rude.
How rude.
I think it's innovative and genius. Okay. Oh god. 2 stories left. And because it's Pride Month, the last 2 stories are going to be about the LGBTQ community in Asia. First, in China, another South China Morning Post video from 3 days ago. Go. There we go.
Andred Han says that when he came out as gay in 2015, his father tried to force him to renounce his sexual identity. The traumatic experience inspired Han to create videos and post them online.
就说到我为什么变成了通讯录这件事儿，我爸说是因为小时候我没割包皮，我笑死，我说你也没割呀。
Han is a content creator on Chinese social media platforms. His account on Douyin, China's equivalent of TikTok, has amassed 40,000.
I'm sorry. I was thrown by that too much. Oh my god. You gotta go back. His dad asked him why he became a homosexual. I would argue that you don't become a homosexual. His dad asked why he became a homosexual. And my dad said, it's because I wasn't circumcised when I was young. I laughed, saying, you aren't either. No, I don't. I'm fairly certain that's not the reason. But in a way, it's almost like his dad is outing himself. It's like, you know how I know you're gay? Because your penis looks like mine.
Content creator on Chinese social media platforms. His account on Douyin, China's equivalent of TikTok, has amassed 40,000 followers and more than 1 million likes. The platform has given Han a voice to proudly acknowledge being part of the LGBTQ community.
就是抖音会给我一些就是很多流量，所以我其实是
I'm just speaking for myself and explaining things about my own life.
就是阐述自己的生活吧。
Douyin, Bilibili, Rednote, and other Chinese social media were once seen as relatively safe havens for members of the LGBTQ community to express themselves. But Han says content creators like him are increasingly finding it difficult to maintain a presence online.
抖音和 B 站，然后还有小红书，小红书是最严格的，就是不能提这些东西吧，敏感的词汇啊什么的都敏感词汇特别多。 你稍微不注意，你都能触发它的那个警报。
When you go and search official media outlets, you will very unlikely find any queer or LGBTQ related topics. But on social media, for example, up until today on Red, you can actually find them in search. So this is still a place to go. On Zhihu, on Red, this is still a.
Now, I'm just going to point this out. I don't know what the deal is with that. I mean, being able to find it in search is one thing, but as we all know, the algorithm is king. The feed is king in social media. And if they're suppressing it in the feed or in the algorithm, it is in fact, going to decrease the amount of exposure you have to that sort of content, right? You're gonna have to go out of your way and search for it, right? Rather than just being recommended those videos.
To talk, but again, it's just becoming a bit less active and a bit less on the surface.
In China, same-sex marriage is not legally recognized.
Illegal.
It was only in 2001 that the government removed homosexuality from a list of mental disorders, and LGBTQ personalities started to appear on official channels.
That was also the boost of, let's say, various activities. China was going through, production boom, entering new levels of development. There was a lot of freedom, there was excitement everywhere. But since 2010, China has stopped showcasing homosexual relationships on mainstream and public TV.
Since 2010, the Chinese government has been pushing for a return to a more traditional societal outlook. In his Governance of China policy, for example, President Xi Jinping placed core family values at the heart of Chinese society.
And the reason why, I believe, is primarily that the government has their way that they want the country to develop and certain values that it wants to promote. And this is not one of the values that at this stage they feel comfortable with. And yes, one is a very practical reason is because, again, family values, having at this stage more children, population, etc.
Is homosexuality against family values? I think not. You can be gay and have a family. It's ridiculous the way that she's talking about it. She almost seems to accept this framing. I find it weird. But, this is one of the problems, unfortunately, in some of the aspects of Chinese society. A lot of conservative social views. Might have some progressive, stuff going on with, economics and all of that. But, repression of expression is something that's been going on in China for quite some time, unfortunately.
Authorities have introduced incentives, financial support for families with children, and rewards for marriage. The measures leave out the LGBTQ community.
What just happened? Why are you pausing yourself? This is rude.
How rude! Especially in the past, let's say 5 years. So we have a lot of creative outlets, from comics to anime to all sorts of erotic novels that also feature a lot of BL themes. BL is boys' love. So the government feels that this is not going in the direction where they wanted potentially to flow. So limiting
what is up with this lady's accent?
TV used to be the way to ultimately shift the perception.
I feel like her accent keeps shifting as well between, I think Russian, and then, I heard some, British pronunciations in there, but she's in France. She's weirding me out.
But social media was that outlet. Was that where people could go and, discuss. Right now, it's, again, becoming less and less possible.
Several LGBTQ social channels with massive followings on WeChat and other social media have since closed down. Police have targeted dozens of writers who have posted gay-themed erotica online, resulting in heavy fines and even prison sentences. LGBTQ content creators have seen some of their content deleted or blocked from being published in apparent censorship by social media platforms. The changes have come despite LGBTQ content not being explicitly prohibited under the terms and conditions of those platforms.
Every
time I add the gay tag for a video, or if it detects it is such content, the platform will show an under review notice. The review will never be completed, so I have to remove the tag or modify the content.
Content creators have developed strategies to bypass censorship. For example, they regularly use non-explicit terms such as address book, which is understood as homosexuality, or 1 and 0, meaning top and bottom.
Oh, it's a code.
LGBTQ 能通过，
LGBTQ can get past the censors, and address book can also pass, but you cannot write homosexuality. As soon as the homosexuality tag is up, it will be censored. I will record something first, and then if there's a word that I can't get through, I'll block that word.
那个 tag 呀什么的，我可能
If I see a trigger about the tag or something, I will immediately delete it. Oh, China. I want to love you, but then you do things like this, and I'm like, not great. All right, let's see how South Korea's LGBTQ community is attempting to celebrate their identities. Here's Reuters from 2 days ago. Last video also, great job, everyone. Great job for making it this far. I'm so proud of you. Thousands of LGBTQ South Koreans and allies celebrate the Seoul Queer Cultural Festival.
Things have changed a lot from the past, but still many people seem to think we know you exist, just don't come out, live as if you're not who you are. I hope we can move beyond that to a society that says, you exist, and since we all live together, let's thrive together. That's the kind of change I hope to see.
Okay. I'm afraid that's it, everyone. No.
We've been talking about that
Sam,
rally that took place.
No. We already watched this video. Okay. All right. Well, it looks like we got through another stream, chat. It was quite long and also very difficult, but thankfully we had each other to get through it. But that's gonna be it for me tonight. Till I see you next. You stay classy, Galactic Stream Nation. Can't forget this. These are your Galactic patrons: Gabby, Whoa, where am I? Here I am. Gabby, Goth Dogs, Aaron W, Schmegley, PB, Midi, Afroponics, All by Nature, Interplanet Janet, Godcat, Robot Cat, Disco Wolf, Kelly Braiding, Sammy, Geodragon, The Anti-Corporatist, Obsessive Audio, Moa Noab, Nadia, Choki, Skelts, Tracy Eva, Selena, Mrs. Jen, Omega Star, Sasha G, Pitchforks Dragon, Vincent Morales, Donald James X. Evan from Portland, Daredevil, McGoggles, Lovely Pariah, Mish, Becky, D. Cypher, Sue Bates, and Icebreaker. That's right, all these people here have helped produce the show, which your eyes and ears just got done enjoying. You can too for a few bucks a month on Patreon. Alright, considering how early / late it is, I figure I'm going to switch it up on you today just a little bit. Hey, you stop that. I don't think we've listened to this one in a while. Okay, why isn't it playing though? Oh, you motherfucker. Don't do that. Don't be like that. Be better. Be better. You are a bitch.
One of the main pillars in the thriving techno scene in Palestine. Give it up to Sama. Woo!
We heard an update on Sama. Sama's fine. Sama's fine. She's been touring around the world. I think we watched a recent tour appearance of hers in, where was it? Turkey? I'm fairly certain she's perfectly fine. I think she got out before October. I think she was not in Palestine, or left shortly after October 7th. I think she lived in the West Bank. Although who knows for sure. I'm not 100%. I haven't exactly been spending a ton of time trying to keep track of Sama. Maybe I should be doing a better job. I'm keeping track of a lot of stuff over here, chat.
Here it comes. The song she transitioned to after this is wild. Do it. Do it, Sama. Do it. Oh yeah, she did it. Here it comes. I'm dancing. I'm dancing. I'm dancing. I'm dancing. Pain the chaos.